The letter was thin, an unassuming scrap of parchment bearing Ned Stark's distinctive hand, yet it carried a weight more crushing than Valyrian steel. Robb Stark stood by the open window of his solar in Riverrun, the last glow of dusk gilding his auburn hair and illuminating the lines of tension etched into his face. He read the words once more, his heart pounding as he finally grasped the enormity of his father's burden. Ned Stark's secret, so carefully guarded behind honor and vows, named Jon as Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, heir to the Iron Throne. In the flickering torchlight, Grey Wind lay at Robb's feet, hackles half-raised, sensing his master's turmoil. The Grey Jon and the Blackfish, men of unwavering loyalty, lingered just outside the solar, waiting for what new command might come now that the young wolf's flame of rage against the Lannisters had been tempered by this revelation. Robb's mind roiled with possibilities and fears. The Targaryen name might prove a threat to the fragile alliances he'd forged, but it could also be the mightiest shield in a realm gripped by chaos. Yet it was Jon who weighed upon Robb's thoughts. Jon, who had worn the mantle of an outcast all his life, rejected by Catelyn, bound by the Night's Watch oath. Jon, who had fought battles of the heart no less fierce than those with steel. To learn that he was no Snow at all, but Targaryen, changed the shape of his entire world. Robb could only imagine the upheaval waiting once Jon learned that the crown he once disdained now rightfully belonged to him. He summoned Jon under the secrecy of night, sending trusted riders to the north. When Jon arrived, hooded and silent, he looked tired from the long journey, eyes dark with quiet determination. The solar door closed behind them, sealing them in shadows and candlelight. Robb saw in Jon's face the boy who had grown up with him in Winterfell's courtyards, the determined friend who was a brother in all but name. Yet no longer, Ned's letter insisted, not by the name he had always known. Robb pressed the parchment into Jon's hand. When Jon read it, he froze, as though winter's chill had numbed him to the marrow. For a time, there were no words. Then he spoke in a voice trembling between anger and disbelief. "He told me nothing," Jon whispered, half in anguish, half in awe. "I spent my life craving his acceptance, and all along he could not finish." His breath caught on the enormity of it. Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Father, he was trying to protect you. After what happened to Rhaegar's children, he must have feared for your life. Hiding your parentage was the only way. You must believe that." They stood in silence, two young men cast into a crucible far larger than themselves. Finally, Jon looked up, resolution burning in his eyes. "We are at war. The Iron Throne is contested by lions, dragons, and stags. Why should I claim it? I swore vows to the Night's Watch." Robb shook his head. "Your vow was built on a false name. The realm teeters on the edge. The Lannisters will never relent. We have the North, we have the Riverlands at our side. If we wield your claim properly, we can unite the lords of Westeros, some out of fear, some out of respect. They say Daenerys Targaryen has dragons across the narrow sea, but you, Aegon, you have the blood of a king. Targaryen with Stark loyalties. That may be the difference between endless war and a swift victory." In the days that followed, hushed meetings took place behind closed doors. Lords from the north and the Trident gathered in the ancient halls of Riverrun. Some balked at the notion of supporting a Targaryen after the devastation wrought by the Mad King. Others whispered that this was divine justice, that the rightful blood of dragons combined with the steadfast honor of wolves would right the wrongs. Robb's presence, his calm, resolute leadership smoothed many a ruffled feather. And to their surprise, they discovered a young man in Jon who bore humility and determination in equal measure. He spoke of forging alliances, not conquest for conquest's sake. The night they bent the knee to Jon, Robb felt a conflicted relief. This plan of theirs, uniting the might of the North, the loyalty of the River Lords, and the validity of Targaryen birthright, would set a new path to the Iron Throne. It was not a simple matter of mere conquest, but of offering Westeros a different kind of king, one forged by hardship, honor, and an unwavering sense of duty to the living. Ravens flew from Riverrun to the scattered corners of the realm. Some letters pleaded, others warned. The name Aegon Targaryen re-emerged in the smoky halls of Lannisport, in the dusty keep of the Eyrie, in the sun-drenched parlors of Highgarden. The Lannisters scoffed, certain that neither a bastard-turned king nor the Wolf King would unseat them. But soon, rumors of the formidable northern host combined with the strategic brilliance of the Blackfish made lesser houses reconsider their loyalties. A tide was rising, led by a Targaryen who had learned wolf's loyalty instead of dragon's cruelty. As Jon left Riverrun for the journey south, Grey Wind loped beside his horse, a silent shadow heralding House Stark's unwavering support. Robb rode at Jon's side. Their gazes lingered on the horizon, where the red dawn broke over the misty fields. No one could say what the realm would look like when their campaign ended or whether the Iron Throne would finally know peace. But together, they represented something new, a unity born of two noble lineages that had once clashed in Robert's rebellion. Now, the sword and the wolf's head were joined to the dragon's wings, reaching for a destiny that could reshape Westeros forever. And so, they rode on a Robb Stark, the young wolf, and Jon Targaryen, who once believed himself a snow side by side, forging a conquest not of wanton flame and blood, but of steadfast hope. The wind carried their banners high, the howling of wolves mingled with the silent echoes of dragons, and fate seemed to tremble at what these two brothers by choice might yet achieve. Robb Stark and Jon Targaryen, once known only as Jon Snow, rode side by side at the head of a gathering host. They could see their forces trailing out behind them in the rose-tinged dawn. Men of the north dressed in heavy cloaks and furs, some of them newly arrived from the distant snows, alongside river lords from the Trident, their banners flapping in the gentle wind. Sparse patches of mist wreathed the grasses like ghostly serpents. The morning felt unseasonably cool for the southern parts of the Riverlands, or perhaps the chill ran in their veins, fueled by the knowledge that a grander and more dangerous game was now afoot. In the days since Jon's arrival in Riverrun, the letter from Ned Stark had been revealed to all those Robb deemed trustworthy. His bannermen, the Tully loyalists of Riverrun, and a handful of allies from the Vale. Though the Eyrie had yet to declare any open alliance, certain knights loyal to Lisa Arryn's late husband, Jon Arryn, had come with the Blackfish Brynden Tully. They had listened, grave-faced, as the truth was read from Ned Stark's letter. It spoke of Lyanna Stark's secret marriage to Rhaegar Targaryen, of the child she bore in the final days of Robert's rebellion, and how Ned had brought that child north, naming him a Snow for his own protection. Jon had stood silent and tense as they learned that he was no bastard of Winterfell, but rather Aegon Targaryen, a living testament to a union that had once threatened to topple the balance of the realm. The fear, the hope, the uncertainty in every face as they looked at Jon had been too great for him to bear without a flicker of discomfort. Yet he had not shied away. Humility and determination both gleamed in his gray eyes, the selfsame eyes that had once looked upon the walls of Winterfell and longed for acceptance. Now, as the slow thunder of hoofbeats and the rumble of wagons sounded behind them, he rode forward with the gravity of a man who might be a king, though he was not entirely at ease with the prospect. Robb glanced at Jon from time to time, his own face set in quiet resolve. Robb had once been proclaimed king in the north, young, inexperienced in certain ways, but tempered by war and loss. Already, he had lost so much. His father executed by the Lannisters, his younger sisters vanished into the jaws of political turmoil, his home threatened by traitors and foes at every turn. He had not been able to protect Ned, or even hold the alliance with the Freys intact in the manner he'd hoped. Yet a new possibility had opened with Jon's revelation, a chance to unify Westeros under a banner that combined Targaryen blood with Stark loyalty. Their plan was audacious, to offer Westeros a ruler who might end the brutal strife more swiftly than any fresh wave of ambition could. They had heard rumors, whispers that Daenerys Targaryen had hatched 3 dragons across the Narrow Sea and was gathering her own force. That complicated everything. If both Jon and Daenerys were Targaryens, how would they resolve the claims between them? Would they become rivals, or could there be an accord? Still, such questions lay in the future. For now, their war lay in Westeros, and the immediate threat was the Lannisters who clutched at King's Landing and the Iron Throne with red-taloned hands. Grey wind padded beside Robb's horse, a menacing shape of fur and sinew, snarling on occasion at unfamiliar men. Closer behind rode the Blackfish, his old face as implacable as a mountain crag, glancing about to ensure their column remained in order. The great Jon was near as well, occasionally bellowing laughter or curses at the men under his command. They marched south by a route that had once been taken by Robb himself when he'd marched to free Riverrun from the clutches of the Lannisters. This time, though, they carried a far weightier secret and a far bolder strategy. For days, the weather remained kind. The sun was warm, the rains brief. At night, they made camp around large fires. The lords conferred with Robb and Jon beneath canvas tents lit by torch and lantern, discussing the shape of the realm's defenses, the logistical challenges of moving a large army, the uncertain loyalties of the houses that could sway the course of war. In the candlelit gloom, shadows danced on the faces of men whose courage would soon be tested anew. Jon listened more than he spoke. Part of that was his habit as a man of the Night's Watch. He had been used to obeying superiors, not commanding lords. But part was also his own sense that each decision weighed upon him with a new gravity, a new potential for tragedy or triumph. He could not deny that the letters from Ned Stark, along with accounts from Mira and Jojen Reed, who had repeated some of their father's ancient knowledge, made a strong case for his legitimacy as a Targaryen heir. But the realm knew nothing of him yet. Would they trust a man who wore the black cloak for years, who believed himself a bastard until mere weeks ago? It remained to be seen. "We will need more allies," Robb would say on those nights. "If we march on King's Landing without the support of the Stormlands or the Reach, the Lannisters could rally half the realm against us. There is also the possibility that the Tyrells might join us if we can promise them a safe place at court, and if the Lannisters have wronged them enough." Margaery Tyrell was to be wed to the late King Renly, but that ended in rumors and shadows. Who knows how they stand now? "They stand hungry for power," said the Blackfish in a sardonic tone. "Be wary, Robb. The Tyrells wish to see their roses bloom across the 7 kingdoms. They might rally to us if they believe it is to their advantage, but they'll want a high price. Perhaps a marriage alliance." Jon found his gaze drifting into the tense darkness at that. Marriage. It had never been a possibility he entertained. He had pledged himself to the Night's Watch, though those vows were now called into question. Could a Targaryen king truly be parted from marriage and the forging of alliances? His personal yearnings warred with the obligations Ned Stark's letter had thrust upon him. At last, he spoke. "If marriage is required, I will do what must be done," he said, soft but certain. "Yet I think we must not appear too eager. There is a difference between forging an alliance and giving away the realm before we've won it." Robb nodded approvingly. "You speak truly. Caution, yes, but we must also be decisive when the time comes." In those councils, many of the older lords seemed to watch Jon with curiosity. He was, after all, only a boy in their eyes, though a boy who had faced White Walkers in the far north if the rumors from Castle Black were to be believed. Some men scoffed at the notion of ancient, icy demons, but others said they had heard the stories from the free folk, from brothers of the Watch who had survived horrifying encounters beyond the Wall. The War of the 5 Kings might be overshadowed by something worse if winter's terrors came south. "We cannot ignore the threat beyond the Wall," Jon said one evening, surprising even Robb with his passion. "We cannot conquer the realm only to watch it fall to an endless night. The Night's Watch is diminished and the wildlings are desperate, if we do not prepare for the real enemy." But the Blackfish shook his head. "These are stories, lad. Grave stories, yes, but we have an immediate war to fight. We have the Lannisters in the Crownlands, Roose Bolton prowling the north with uncertain loyalty, and Freys who may yet regret letting us pass their twin towers. If you can rally the realm, then by all means we should turn to this threat you speak of. But first, we must secure the throne." It was an argument that would resurface many times, an undercurrent of dread that never fully went away. Jon, who had stared into the icy blue eyes of the White Walkers at the fist of the First Men, could not simply banish the knowledge from his mind. It haunted him, a creeping fear that each day spent in southern war was a day lost preparing for a greater battle. Yet for now, he set aside that fear, striving instead to learn the labyrinthine politics and alliances that might help them claim victory over the Lannisters. The next weeks saw them pressing steadily south. Scouts roamed out in all directions, for the roads near Harrenhal were notorious for bandits and for brigands in the pay of one lord or another. Reports trickled in. Some Lannister men had been spotted, though few in number. It seemed the bulk of the Lannister forces had pulled back to reinforce their hold on the Crownlands. Harrenhal itself lay under the uncertain dominion of Petyr Baelish, the so-called Lord Paramount of the Trident, in the wake of a hollow decree by the Iron Throne. But few men actually obeyed him, and none of the lords present in Robb's host gave him much respect. They did not tarry at Harrenhal. The castle was a blackened ruin haunted by the curses of House Went, so large that it felt empty and forsaken. Robb led a small detachment inside to gather supplies and ensure no Lannister men were lying in wait. Jon rode at his side, marveling at the scorched towers that reared up like broken fangs. Legend spoke of Harren the Black, burned alive with his sons by Aegon the Conqueror's dragons. The stench of ancient ash clung to the stones. Even gray winds seemed uneasy, growling softly as they passed through the enormous gates. It was there they met a handful of refugees, small folk who had fled the chaos of war and now squatted in Harrenhal's outer wards, desperate and hungry. They looked at Robb's banner, a dire wolf on a field of grey, and then at Jon, whose armor bore only the dire wolf sigil as well, for the Targaryen sigil was not yet openly displayed. The refugees begged for food, for medicine, for protection. Robb commanded his men to share what little they could. And Jon knelt among them, comforting a weeping mother whose daughter had died from a fever. The mother cast wild eyes at them and whispered half-coherent warnings about red lions in the night and wolves made of ice. War has turned them half-mad, a maester traveling with them said quietly. Too many horrors in too short a time. Nonetheless, Jon felt a knot tightening in his chest. These were the people who would live or die by the decisions he and Robb made. It was a sobering reminder of what kingship meant. He was relieved when they left Harrenhal behind, continuing their march. The shape of the war was coming into sharper relief. The Lannisters held King's Landing and the ear of many lords still hesitant to turn traitor to the crown. The Tyrells had arranged the marriage of Margaery Tyrell to King Joffrey in a pragmatic move after Renly's death. That gave the Lannisters a strong alliance with the Reach. Storm's End remained uncertain. The word said Stannis Baratheon had some hold there, or at least controlled Dragonstone. The veil was locked away by Lysa Arryn's timidity. Dorne seethed with old resentments, but had yet to declare openly for any side. It was a massive puzzle, each piece needing the right push at the right time. And in the midst of it all, Robb and Jon had to figure out how to declare Jon's Targaryen identity without rallying every old Baratheon loyalist and Targaryen hater against them. The realm had never been simple, but this was an especially thorny labyrinth. Robb wrote letters tirelessly, sending ravens to lords he believed might be swayed. House Reed in the Neck, House Glover, House Manderley, House Serwyn, and others in the north who had yet to muster. And to the south, he sent guarded messages to Dorne, to the Stormlands, even a carefully phrased letter to Mace Tyrell, though few expected that proud lord to abandon his daughter's marriage. Yet they had to try. Robb's pen scratched parchment beneath flickering torches long after many of the soldiers had found their rest. Jon sometimes joined him, though he felt far less comfortable in these political games than he had with a longsword in hand. Even so, Robb insisted that Jon practice writing letters under his own name. Aegon Targaryen, rightful heir to the Iron Throne by blood of Rhaegar. They wanted to plant the seed of doubt in the minds of the lords. If Joffrey were truly a bastard of incest, then a Targaryen claim might hold more legitimacy than a Baratheon Lannister facade. Especially if the Targaryen in question was also the foster son of Ned Stark, known for his unblemished honor and, ironically, his infamous treason charges. What will you do if the Tyrells do respond? Jon asked Robb one evening. The tent dim but for the orange glow of a lantern. Outside, the hush of the camp was broken only by the distant laughter of soldiers and the occasional whicker of horses. If they demand you step aside so I can marry Margaery Tyrell and secure their alliance, will you accept that? Robb paused, quill in hand, brow furrowed. I would not offer your hand in marriage like a piece of meat, but these are the ways alliances are sealed, Jon. You said yourself you would do what must be done. Jon's stomach clenched, imagining a wedding with a woman he had never met, all for the sake of forging a realm. The old bitterness at his mother's unknown fate, and the father he believed was Ned Stark, welled up, along with a deep sorrow for Ygritte, who had died in his arms beyond the wall. But Ygritte was gone, and the realm might need him now. If peace and unity could be bought at the price of marriage, could he truly refuse? He inhaled slowly, forcing the thought aside. He knew that each day would bring fresh reminders that he was no longer simply Jon Snow, a man of the nights. Watch free of the realm's demands. I will do what I must, he said softly. Robb nodded. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. The Tyrells may yet cling to Joffrey or to Tommen or whoever else sits on that wretched throne with a Lannister at his back. Morning came, bright and clear, and their column moved on. They crossed the Blackwater rush upstream from the large fords, avoiding detection, which was no small feat. The great Jon took pride in leading the vanguard, scaring away any scouts that might come too close. When they set up camp, a new wave of ravens was sent, carrying carefully worded messages that offered an alternative to Lannister rule. Jon read over one letter, penned in Robb's measured hand, which proclaimed, I, Robb Stark, king in the north, do affirm the rightful claim of Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, to the Iron Throne. Let all men who would see an end to Lannister tyranny join us in restoring peace and justice to the realm. We march in the name of truth, not blind conquest." Jon still marveled at seeing his name and his new identity offered with such casual boldness. But boldness might be exactly what was needed in a war that had already torn the realm apart. If men believed in them, if they believed that Ned Stark's son had also the blood of old Valyria, perhaps they would rally to their side, turning the tides against House Lannister. That was the hope. But hope is fragile in the face of war. It was late afternoon on the 15th day past Harrenhal when one of the sentries blew a horn, a low, mournful note. Tents rippled in the sudden breeze, men hastily grabbing swords and spears as a rider galloped into the camp. His tabard was stained with dust from the road, but a golden rose on green was visible beneath the grime. He was a reach man, and the tension in the air coiled like a drawn bowstring. Robb and Jon emerged from Robb's command tent as the rider stumbled from his horse, panting. "I bring a message from Lord Mace Tyrell," the man managed to say before he was escorted, half collapsing, to stand before them. He presented a sealed letter, the wax pressed with a rose sigil. The lords gathered around, the Blackfish giving the man a piercing look, the Grey Jon looming over him like a bear. Robb broke the seal, eyes flicking over the lines of flowing script. His jaw set. Jon watched him intently, his heart picking up pace. What answer did the Tyrells give? Finally, Robb lifted his gaze to meet Jon's. "Lord Tyrell expresses his understanding of our grievances against the Lannisters," he said carefully. "He will not commit openly to a betrayal of the Iron Throne, for it is bound to his daughter. However, he extends an invitation for a parley at Bitterbridge." A murmur ran through the onlookers. A parley? It was not an outright refusal, nor was it an offer of allegiance. It was a Tyrell game, cautious and sly. But it was a foot in the door. "Does he say who will attend?" asked the Blackfish, stepping closer, his gruff voice tinged with suspicion. Robb scanned the letter again. He writes that Lady Margaery herself might be there, along with some of her entourage, to speak on behalf of the crown. But it seems Mace Tyrell wants to weigh his options. They claim they are not leading Lannister forces, only that they have a mutual interest in protecting King's Landing from banditry and rebellion. His tone was dry. Clearly, he did not trust the wording. Nevertheless, a parley was a chance. They needed the Reach's strength, or, at the very least, for the Reach to remain neutral. If an alliance could be formed, or if Margaery Tyrell was willing to risk severing her ties to Joffrey in favor of a Targaryen claim, then the Lannisters' greatest southern ally might be taken from them. But if it was a trap, traveling to Bitterbridge would be the ruin of their hopes. Jon shifted. "We cannot send you alone," he said. "We'll need to bring a sizable guard. If this is some scheme of Tywin Lannister's, we must be ready to fight our way out." Robb agreed, and the Tyrell messenger was quickly ushered to receive water and rest. Once the man was out of earshot, a heated council began, the lords crowding into Robb's pavilion. The tension was palpable. "Too dangerous," declared Lord Karstark, face grim. "The Tyrells are in bed with the Lannisters. They want to lure us out, trap us on the Mander, and crush us between their knights and the Red Keep's garrison." "They might," admitted Robb, "but it's equally likely they see how precarious the Lannisters' claim is. If they can shift their loyalty to a Targaryen and keep their hold on the seat of power, they might do so." The Great Jon hammered a fist into his palm. "Aye, they're cunning. But so are we. Let's go, and if there is treachery, we'll cut our way out." The Blackfish's dark eyes flickered. "I suggest we do not commit our entire force. Let us move carefully, perhaps with a strong escort. We can keep most of our men encamped in a position to reinforce us if the worst should happen." All eyes then turned to Jon. He had been sitting quietly on a camp stool, trying to take in the swirl of voices. Though he had once been an outsider, the men here now saw him as crucial to this enterprise. A Targaryen, or so the letter claimed, might claim the throne by right of blood and unite the realm. "We must go," he said, his voice low but resolute. "There can be no victory for us if we ignore every overture. But we must be prepared. We cannot let ourselves be lulled into complacency." Robb's gaze lingered on him, and there was a shared understanding in that look. They were in this together, and the risk was tremendous. At length, Robb nodded. "We ride for Bitterbridge." So it was decided. Their host veered south and west, traveling carefully. Scouts fanned out miles ahead, and outriders kept watch on every approach. They moved slower now, wary of hidden foes. Finally, after many days, they reached the outskirts of Bitterbridge, a market town with a stone bridge spanning the Mander River. The fields near the town were green with grasses and dotted with daisies and wildflowers. This region was well known for its large fairs and horse markets. Though war had diminished both traffic and festivity, as they approached, it was evident that the Tyrells had already arrived. A forest of banners rippled near the town walls, showing the golden rows of Highgarden. A small group of knights, heavily armored, waited just beyond arrow range, bearing bright green cloaks. Trumpets sounded a shrill greeting. Robb signaled for a halt. He and Jon, along with a chosen retinue of sworn swords, advanced slowly, banners held high. It felt surreal to Jon. He remembered the bitter training yard of Castle Black, the savage emptiness of the Frostfangs, the huddled gloom of Mole's Town. Now, here he was, riding forward as a Targaryen claimant, about to treat with one of the most powerful lords in the realm, one whose shining cavalry had once been rumored unstoppable. The weight of it pressed upon him like a physical burden, heavier than his cloak and armor combined. They came face to face with the Tyrell party in a broad field just outside Bitterbridge. The Mander's waters glinted in the near distance, and the sun was high overhead, making the night's steel gleam in a cascade of silver. At the forefront stood Lord Mace Tyrell himself, a portly man with carefully oiled mustachios and a lavish doublet that strained at his midsection. At his side was Lady Margaery Tyrell, slender and poised, her rich brown hair braided with gold thread. Jon noticed that her expression was calm, betraying little, though her eyes flicked between him and Robb. Robb inclined his head in greeting. "Lord Tyrell." "King Robb," Mace Tyrell returned, bowing with grandiose flourish. "We are most honored that you have come. My lovely daughter, Margaery." Margaery dipped her head gracefully. "Your Grace," she said to Robb, then turned her gaze to Jon. "And this is your brother, I presume?" Her eyes reflected keen intelligence. "I understand we have much to discuss." Jon managed a polite bow, though the gesture felt stiff. "I am called Jon. Some claim I have another name. Aegon Targaryen." She studied him openly, curiosity bright in her eyes. "So I have heard. The realm is alive with rumors of a hidden Targaryen. Many speak of Rhaegar Targaryen's lost heir. If so, the songs have never ended about your father's prowess in arms. It would be quite the tale indeed to find his son here." Her tone was measured, not mocking nor overly eager. Jon wondered what she truly thought. The Tyrell retinue parted to admit another figure. Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, wearing armor polished to a mirror sheen, a living vision of chivalry. He approached, helm tucked under his arm, his long brown hair framing a face that might have been carved from marble. He eyed Jon, and though he kept his face courteous, there was a quiet tension in his bearing. "Shall we speak in the town's holdfast, my lord?" Robb suggested. "Away from prying eyes?" Mace Tyrell's smile was broad and false. Of course. Please follow us." He wheeled his horse around, leading them through the open gate of Bitterbridge. Robb and Jon exchanged a glance, each fully aware of the danger. But they had come this far. They dismounted with their chosen guards, leaving the bulk of their men encamped a short distance away, close enough to rush in if treachery erupted. Bitterbridge was subdued, its market stalls sparsely attended. Soldiers of the Reach had commandeered several buildings for lodging. The holdfast was not large, no castle, merely a stout keep perched near the river. Within its walls, the Tyrells had set up a lavish hall to receive their guests, draping it in bright green and gold cloth. Margaery moved with queenly grace, gesturing for Robb and Jon to sit at a carved oak table. Lord Mace took the seat of honor at the head, though he practically had to wedge himself between the armrests. "I'll not bore you with pleasantries," Lord Tyrell began, folding his hands on the table. "We stand at a crossroads, as I'm sure you know. My daughter is wed or soon to be truly wed to King Joffrey Baratheon, recognized by many lords of the realm." His mouth pursed. "Yet news from the capital is troubling. The boy is petulant and his mother, well, you know. My loyalties lie with the greatest good for House Tyrell and the Reach." Robb nodded, though his eyes were watchful. "You mean to see which side will benefit you most?" Lord Tyrell looked affronted, mustachios bristling. "I seek only peace and security for my people, as I'm sure you do, your grace." Robb said nothing, and an awkward silence descended. Margaery soon broke it, her voice a careful balance of warmth and diplomacy. "The realm bleeds, King Robb. The War of the Five Kings has left countless dead. My brother Loras has lost friends and sworn brothers to fruitless battles. What do you propose beyond the notion that your brother here is the rightful king by Targaryen blood? How would that spare the realm further pain?" Jon took a breath, conscious that all eyes had turned to him. He did not relish speeches, but he forced himself to speak clearly. My father, Lord Eddard Stark, raised me as his own to protect me from those who would see any Targaryen child destroyed. He believed in honor and injustice, and he was executed for it. His voice wavered momentarily at the memory of Ned's fate, but he steadied. We do not come seeking blind vengeance or a conquest of fire and blood. We wish to protect the realm from the tyranny of those who value power above the well-being of their subjects. Joffrey is no true Baratheon, by most accounts, and his cruelty is no secret. The Lannisters have proven themselves unscrupulous, if not outright dangerous, to all who stand against them. Our aim is to bring peace by uniting the realm behind a claimant whose right outranks that of a bastard pretender, thus ending this war more swiftly. Lord Mace's expression remained guarded, though hints of interest shone in Margaery's eyes. Loras Tyrell, standing near Margaery's chair, crossed his arms and addressed Jon. Peace? We have heard that you bring a large host south, one that has broken Lannister lines more than once. Robb answered him, steel in his tone. We fight because the Lannisters forced our hand. They imprisoned my father, killed my men, and seized the capital for themselves. If the Tyrells join us, the war might end quickly. Together, we would command the greatest armies in Westeros. The Lannisters would have no choice but to yield or be crushed. And my daughter, Lord Tyrell, began, but Margaery, with a slight lift of her hand, silenced him gently. She looked between Robb and Jon. If my marriage alliance with Joffrey is annulled or found invalid due to certain revelations, how can we be sure that the next occupant of the throne will reward our loyalty? We were on the losing side once before when Renly fell. We cannot endure another failure. She leaned forward, brown eyes fixed on Jon. What assurances can you give us, my lord? Or should I call you Aegon Targaryen? Jon met her gaze. Jon is the name I've borne all my life. But if Westeros needs Aegon Targaryen, I will do what duty demands. He paused, feeling the weight of it. As for assurances, what is it House Tyrell seeks? If it is continued prosperity for the Reach, a seat at the King's Council, a voice in shaping the realm's future, I see no obstacle to that. I would be a fool to turn away a house as powerful as yours. And I will not play the same treacherous games as the Lannisters. If you join our cause, I promise your house will not be cast aside in the aftermath. Her face revealed little, but Jon sensed a flicker of something hope, maybe. Lord Tyrell sniffed. Fine words. Very fine. Yet the Lannisters also make promises. They have offered us further expansion of our holdings, influence at court, and a secure lineage for my daughter. Joffrey, for all his flaws, is seated upon the throne at present. Robb's lips thinned. For now, he said. But do you truly think that seat is secure? The North and the Riverlands stand against Joffrey. The Iron Islands under Balon Greyjoy carve at the western shores. Stannis Baratheon still claims he is the rightful king, and Daenerys Targaryen grows stronger in the east. Between these threats, do you believe Joffrey's reign will last? Better to negotiate now, while you can direct the shape of the future. They spoke deep into the day, occasionally pausing for refreshment brought by Tyrell servants. The tension never fully eased, each side probing the other for advantage. Margaery proved a deft mediator, her voice cool and pleasant, yet incisive. Jon was certain she had carefully studied her potential suitors, for she asked him about his upbringing in the North, his experience with the Night's Watch, and the threats from beyond the Wall. He answered as best he could, though he sensed that all of these were tests to gauge his character more than his words. When the sun neared the horizon, casting long shadows across the hold-fast courtyard, Lord Tyrell stood. We shall reflect on your words, he announced. I propose a short recess, let each side speak privately among themselves, weigh the possibilities. Let us reconvene after supper here in the hall and see if we can find an accord that benefits us all. They parted. Robb and Jon were shown to modest chambers within the holdfast where they could speak with the Blackfish, the Great Jon, and the others who had accompanied them. The tension among their own ranks was palpable. No one liked the feeling of being inside a keep controlled by potential enemies, and a single misstep could lead to violence. I trust them about as far as I could throw that fat fool, the Great Jon growled, pacing. But he wants something, that's clear enough. If we can give it to him at a lesser price than the Lannisters, we might have them. Brynda and Tully, the Blackfish, looked somber. They have not yet told us what that price is. Do they want marriages, lands, gold? Or do they want the entire southern half of the kingdom for themselves? He shook his head. This is a viper's dance. Robb looked at Jon. You handled yourself well in there. I think Margaery was impressed, or at least intrigued. But we must tread carefully. If they propose a formal betrothal between you and Margaery, it might be their way of ensuring they hold power in the capital if you take the throne. Jon's throat tightened. A marriage for political expediency, he said quietly, remembering Ygritte's red hair, her fierce laughter, the way she had once said he knew nothing. I'll do my duty, but let's see what they demand before we commit. Night came with a brilliant spray of stars over Bitterbridge. Torches lit the courtyard and the hall. The two parties reconvened at the oak table. Servants had laid out a small feast, roast duck with honey, steaming loaves of bread, and wine from the arbor. Jon had rarely drunk such fine vintage, but he was careful to sip sparingly, not wanting his wits dulled. Lord Tyrell did not stand on ceremony. Once plates were set before them, he cleared his throat and launched into a prepared speech, one that had the resonance of many rehearsals. We Tyrells have always served the greater good of the realm. When King Aerys lost his way, we supported King Robert, for we believed it best for the people. When King Renly staked his claim, we supported him wholeheartedly, for we believed in his cause. Now King Joffrey sits the throne, and we have done our duty by aligning ourselves with him. Yet it cannot be denied that rumors and evidence suggest he is not King Robert's true son. His gaze flicked toward Margaery, who wore a mask of polite neutrality. Nor can we ignore the realm's unease. Mace Tyrell spread his bejeweled hands. Our greatest priority is that House Tyrell's future remains secure. If we are to abandon the Lannister alliance, we must ensure that our shift in loyalty does not leave us vulnerable or cast aside after the war. Robb set down his wine cup. Speak plainly, my lord. What do you want? Margaery's soft voice slipped into the conversation. A betrothal between our houses, of course. But that alone might not be enough to guarantee our future. She angled her head to Robb. You are king in the north. Will you remain so if Aegon Targaryen claims the Iron Throne? Or will the North be brought once more under that throne's rule? The lines of fealty must be clear. If your brother sits the throne, how do your titles and his unify or conflict? Robb paused, considering. The North has bled under Southern rule, but if my father's nephew, my brother, becomes king, that changes matters. The North will always hold to its own traditions, but I do not intend to split the realm if it can be truly united under just rule. If Jon sits the Iron Throne, then the North will bend the knee to him as we once did to his ancestors, provided he respects our autonomy and the old ways. Jon glanced at Robb, feeling a pang of gratitude. Robb was ceding his own crown, essentially, for the good of the realm. Another sacrifice. Margaery seemed to measure Robb's sincerity, then turned to Jon. And what of your intentions, my lord? Should you gain the throne, how will you treat the houses that opposed you at first or favored Joffrey? Jon frowned. I'm not blind to the complexities of this war. I know men make choices based on the information and oaths they have. My goal would be to unify, not to punish the entire South. Treachery would not be forgiven, of course. But if houses come to our banner willingly now, then we will know. T cast them aside. I have no wish for endless retribution. The realm has seen enough blood. Mace Tyrell bobbed his head in agreement, though his gaze was calculating. Well spoken. Yet we must also consider the strategic shape of this war. The Lannisters hold King's Landing, the Redwyne fleet blockades the Blackwater Bay at present, though they are sworn to us, you understand. We can redirect their loyalty. The question remains, do we have a feasible plan to take the capital without a protracted siege that will destroy the city and cost countless lives? Robb's jaw tightened. King's Landing is well fortified, but with your support, we can approach from multiple fronts. The city might surrender rather than endure a siege if it sees an overwhelming force. If you open the gates or place men inside to do so at the right moment, the war could end quickly. Loras Tyrell's lips curled into a subtle smile. Yes, I have walked the walls of King's Landing. I know its defenses. If Father commands, I can arrange certain ways to facilitate your entry in exchange for suitable guarantees about our place in the new order. Jon looked straight at Loras. What guarantees do you want, sir? Loras was unblinking. We want a secure line of succession, favor for House Tyrell in the King's councils, and punishment for certain traitors who have wronged us. Namely, the Lannisters who arranged the false accusations against my sister after King Renly's death. We want the stains on our honor washed clean. Margaery laid a hand over her brother's, stilling him gently. We want to be sure the new reign does not cast us as second to any other. The reach is vast, and our harvests feed half the realm. We must have the king's ear, always. Jon let out a breath. I understand. We can agree that House Tyrell will have a seat on the small council, no less than Master of Laws or Master of Coin, perhaps. Or you might have the hand's seat if I find your counsel wise." Her eyes glimmered and Lord Tyrell's mustache twitched with approval. "Ha! Such generosity. Then we come to the matter of marriage." He coughed delicately. "Your father's vow to preserve you as a secret Targaryen was admirable, but now we must secure your rightful place. A marriage to my daughter would unify the Iron Throne with House Tyrell, strengthening our claims and ensuring stability." There it was at last, laid bare. Jon felt his heart tighten in his chest. He glanced at Robb, who watched him gravely. This was precisely the scenario they had discussed. Margaery Tyrell stared at him with an enigmatic expression. She was lovely, he noted distantly, poised and sharp of mind. Many men would leap at such a match. But for Jon, it felt like standing at the edge of a great abyss about to step off. He swallowed. "My lady," he said, forcing his voice to remain steady, "you are known throughout the realm for your grace and generosity. I would be honored to call you my queen if such is your wish. But I also do not wish you forced into anything." She gave him a gentle smile, though he could sense the calculation behind it. The decision would benefit all, would it not? Beyond the personal, this union might save thousands of lives. I am not ignorant of that fact, nor do I resent it. If you are indeed the rightful heir, Aegon Targaryen, then you will need a queen who understands the politics of the South. I can fulfill that role. Something flickered in her eyes, ambition, perhaps, but also a certain earnest desire to see the bloodshed ended. Jon inhaled, the memory of colder nights and harder battles thrumming in his veins. She was not Ygritte, but Ygritte was gone, and this was no time to dwell on the past. He nodded quietly. "Then, let it be so." A hush fell over the hall, broken only by the snap of torch flames and the rustle of cloth. Lord Tyrell beamed, a triumphant grin splitting his features. "Excellent," he intoned. "Then it seems we have the makings of an alliance. The first step will be to see how quickly we can move our forces to lay rightful claim to the capital. We must be swift, lest Cersei Lannister guess our plans and do something rash." Robb exhaled slowly, a flicker of relief passing over his face. He looked at Jon, and for a moment there was a silent exchange, gratitude and perhaps a hint of sorrow for the loss of simpler times. Then Robb spoke, "Let us discuss the details of how we coordinate our armies. The combined might of the North, the Riverlands, and the Reach will be formidable indeed." And so the negotiations began in earnest. Maps were spread on the oak table, showing the roads and strongholds around King's Landing. They discussed logistics, which lords in the Reach would need to be won over, how many men could be spared to hold Highgarden, and how quickly the Tyrell Knights could mobilize to march under Jon's banner. The notion of a new Targaryen banner, one that might combine the Stark dire wolf with the Targaryen dragon, was floated, but for the moment, they would rely on the wolf and the Tyrell rose until King's Landing was theirs. After that, the realm could see the unveiling of a royal sigil that would mark a new age. Lady Margaery pointed to a route along the Rose Road. "We can move swiftly, yes, but we must secure Tumbleton and a few other towns along the way. If the Lannisters guess our approach and send a host to meet us in open battle, it could be devastating if we're not prepared." Robb nodded. "We can dispatch outriders in force. The great Jon and Roose Bolton's men," he paused abruptly, grimacing. "Though we must tread carefully with Bolton. His loyalties have been uncertain in the past." Lord Tyrell glanced up. "A dangerous man, I hear. Perhaps it would be best to keep him in check. The last thing we want is a betrayal mid-campaign." Robb's eyes hardened. "I will handle Bolton." Jon watched the conversation flow, an undercurrent of tension in every voice. This alliance was an uneasy weaving of separate threads, each wanting to preserve their own advantage, each uncertain if the others would tear free at the first sign of trouble. Yet if it held, they could create a formidable front. King's Landing might fall without too great a bloodshed, especially if the city's populace, sick of Joffrey's cruelties, welcomed a new claimant. By the time the final agreements were concluded, the hour was late and the participants weary. Margaery Tyrell rose from the table, inclining her head to Jon. "I will have a septon prepared to bless our betrothal tomorrow, if that pleases you. A formal ceremony can come once we have secured the city, but a betrothal vow will signal to all that we stand together." Jon felt the eyes of every noble in the room turn upon him, but he kept his voice steady. "Very well, my lady." She smiled, a small, polite smile that did not fully reach her eyes. "I look forward to forging a new peace for the realm, my lord." With that, she and her father swept from the hall, leaving only the Tyrell guards to stand watch. Robb pressed his lips together, letting out a slow breath once they were gone. The great Jon snorted, half in laughter, half in disbelief. "Well, that's it then. We're to be wedding the wolves and the roses. I hope the thorns aren't too sharp." Jon managed a half-smile, though his heart felt heavy. There was no turning back. He left the hall with Robb and the others, moving out into the courtyard where the night sky sprawled overhead. Torches lent shifting, uncertain light to the stone walls. He heard the distant lapping of the Mandor against the bridge piers. Soldiers of the Reach and of the North mingled warily, a tension in the air that no betrothal vow could instantly dispel. Robb drew Jon aside near a low stone parapet overlooking the river. "Are you certain about this?" he asked quietly, searching Jon's eyes. "I know we discussed it, but seeing it come to pass. It's sudden." Jon looked down at his hands, calloused from sword work and frostbitten from days gone by. "I'm not certain of anything, Robb. But if it ends this war sooner, if it saves lives, then I'll do my duty." Robb's voice was soft. "A heavy burden for us both. Forgive me if I forced your hand." Jon shook his head. "We did this together. I'm not a child. If I had refused, you wouldn't have pressed me. I know that." His gaze flicked up to meet Robb's. "We're on the brink of changing the shape of Westeros. Let's see it through." Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, and for a fleeting moment, it was as if they were just two boys in Winterfell's courtyard again, about to spar with wooden swords. Then Robb's voice hardened with the knowledge of responsibility. "We ride at dawn with the Tyrells to gather their forces along the Rose Road. King's Landing awaits." Yet the night was far from silent. As Jon turned in, the last thing he saw was the glow of torches reflecting on the black waters of the Mandor and the stars above, distant and cold. Like the future, their departure was swift. At dawn, a small ceremony took place in the local sept to bless the betrothal. Marjorie arrived in a gown of pale green, a golden rose pinned to her bodice, her chin high and her demeanor impeccable. Jon wore the Stark colors, as he had no Targaryen sigil to display yet. The Septon, a thin man with watery eyes, recited solemn words about unity and the blessings of the Seven. Jon's mind drifted to the old gods and the gods wood at Winterfell. He felt faintly guilty for reciting vows in front of an unfamiliar faith, but he bowed his head, following each prompt. Marjorie repeated her lines in a confident, clear voice. When it was done, Lord Tyrell beamed, and the watchers clapped politely. No one missed the polite tension in the air, though. The Northmen were uncertain. The Tyrell knights wore forced smiles, and in the back of the sept stood Lady Alice Karstark, face carefully masked, arms folded in quiet skepticism. She had come south at Robb's behest, though her loyalty to the Stark cause was assured only by the blood feud with the Lannisters who had slain her kin. Jon wondered if she saw him as a traitor to the North for forging a southern alliance. Robb's face remained composed throughout. After the ceremony, Marjorie approached him, hooking an arm through Jon's as if to show a united front. "Thank you for bringing your brother south, your grace," she said to Robb. "We shall do what must be done. I only hope the realm will not resent us for removing Joffrey." Robb's jaw tightened. Better to remove him than to let him continue. The realm will thank us soon enough. That day they departed Bitterbridge, the Tyrell forces now allied in name with the Starks. Knights of the Reach wore their cloaks proudly, though some muttered that they were riding to unseat the very king to whom they had sworn fealty. War breeds confusion, and many men struggled to reconcile the sudden shift. Still, Mace Tyrell's commands were absolute for those sworn to Highgarden. The Rose Road became a grand parade of fluttering banners and thunderous hooves. No longer was it simply the Northmen traveling with a small retinue. Now thousands of Reach soldiers marched alongside them, forming an army that might rival anything the Lannisters could muster. Jon found himself riding often with Marjorie, for appearance's sake. She spoke pleasantly, pointing out the local flora, sharing anecdotes about the towns they passed. He replied where he could, though the polite chatter felt surreal. He knew that behind her courteous eyes lay a keen mind, always measuring him. He tried to answer her questions honestly, telling her stories of Winterfell, of the direwolves, and of the strange godswood. Occasionally, she asked about the Night's Watch, and he found himself explaining the vow he'd taken. How he'd thought it would be for life. "You still seem bound by it in some ways," she noted. "You carry yourself like a man trying to remain apart." He shrugged. "I was raised to think I had no claim to lands or titles. I never expected all this. To be a king." Marjorie's lips curved faintly. "Men are seldom prepared for the mantle of rule." The difference between a wise king and a fool is how quickly he learns to bear it. He regarded her sidelong. I think you've studied queenship your entire life. She laughed, a soft, controlled laugh. Perhaps. But my illusions about courtly life have been tested in the flames of war. I was wed to King Renly but a fortnight before he was killed, or however it truly happened in that dark tent. A shadow flickered across her face. But enough of that. If we take King's Landing, I will need you to trust me when it comes to navigating the capital's intrigues. My father can command armies, but I know the hearts of the courtiers. Jon inclined his head. Then I will rely on your counsel. I do not relish the idea of playing the court's games. He paused. But I will do what I must. As days passed, new recruits swelled their numbers. Tyrell bannermen from villages and lesser keeps joined the march, though some arrived with apprehension, uncertain if they truly wanted to turn against the crown in King's Landing. Lord Randall Tarley, a fearsome commander loyal to Highgarden, rode forth with a disciplined force of infantry. He was a hard-eyed man who regarded Jon with a mixture of cynicism and faint respect. It was said he had despised his own son, Samwell, driving him to the wall. When Tarley learned Jon had been a brother of the Night's Watch, a strange tension flared behind his gaze, but he refrained from open rudeness for now. From the north came news carried by a swift rider. Roose Bolton had taken command at the Twins to secure the crossing, claiming to act in Robb's best interests. The Freys remained uneasy allies at best. Walder Frey wrote to say that he had no quarrel with House Stark but also had no interest in a southern campaign. The letter dripped with polite disinterest, and Robb read it with a snort of contempt. We'll do without the Freys. They're as slippery as eels. Jon could not help a small sigh of relief, for the Freys' reputation was blackened by rumor and suspicion. He preferred not to have them at their backs, though they could become a threat if spurred by the Lannisters. The combined host marched on, forging a slow, steady path toward King's Landing. The weather remained fair, though each day grew warmer as they moved south and east. Nights were spent in wide camps, hundreds of tents dotting meadows or fields, while outriders scoured the surrounding terrain. More messages arrived, some from houses that were deciding to swear fealty to Aegon Targaryen. Others were offers to stand aside, not meddling in the conflict if it spared their lands. Still others presumably went straight to King's Landing, alerting the Lannisters that a new threat loomed. Tension crackled through the host on the eve they reached the lands near the Blackwater. Scouts reported Lannister forces gathering at the city's outlying forts. The great walls of King's Landing were visible in the distance, and the waters of Blackwater Bay glimmered beyond. The stench of the city, a mixture of sewage, sweat, and rotting fish, hung in the air if the wind blew from the east. It was an unsettling reminder that they were about to lay siege to the largest population center in Westeros. During that final night before contact with Lannister defenders, Robb called a war council in his command pavilion. Marjorie was there alongside Loras and Lord Tarley, representing the Tyrell side. Jon stood near Robb, while the Blackfish, the Great Jon, and other northern lords loomed in the background. The mood was grim but resolute. Intelligence suggests the Lannisters have at least 15,000 men in and around the city, Robb said, pointing to the map. But we have near twice that now that the Tyrell banners have joined us. The city is well defended by high walls, the Mud Gate, the King's Gate, and the other gates. We know wildfire may be stored beneath the city. We must be cautious about a direct assault. Lord Tarley grunted. We can blockade them by land with the Red Wine Fleet blockading Blackwater Bay. The city will starve in a matter of weeks unless they capitulate. But that might lead to chaos inside the walls, riots, disease, and so forth. Marjorie steepled her fingers. If we let the city starve, the people will hate the new king before he even sets foot on the throne. We need a cleaner victory if possible. The Great Jon barked a laugh. Clean victories are a rare thing in war. But I take your meaning, my lady. Robb traced a line on the map. If we can seize the gates quickly with minimal bloodshed, we might avoid a long siege. Our best chance is if there are men inside the city, perhaps men loyal to the Tyrell cause, who can open a gate from within. All eyes turned to Ser Loras Tyrell. He inclined his head. I have some acquaintances, yes. Men who once served under Renly. Some gold cloaks still hold him in high regard. If we can coordinate, they might be persuaded to betray the Lannisters at a crucial moment. Robb lifted his gaze, addressing the assembled lords. Then that is our course. We march at dawn to encircle the city, but before we commit to open battle, Ser Loras will attempt to contact his allies on the inside. If they can open a gate, let us say the Old Gate or the Gate of the Gods in the north, we move swiftly. Meanwhile, we position men at other gates to ensure the Lannisters cannot sally forth or flee too easily. Jon frowned down at the map. A swirl of anxiety twisted in his stomach. And if it fails? Then we settle in for a siege, Robb answered, grim. We'll cut off the roads, rely on the Tyrell fleet to blockade the bay, and starve them out. But we must be prepared for anything. The Lannisters may attempt to break the siege or try some cunning ruse. We cannot underestimate their cunning or their ruthlessness. A hush fell. They all felt the gravity of what was about to happen, a final push that might end the war or plunge the city into blood and flames. For Jon, it was a strange mix of dread and determination. He had battled wildlings, faced White Walkers, survived heartbreak and disillusionment, but never had he tried to take a city with tens of thousands of souls within. The idea of wildfire caches hidden beneath the streets haunted him. The Mad King had once threatened to burn King's Landing with wildfire rather than let his enemies take it. Would Cersei Lannister do the same? Or was she too preoccupied with preserving her children's reign? At last, the council concluded. Men departed to oversee final preparations. Loras Tyrell left to dispatch coded messages to his contacts within the city. Marjorie paused at the tent flap, looking back at Jon. Rest well, my lord. Tomorrow might see the forging of a new age or a tragedy we cannot foresee. Her words haunted him long into the night as he lay in his tent, chainmail and sword laid ready by his cot. Sleep came fitfully, broken by half-remembered nightmares of the wall of White Walkers swirling with icy eyes, of Ned Stark's face turning to ash. He woke before the dawn, the darkness still clinging to the horizon. Outside, a bustling crescendo of activity signaled the host readying itself for battle. Soon, the great army was in motion, marching across the final miles to King's Landing. The road widened, and from a rise, Jon could see the city spread before him, tall walls, crenellated battlements, and the 7 gates along its circuit. Beyond the walls lay a sprawl of hovels and outbuildings. Smoke rose from 100 hearths and forges. The Red Keep loomed on the eastern hills, a crimson fortress presiding over the city and the bay. Even from this distance, the immensity of it was staggering. Their banners caught the early morning sun, the dire wolf of Stark, the golden rose of Tyrell, and the various sigils of the River Lords. The formation advanced, cavalry on the flanks, archers and infantry at the core. War drums pounded, rattling nerves and quickening hearts. Jon's horse stamped the ground, sensing the tension. He could barely hear his own thoughts over the clamor of so many men and animals. Robb, riding at Jon's side, donned his helm, leaving only his fierce blue eyes visible through the slit. Grey wind prowled ahead with uneasy steps, ears pricked forward. Marjorie rode near them, though not too close to the front lines, flanked by a contingent of Reach Knights. Farther back, Lord Tyrell and his staff directed the main body. The great Jon bellowed orders, his booming voice carrying across the battlefield. The Blackfish led a group of scouts to the west side of the city, seeking vantage points to spot any Lannister approach. A horn resounded from the walls of King's Landing, a long, discordant note of warning. The Lannisters had seen them. Atop the battlements, small figures scurried, preparing for a siege that had come more suddenly than many might have expected. Perhaps they had believed the Tyrells still faithful to the crown. Now they had reason to panic. Robb raised his sword. The host fanned out, forming a wide arc around the northern side of the city, leaving no easy path for escape. The plan was to stall, to wait for Loras's inside men to act. If the gate opened, they would rush in. If not, the siege lines would form. Hours stretched. Tension coiled like a spring as archers on both sides eyed each other warily. Some crossbow bolts were loosed from the city walls, clattering harmlessly on shields. The sun rose higher, beating down on the armor of the waiting men. Dust rose in small gusts. No sign of the gates opening. No trumpets announcing a defection of gold cloaks. Every passing minute frayed nerves further. Jon tried to remain calm, but the unknown was maddening. He dismounted, pacing near a small rise where Robb stood scanning the walls. "Do you think Loras's men failed?" Jon muttered. Robb squinted. "Perhaps. Or perhaps they're waiting for the right moment. Let's not do anything rash." He glanced back toward the massed lines of Tyrell men. Mace Tyrell shifted anxiously atop his warhorse, wiping sweat from his brow with a fine cloth. Marjorie, less ruffled, exchanged quiet words with a guard, her posture relaxed but her eyes alert. Suddenly, commotion along the wall, a gate was opening, the gate of the gods. The iron portcullis rose a few feet. For an instant, the watchers on the field froze. Then a group of gold cloaks scurried beneath the gate. They pushed it, raising it higher still. A faint cheer broke from some of the men near Robb. "They've done it," the great Jon roared, thrusting his sword skyward. But just as quickly, something went wrong. The gate slammed back down, slicing through the shoulder of one gold cloak who wasn't quick enough. Shouting erupted along the battlements, and a flurry of crossbow bolts rained down on the group by the gate. Within moments, the men who tried to open it lay dead or wounded. Lannister banners, a golden lion on crimson, appeared on the ramparts, and a horn blared defiantly. A low curse escaped Robb's lips. "It seems they tried and failed," he said grimly. "The Lannisters must have discovered the plot." Then a volley of arrows hissed through the air toward their lines. Robb hollered an order, "Shields!" The northern and reach men hastily formed shield walls, bracing for the onslaught. A few men cried out as arrows found their marks. War had begun in earnest. Another volley soared, followed by the deeper twang of scorpions and catapults from behind the walls. Stones arced overhead, crashing into the ground with thunderous impacts, sending up showers of earth and gore where men were unfortunate enough to stand. Robb grabbed Jon's arm. "We can't simply charge the gates blindly. That's what they want. They'll pour boiling oil, hurl stones, and pin us under the walls. If the gate's not opened from within, we're forced to siege." He clenched his jaw. 7 hells. This could take weeks or months. Frustration and dread battled within Jon. "We must withdraw to a safer distance, form the siege lines," he agreed. "But what of the people inside? The small folk?" Robb's eyes flickered with sorrow. "If we storm the city, thousands might die in the chaos. But starve them out, and the same fate awaits in slower, crueler fashion. The Lannisters leave us little choice." Their horns sounded the signal for retreat from arrow range. The combined host pulled back, dragging the wounded. A steady rain of arrows and occasional catapult fire followed them, but the distance eventually grew too great for accurate shots. The assault had failed before it had even begun. Tension weighed down the air like a leaden cloak. Ser Loras Tyrell, furious that his inside men had been discovered and likely killed, rode up to Robb with a scowl. "They must have caught on," he spat, reining in his horse, flinging sweat from its mane. "I'll not let this stand. We should attack at the Lion Gate with battering rams. Coordinate with the Redwine fleet to launch a diversion." Robb shook his head. "That might be what they expect. We need a better plan. If we throw ourselves at the walls blindly, we'll lose half our army in a single day." Jon felt every eye shifting to him again, as if they expected a Targaryen to have some magic solution. But he had no dragons, no hidden store of wildfire to burn the Lannisters out. Only strategy remained, and that was Robb's domain more than his own. "We set the siege," he said at last. "Encircle the city entirely. Let no supply ships pass. Force them to make a choice." Marjorie rode closer, a look of dismay on her features. "The city will suffer." Jon nodded, heart heavy. "Yes, war is suffering, but an all-out assault could kill even more. We must give them a chance to surrender." So the siege lines were formed. Palisades were erected. Catapults and trebuchets were brought forth, hammered together from the wood of nearby groves. Archers built mantlets to shield themselves from return fire. The Tyrell knights patrolled the perimeter, ensuring no one could slip in or out of the city unnoticed. Meanwhile, the Redwine fleet was signaled to blockade the harbor, sealing off the Blackwater Bay. The watchers on the city walls, clad in crimson cloaks and golden lion crests, eyed them from afar, catapults ready to hurl destruction if the besiegers drew too close. Days passed in grim stalemate. Each morning, some new skirmish would flare up near the gates or along the walls. Sometimes a group of Lannister soldiers would sortie out, hoping to burn the siege engines, but the watchers posted by Robb and Lord Tarley would repel them. Casualties mounted on both sides, though the major battles were yet to come. Within the camp, morale seesawed between confidence because they had numerical advantage and frustration because the city refused to yield. Marjorie organized ration distribution to ensure the men ate well enough and tried to keep spirits high with small entertainments. She visited the wounded, offering encouragement, and that earned her some admiration among the soldiers. Jon found himself awkwardly accompanying her at times, greeting the men, letting them see their betrothed king and queen. It was a role he had never asked for, but he did his best to give them hope. Inside King's Landing, conditions were likely worse. Word leaked out through deserters or small folk who dared to climb the walls at night to escape. They told tales of short rations, of panic in the streets, of King Joffrey throwing temper tantrums that led to random arrests or worse. But as yet, the Lannister command structure had not collapsed. Cersei Lannister was said to be barricaded in the Red Keep with her younger son, Tommen, and Joffrey's younger sister, Myrcella, was still in Dorne. The city's defenders knew that if they surrendered, the Queen Mother might be just as merciless as the attackers. Time stretched in a cycle of waiting, minor conflicts, and sleepless nights. Siege towers were slowly constructed, spiked with iron to resist flaming arrows. Catapults lobbed projectiles intermittently, sometimes laden with pitch to burn sections of the walls or gatehouses. The Lannisters replied in kind. Smoke clung to the sky over King's Landing. The reek of burning wood and charred flesh drifted across the battlefield. Men and horses alike grew restless, haunted by the daily threat of sudden violence. Jon spent his days divided between the lines, checking on the progress of fortifications and the command pavilions where he conferred with Robb, Margaery, and the Tyrell generals. At times, he felt like an imposter. He had no formal training in siege warfare, only the instincts gleaned from watching Robb and from the lessons at the wall. But his presence mattered to the men. When they saw him, they saw the Targaryen heir, the potential king who might end the war. So he continued to don armor he found too hot in the southern sun and share words of encouragement he hoped were not hollow. Every now and then, in the darkest hours of the night, he wondered if Daenerys Targaryen, said to have real dragons, might arrive unbidden, turning the siege into a conflagration. Or if the White Walkers would come howling south before the war was done. Those midnight thoughts plagued him, but dawn always demanded his attention, pulling him back to the immediate demands of this battered corner of the world. At last, after nearly 3 weeks of siege, a new development stirred the camp. Scouts came galloping in from the west, dust caked on their horses. A large force approaches, one scout gasped, dismounting in front of Robb and Jon. Banners of gold and red. Lannister reinforcements from the west. Robb stiffened. How large? Could be 10,000, maybe more, the scout answered. They're pushing hard. I saw cavalry outriders wearing the sigil of the lion. The camp erupted in hurried preparations. If Tywin Lannister's forces or some other Lannister host had come to break the siege, they would catch the besiegers in a vice. King's Landing's defenders on one side, the Lannister relief force on the other. Margaery's face turned pale but determined as she ordered the Tyrell men to form ranks to the west. Robb mustered the Northmen and Riverlords, placing them in strategic lines behind crude earthworks. Jon donned his helm, heart-pounding. This would be the decisive moment. Either they drove off the Lannister reinforcements and forced the city to surrender, or they risked being shattered between hammer and anvil. Within hours, the western horizon filled with dust clouds and the glint of armor. Horns bellowed across the plain, and Jon found himself mounted again, near Robb. Gray wind prowled at the front, snarling at the approaching riders. The Tyrell cavalry formed up on the flanks, heavy lances bristling, while the core of the Northmen under the Great Jon and Karstark locked shields. Catapults were turned about, aimed westward. The Lannister force swept into view, a sea of crimson banners emblazoned with the Golden Lion. At its head rode a lord in gilded armor, flanked by knights in full plate. The sun glinted off their steel like shards of fire. A hush of dread and anticipation ran through the lines. Then the horns signaled the charge. The Tyrell knights thundered forward, lances lowered, meeting the Lannister cavalry in a colossal crash of steel, horseflesh, and splintering wood. Screams ripped the air as men were unhorsed, some trampled, others pierced clean through by lances. The battlefield devolved into chaos. Robb raised his sword and shouted for the northern infantry to advance, supporting the Tyrell knights. Jon spurred his mount, surging into the fray with a group of Stark bannermen. He had never ridden into pitched cavalry combat like this. It was a maelstrom of swirling dust, clanging swords, and the shrieks of dying horses. He struggled to keep track of friend and foe, slashing at lion-crested shields, parrying a spear that nearly caught him in the ribs. Blood sprayed across his armor as a man next to him was cut down. Gray wind snarls cut through the din. The direwolf leaped upon a fallen Lannister soldier, savage jaws ripping into flesh. The soldier's screams were lost in the cacophony. Jon pressed forward, spotting the Grachan's towering form, bellowing curses as he hammered at Lannister foot soldiers who had joined the fight. On the far side, Tyrell infantry advanced in ordered ranks, pikes bristling, eventually slowing the Lannister cavalry's momentum. For a moment, it seemed they might hold. But then another wave of Lannister riders crested a low hill. They came crashing down on the Tyrell flank, driving deep into their lines. Robb, seeing the danger, wheeled about with a cluster of Northmen trying to reinforce that side. A swirl of dust engulfed them, and Jon lost sight of Robb for an agonizing moment. He nearly charged after him, but a group of Lannister swordsmen encircled Jon, forcing him to fight for his life. He slashed left, parried right, feeling the jarring impact of steel on steel. An arrow zipped past his cheek, close enough to stir the hair beneath his helm. He caught a glimpse of a lion's sigil in front of him, someone in ornate plate, presumably a knight of rank. The knight roared and spurred forward, thrusting a spear. Jon swung his blade, knocking the spear aside, then kicked his horse forward, ramming the knight. They both toppled from their mounts, crashing to the churned ground. For a dizzying instant, Jon feared he would be trampled, but he rolled away, sprang to his feet. The knight rose as well, swinging a longsword. Blow after blow rang out, each block sending shocks through Jon's arms. At last, in a final desperate strike, Jon battered the knight's sword arm aside and drove his blade into the weak point under the arm. The knight gasped, blood foaming at his lips, then collapsed. Panting, Jon tore off his helm, sweat stinging his eyes. A blast of a horn came from behind the Lannisters. No, not behind. It was within their ranks, near the center. Jon shielded his eyes against the sun, squinting. A new banner was raised above the swirling melee. At first, he thought it was more Lannisters, but then realized the sigil was not a lion, but a flayed man. Dread coiled in his gut, House Bolton. And they were driving into the Lannister flank with savage force, led by a pale rider in dark armor. For a moment, Jon hoped it was an ally's arrival. But Roose Bolton had been left to secure the twins, hadn't he? Desperate shouts rang across the battlefield. The Boltons crashed into the Lannisters from one side, helping the Tyrell lines. Then, with sudden horror, Jon realized the Bolton riders also turned their swords on the Tyrell men. They were attacking indiscriminately. Confusion rippled through the field, men of the north and the Reach unsure if Bolton was friend or foe. Some parted to let them pass, only to be cut down. In the midst of the chaos, Roose Bolton's cold face remained unreadable, his voice commanding more slaughter. "Traitors!" roared the great Jon, trying to rally the Northmen. But it was too late, chaos had engulfed the field. The Lannisters, seeing this new confusion, pressed the advantage. Tyrell soldiers reeled back, hammered from both sides. Robb's lines threatened to collapse. Jon's heart pounded. He saw men wearing the flayed man's sigil cutting down Stark bannermen, and dread curdled into fury. He spurred his horse, or rather a horse he took from a fallen rider, weaving through the fray to find Robb. Bodies littered the ground, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. At last, through a swirl of dust, Jon spotted Robb's auburn hair. Robb was dismounted, fighting with sword and shield, trying to hold off a cluster of Bolton men who advanced with predatory glee. Grey Wind was nowhere in sight. "No!" Jon shouted, charging in, sword raised high. He slammed into the Bolton flank, knocking one man aside, cutting down another. Robb took the opening, thrust his sword into a third man's chest. Their eyes met, fleeting relief and determination passing between them. But the Bolton force was too large, too sudden. More men in flayed man livery pressed forward. Jon recognized some faces from Winterfell's campaigns, Carhold men, perhaps forcibly allied with Bolton now. Why were they doing this? In the swirling madness, Jon heard a horn ring out again, and some of Bolton's men peeled away, turning on Lannisters near the center. It was an indiscriminate slaughter, as if Bolton were intentionally sowing chaos. The field devolved into multiple pockets of savage fighting, alliances uncertain, every man for himself. Jon's ears rang with the clash of steel, the cries of the wounded. Then he saw Roose Bolton himself, mounted on a pale horse, scanning the battlefield like a predator. Jon's blood ran cold. If Bolton had turned traitor, their entire siege force could be undone. He shouted to Robb, "We must retreat. Fall back to the siege lines, regroup." Robb nodded, battered but unbroken, and they both attempted to signal a withdrawal. But in the chaos, the horns were garbled, commands lost in the screams. A wave of Lannister riders charged again from the west, scattering Tyrell foot soldiers. Jon saw Margaery far off, surrounded by her guard, desperately retreating. The great Jon tried to form a shield wall, but Bolton's men smashed into his flank. Arrows rained from archers who had no clear lines of friend or foe. A frenzied melee so thick that men tripped over corpses. Jon lost track of Robb in the press. "Robb!" he yelled, only half sure he could be heard. He fought on, a savage desperation fueling each strike. His sword arm felt leaden. Sweat poured into his eyes, blurring his vision. At last, the Bolton wave receded, leaving a sea of carnage in its wake. The Lannister line had also taken severe losses and was attempting to reorganize further west. Jon staggered, searching the bodies. One face, then another, not Robb. He shouted until his voice was hoarse. Finally, near a broken standard of the direwolf, he saw a figure slumped in the dust. Heart hammering, he rushed over, dreading what he might find. It was Robb, lying on his back, blood staining his side. His sword hand still gripped the hilt, though the blade was snapped. A cluster of dead Bolton men lay around him. He had sold his life dearly, or so it looked. Robb! Jon dropped to his knees, fear choking him. He pressed a hand to Robb's chest, desperate for signs of life. Robb's eyes fluttered open, and a ragged cough escaped him. "Jon," he managed, voice thick with pain. "Are you unhurt?" Jon fought back tears, leaning over him. "Don't speak. I'll find a maester. We'll—" Robb shook his head weakly. Too many men lost. Bolton traitors. He gasped, blood bubbling on his lips. "You must lead them now, my brother. For the North, for the realm." "No," Jon said desperately, pressing a trembling hand over the gushing wound. "I won't let you die. You're the king in the North." He choked on the words, memories of Ned Stark's death flooding back. Robb's eyes were glazed, struggling to focus. "Protect them, Jon," he murmured. "Protect them." His chest shuddered, and he exhaled a last breath. The young wolf was gone, eyes half-lidded, face spattered with blood. In the dust of a battlefield steeped in betrayal, Jon felt the world tilt beneath him. For a moment, everything else faded. The clash of arms, the roar of battle, only the hush of finality as he cradled Robb. Beslem form in his arms. His brother, bound to him by love and loyalty, was dead. In the distance, horns signaled and the swirl of fighting continued. The siege lines had collapsed into a disordered mess. The Tyrells and Lannisters, battered, withdrew to regroup. Bolton's men receded as well, their objective, whatever it was, seemingly accomplished. Bodies littered the field like broken dolls. Numb, Jon placed a trembling hand on Robb's eyes, closing them. He rose unsteadily, shoulders sagging with grief. Grey wind was nowhere to be seen, or perhaps lay among the fallen. The sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the carnage in a golden, awful light. A bitter wind seemed to blow through Jon's soul. He thought of their hopes, the letter from Ned Stark, the plan to unite the realm behind Jon's Targaryen claim with Robb at his side. Now it was shattered by betrayal. He forced himself to stand tall, wiping tears with the back of his hand, smearing blood across his cheek. The men left standing, battered and broken, began to rally around him, eyes wide with despair at seeing their king's body. The great Jon, wounded but alive, limped forward and saw Robb's still form. His bellow of anguish was loud as thunder. "What do we do?" a young soldier asked, voice trembling. Jon looked across the field, mind reeling. Their lines had disintegrated, but the Lannisters had also pulled back. Bolton's men were scattered, presumably regrouping. The walls of King's Landing loomed, silent watchers to this horror. Tens of thousands had died, and for what? He took a ragged breath. Then he heard Robb's last words echo in his mind. "You must lead them now, my brother. Duty. For the realm, for the North, for the Riverlands, for all who had pinned their hopes on Ned Stark's sons." Though it felt as if a piece of him had died with Robb, Jon set his jaw, turning to face those who remained. He was no longer simply a brother of the Night's Watch, nor a reluctant Targaryen claimant. Now, by blood and by the trust Robb had placed in him, he was leader of these men. They needed him to stand, to keep them from being slaughtered or scattered. He thought of the vow he had once taken, the vow that ended with, "And now my watch begins." Now a different watch began, at the edge of a battlefield soaked in betrayal and heartbreak. He would have to find a path forward, avenge Robb, stop the Lannisters, and bring some semblance of peace to this realm. Or die trying. Jon's voice emerged, quiet but unwavering, a single torch in endless night. "Rally to me. Gather the wounded. We will not abandon them. We will not give in. We hold what lines we can, we regroup, and then we see this through. For the North. For the Riverlands. For King Robb." The great Jon knelt, tears streaking his rugged face, pressing a fist to his heart. "I for King Robb," he echoed brokenly. Others followed suit, and in that moment, Jon felt the burden of 1,000 lifetimes fall on his shoulders. His claim, his lineage, his duty, they all converged in a single, terrible imperative: lead. He gathered what remained of his courage, steeling himself for the trials ahead. The war was not won. The realm was not saved. But Jon Targaryen, once Jon Snow, stood there amid the carnage, determined that Robb Stark's sacrifice would not be in vain. The watchers on the walls might see only a battered force reeling from betrayal, but they would soon learn that a wolf dragon's fury was not so easily quenched. And so, with pain and vengeance gripping his heart, Jon turned to the smoldering horizon, resolved to bring fire and justice to those who had shattered their hopes, no matter the cost. Jon stood amidst the barren remnants of the battlefield, feeling the last echoes of Robb's heartbeat fade against his gloves. His brother's cooling blood stained the leather, and for a horrible, suspended moment, the world seemed to stop. The clang of steel in the distance faded to a dull roar, the cries of pain from the wounded turned into a muted dirge, and Jon's vision tunneled until all he saw was Robb's slack face, eyes forever closed. The king in the north, his brother, his friend, was gone. The great Jon knelt nearby, pressing a rough hand to Robb's still chest, tears cutting through the grime on his cheeks. "My king," he managed in a strangled voice, looking lost as though he expected Robb to stir and speak. When only silence answered, he threw back his head and bellowed in furious grief, a sound that churned Jon's stomach. He could not blame the man. The entire northern cause had just been decapitated in a single blow. Men from both the Riverlands and the north gradually closed in, forming a protective ring around Jon and Robb's body. A hush washed over them, broken by soft weeping or half-choked curses. Farther afield, the day's horror continued in ragged spurts of violence. The Bolton men, after wreaking havoc in the Lannister lines and slicing into the northern ranks, had vanished in a swirl of dust and steel. No clear alliances remained on the field. If any men of House Lannister or House Tyrell were still fighting, it was in pockets of confusion, trying to regroup or simply survive. Jon inhaled through clenched teeth. He had no time to mourn, not truly, and that realization felt like a fresh wound. Everything in him screamed to stay here, cradle Robb's head, sob out his fury at the gods for this cruelty. But the legacy Robb had thrust upon him, protect them, lead them, would not wait. He fought down the urge to cry out, forced himself to stand, and raised his voice so that the wounded and scattered could hear. "Gather to me," he shouted, stepping back from Robb's lifeless form. "Form ranks. We cannot stay exposed." The great Jon turned, red-rimmed eyes fixed on Jon. Then, through whatever heartbreak weighed on him, he thumped his breastplate. "You heard him. Rally to the king. Form up." His voice rang across the trampled earth. It struck Jon like an unexpected blow, the king. But Robb was their king, not him. Yet men began obeying, stumbling toward Jon, looking to him for direction as they had once looked to Robb. There was no time to deny it or question it. Jon lifted his sword arm. "Form shield walls and pull back to our camp. Bring the wounded." His voice was hoarse, but it carried. "We hold at the palisade. Move." They obeyed. They needed purpose, someone to fill the gaping hole Robb left behind. Jon did not know how many men lay dead. It felt like half of them. Groans filled the air, broken only by the occasional crack of a distant catapult and the hiss of an arrow or two. The sky above was tinted with smoke from the battered siege works and from the city. Soon, everything would be in chaos if they didn't reclaim order. "Lord Umber," Jon shouted to the great Jon, ignoring the wetness in his own eyes. "Find Lady Margaery's position. Protect her line if you can. Keep Tyrell and Stark men from turning on each other in the confusion. I'll handle the rear guard." The great Jon rose, towering over the rest, a fresh snarl twisting his features. "Aye." His voice caught. He'd been about to say, "My king," again, but the words seemed to sear him. Robb's fall was too fresh, too raw. Without further speech, he lurched away, beckoning his men to follow. Some river lords, survivors who had fought at Riverrun and throughout the Trident, parted from the group to help him. Any illusions of a neat, chivalric battle had dissolved entirely. Jon sheathed his sword just long enough to kneel beside Robb one last time. Carefully, he touched Robb's forehead, pushing back the stray auburn locks. "I'll keep my oath," he whispered, voice trembling. "I swear it. I'll protect them." Then, summoning some hidden reserve of will, he stood, shouted for 2 men to bear Robb's body. Though tears threatened to blind him, he forced clarity. They would not leave Robb behind on this cursed field. His brother deserved more than to rot among the fallen, nameless, and unclaimed. It took the combined strength of 2 stout Northmen to carry Robb's body on a makeshift litter. Despite the swirl of chaos, men formed a circle around them, weapons raised, daring any Lannister stragglers or Bolton traitors to interfere. Jon pressed forward, every step feeling like wading through thickening grief. As they trudged through the churned mud and gore, wounded men reached out, calling for water, for help. Jon signaled for stretcher-bearers from the camp behind them. "Bring as many as we can carry," he ordered. "No distinctions between friend or foe, any who will submit, any who no longer fight us. We're not butchers." It was the kind of command Robb would have given, and it made Jon's throat tighten anew. Before they reached their improvised siege lines, a wave of survivors limped in from the left flank. Jon spotted Lady Alice Karstark among them, streaked with blood and dust, her eyes hollow. She had a small cluster of Karstark men. At first, she regarded Jon and the body litter behind him in stunned silence. Then her shoulders sagged. "He's gone," she whispered, swallowing hard. Her face pinched in a spasm of grief. "I saw the Boltons cut through his guard, but I couldn't get there in time. I'm sorry." Jon shook his head. "There was nothing you could do." He glanced at her men. About half carried injuries, a few with arrow shafts protruding from arms or legs. "Get them to the healers. And Alice, stay close. I'll need your voice in council if we're to keep the North united." Her eyes flicked to his, uncertain. But then she bowed her head. "As you say." It was subtle, but she had recognized a shift. Perhaps the entire army recognized it. Jon was not merely Robb's half-brother or Ned Stark's presumed bastard. He was all they had left. Once inside the half-constructed palisade, which had been meant to protect the siege lines from outside incursion, the atmosphere was eerie. Men bustled around with haunted expressions, building up ramparts of sharpened stakes to repel cavalry that might charge from behind. Tyrion Lannister and others inside King's Landing might be peering out, watching the carnage, but as of now, the city's walls were still as grave markers. They must have realized something catastrophic had occurred on the field. Fires crackled in braziers scattered across the sprawl of tents and siege equipment. Jon saw Margaery among her retinue, her cloak torn, hair disheveled. 3 Tyrell knights flanked her, battered but alive. A line of wounded stretched behind them, moaning for the attention of the few maesters and healers they still possessed. When she caught sight of Jon, her lips parted in relief, and her eyes flickered toward the litter behind him. "Where is Robb?" she asked, voice trembling in a rare show of raw emotion. Jon's mouth worked soundlessly a moment. Then he nodded at the litter, and Margaery's gaze followed. Horror dawned on her face. She brought a hand to her mouth, tears welling. "No, I saw him dismount. He was fighting. Her words collapsed into stifled grief. One of her knights placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Jon stepped forward, meeting her gaze. "The Boltons cut him down. They've betrayed us all." He swallowed, wishing for once that duty might relent long enough to allow them tears. But no, time pressed. "You're hurt," he noted, seeing the scrape across her cheek and a shallow cut across her forearm. She glanced down distractedly at the blood on her sleeve. "It's nothing," she murmured. Then her features hardened, sorrow giving way to anger. Roose Bolton. He had come from the north, yes? He has turned cloak. "It appears so," Jon replied. "He and his men attacked Lannister forces first, causing chaos. Then they attacked ours. Now they've melted away, presumably to join with gods know who. The Lannisters if they struck a bargain. Or they could be forging their own path." Margaery's eyes flashed. "They cost us everything." "Robb," she trailed off, pressing her lips together. Then she composed herself with visible effort. "We must plan our next move." Jon grimly nodded. "But first, Robb deserves burial rites." He waved over several men. "Take him to the command tent. Place him with honor. And fetch me the Blackfish, the Great Jon, Lady Alice, Ser Loras, and whoever else remains of rank. We'll hold council at once." He did not miss the flicker of pain that crossed Margaery's face as soldiers bore Robb away. In that moment, he realized how quickly she had become part of the Stark cause. She was betrothed to Jon, yes, but she had forged a real respect for Robb as a commander, maybe even as a friend. This war devoured good men without mercy. Jon turned, catching a glimpse of the Great Jon's massive shape in the smoky gloom. The man was spattered with blood, a nasty gash across his thigh. Yet he hobbled about, shouting for men to stay alert, forcibly preventing drunkenness or desertion. As Jon approached, he saw the old bear of a Lord Slump dragging a hand over his bearded face. "They took him from us, lad," he said, a tremor in his usually thunderous voice. "Snuffed him like a candle. The king in the north." Jon's throat squeezed. "We'll avenge him," he said, softly but with firm resolve. "Gather with the others in the command tent. We must decide how to continue this siege, or if we can continue at all." The Great Jon nodded, though tears still glistened in the corners of his eyes. "I'll come," he said hoarsely. "For him." They parted ways, and Jon moved deeper into the camp. He nearly stumbled over bodies of men who had bled out from earlier injuries, never having found a healer. Groans filled the air. Scattered shrieks drifted from tents where wounded were brought. Jon felt a hollow fury coil in his gut. War was monstrous, no matter who claimed justification. At last, he reached the large command tent that once belonged to Robb. The banner of the direwolf sagged in front, its edges tattered, stained with mud. No one had had the heart to raise a new banner yet. Inside, the table on which they'd spread their campaign maps was littered with melted candles and scattered parchments. Beside it, in a place of prominence, a makeshift stand had been set for Robb's body. He lay on a cloak to keep him off the muddy ground. Someone had closed his eyes and cleaned the blood from his face. In death, his features looked younger, almost as if he were merely asleep. The sight tore at Jon's heart. He forced his gaze away when footsteps shuffled in behind him. Margaery arrived with Ser Loras Tyrell. Loras was pale but uninjured, though his usual gallant demeanor was replaced by shock. Behind them came the great Jon, limping badly. The Blackfish followed, grim-faced as ever, though pain etched new lines around his eyes. An arrow stuck from his left shoulder, the shaft snapped. He kept it there for fear of bleeding out if removed incorrectly. Lady Alice Karstark entered last, pressing a cloth against a cut on her forehead. They gathered around the table. None of them could look at Robb's body without pain. There were no chairs. They had been overturned or repurposed to carry the wounded. Instead, they stood in a haggard circle, blood and mud marking almost every inch of their clothing. Jon broke the silence. "We have to decide what to do now. Our siege is in disarray. Half our men are dead or wounded. The Tyrell forces have taken heavy casualties as well." His gaze flicked to Margaery. "Do we still have enough numbers to hold the city under siege?" Margaery exchanged a quick, wordless look with Loras. The Knight of Flowers spoke first. "We were perhaps 25,000 strong before the battle. Now," he rubbed a hand over his stubbled jaw. "It's hard to say precisely, but likely fewer than 15,000 remain capable of fighting. Many are lost or scattered. Some have deserted amid the chaos. We may still outnumber the Lannisters in the city, but not by as large a margin. And with Bolton's unknown intentions, the risk is significant. If he sides with the Lannisters, they could strike from the rear and crush us." The great Jon grunted. "We lost men too. The River Lords are battered. I can't speak to exact numbers, but I'll guess the Northmen are down to a few thousand who can still wield a blade. Maybe less." The Blackfish set a gauntlet hand on the edge of the table, steadying himself, though the arrow in his shoulder made him wince. "We have a host that's been gutted. The morale is gone. Most only remain because they see no safe route north. Roose Bolton might control the path to the Twins, or the Lannisters could cut them off. If we remain here, pinned between the city walls and possible treachery from behind, we risk total ruin." Margaery pressed her lips together. "But if we lift the siege entirely, Joffrey and Cersei remain in power. The Lannisters will claim victory. The realm will remain under their thumb. House Tyrell will be declared traitors, with the North marked for punishment. We might lose everything anyway." A hush filled the tent as each weighed the hopelessness of their options. Jon exhaled slowly, trying to focus through his grief. His mind flashed back to the desperate stands he'd made at the wall, or beyond it, where the odds seemed impossible but they had survived. Could they apply that same resourcefulness here? It was not so simple as a single fortress with a single tunnel. This was King's Landing, with tens of thousands of defenders, miles of walls, stores of wildfire waiting to be unleashed if cornered. He spoke, voice rough. "We don't necessarily need to lift the siege, but we might need to reconsider our position, fortify some safe ground. Perhaps we entrench on the western approach, keeping the city pinned down from that side while the Tyrell fleet blockades Blackwater Bay. That way, if Bolton or the Lannisters sally forth, they won't have an easy time surrounding us. Meanwhile, we send ravens to every ally we can muster, including the Vale, Dorne, any loyal Northmen who remain beyond Bolton's grasp. Beg them to come." The Greyjohn's mouth twisted in doubt. "Lisa Arryn's no friend, by all accounts. Dorne has no great love for any Targaryen who is not Daenerys, from what I've heard. And we have no guarantee they'll ride south just to help us." He gestured angrily at Robb's body. "Damn the phrase and damn Roose Bolton. We might have had a chance otherwise." Jon's fists clenched at the mention of Bolton. "We'll see him pay," he said quietly, though a tremor of rage underpinned his words. But we need to keep a grip on King's Landing if we're to end Lannister rule. Marjorie seemed to draw courage from Jon's steady composure. We do have a blockade in place. The Red Wine fleet is anchored off the bay. They might hold out for a time, although the city might still have some stockpiles. If a relief fleet arrives from somewhere else, though, that blockade could be broken. Ser Loras exhaled. It's all precarious. If Tywin Lannister were still alive. He's not, the Blackfish cut in, wincing as pain lanced his shoulder. The old lion is gone. But there's Kevin Lannister, or even Jaime Lannister, if he's not captured. We can't be certain who leads them. The Boy King is incompetent, but that Queen Mother, Cersei, can be cunning. Or vicious, Marjorie added softly, her face drawn. But if we retreat entirely, we lose all advantage. We might never have another chance to press King's Landing. This war would drag on for years. Jon closed his eyes, recalling Robb's final plea in that broken voice. Protect them? If they stayed and starved out the city, it might eventually yield. But that could take months. In the meantime, Bolton could pick them off, or the city might attempt to break out. The alternative was to storm the walls. That had always been a last resort. They'd lose countless men, and if Cersei resorted to wildfire, the city could burn in a green inferno. He looked at the map on the table, even though it was dotted with old scribbles. We might still have a chance at infiltration. The city's too large to be airtight. Loras, you tried to place men inside. Some may still remain. If we can coordinate to open a gate or sabotage the defenses. A gamble, Marjorie said, studying Jon's face with a subtle intensity as though deciding if he had the nerve to pull it off. War is a gamble, Jon replied. But it's better than waiting for Bolton's blade in the dark. The Great Jon and the Blackfish exchanged glances, both wounded, both exhausted. At last, the Blackfish gave a single nod. We can't stand idle. This siege is already half lost with Robb gone. But if you can break the city from within, if you can topple Joffrey, you might restore some morale. The men need hope. And a king, the Great Jon rasped. His words hung in the air. It was the first open acknowledgement. Jon swallowed hard, an uneasy sensation creeping over him. Robb had named him, in those final seconds, to protect the cause. The men would look to him now as they once looked to Robb. Would they proclaim him king in the north? Yet he also carried the Targaryen name. The realm might see him as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Could he wear two crowns at once, or was that even possible? The silence pressed in. All eyes rested on Jon. He felt like a man standing at a precipice, the wind tugging him forward. Marjorie stepped closer, her voice quiet yet resolute. Jon, this realm needs leadership. We have a betrothal oath that ties House Tyrell to you. The Northmen followed you into battle because Robb made them see your worth. Right or wrong, you are the heir to Rhaegar and also to House Stark through your mother. We cannot wait for the realm to catch up to the truth. It needs a figurehead now. The Great Jon sank to one knee, ignoring the protest of his wounded leg. He stared at the ground. Robb named you brother, then he died in your arms. If that isn't a sign from the old gods and the new, I don't know what is. I'm no lord of fancy words, but I'll follow you. If you'll have me. Jon's heart pounded. He'd sworn an oath to the Night's Watch once upon a time, then learned that oath was built on a hidden truth. He'd been made to break it by the demands of this war, by the revelations of his parentage. Now, these people asked him to assume a throne. He did not feel ready or worthy, but he saw no one else. Rise, he said quietly, lifting the Great Jon by the shoulder. We'll see this done together. He turned to the rest, Marjorie, the Blackfish, Lady Alice, Ser Loras, and the battered men peeking through the tent flaps, anxious for guidance. I don't presume to call myself king in the north. That was Robb's title. But if you'll follow me, I swear by the old gods and the new, I will do everything in my power to avenge him, to protect our people, and to see justice done. If that means taking the Iron Throne from Joffrey, so be it. I can't promise we'll succeed, but I will not turn from this fight. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the Blackfish bowed his head, the arrow in his shoulder quivering. I followed Ned Stark, then Robb Stark, and now I'll follow you. Lady Alice Karstark pressed a fist over her heart, swallowing tears. Winterfell stands with you, she said, voice quavering slightly. For House Stark. Ser Loras Tyrell inhaled. House Tyrell declared for you and for Robb. We do not abandon oaths easily. The Reach stands at your side. Marjorie offered a nod as well, though the sorrow in her gaze told Jon she was still mourning Robb. They all were. We will honor this betrothal, she said softly, for the sake of the realm. Outside, the men who lingered at the entrance overheard enough to begin murmuring. It was not a triumphant cry, no one had the strength for it, but it was a murmur of relief, of direction. A battered army would hold together if they had a leader. Jon turned, walked to Robb's body, and laid a hand on his chest one last time. We bury him tonight, Jon said, voice low. With all the honor we can muster. Then tomorrow we solidify our lines, reorganize the siege as best we can, and plan how to undermine King's Landing from within. The Great Jon's chin trembled, but he rumbled agreement. Aye. We'll give him the send-off he deserves. In the hours that followed, the camp stirred with hushed preparation. Messages flew among the ranks. Robb Stark had been slain, but the cause would continue under Jon Targaryen, who was also a Stark by maternal blood. Some in the north bristled at the notion of a Targaryen claim overshadowing their dearly won independence. Others saw in it a chance to avenge Ned Stark, trusting that if one of their own, Lyanna's son, sat the throne, the north would be justly treated. The Tyrell men, battered and uncertain, reminded each other of Margaery's betrothal. If their lady was to be queen, then they still had a stake in this war. So, for all the gloom, a faint sense of unity took shape. Night fell. They built a great pyre beyond the palisade for the king in the north. It was an act that combined northern custom, a return to fire in times of war, since burying in these fields was impossible, and the necessity of preventing the vile desecration that might befall a fallen king if the Lannisters or Boltons took the field again. Scores of men, limping and wounded, gathered in a somber semicircle as Robb's body was placed upon a stretcher of logs and kindling. Grey Wind's remains had not been found. Some said they saw the dire wolf fall among the chaos, cut down by a dozen spears. Others whispered Grey Wind might still be alive out there, fighting. Regardless, the famed bond between man and wolf ended in heartbreak, and the loss weighed on them all. Jon stood at the front, a torch in hand. Candlelight and braziers cast ghostly shadows across his face. He wore plain armor, battered from the fight, and no crown. The hush was total. 1,000 men or more ringed the pyre, though the army's losses had been so great that gaps pocked the ranks. He glanced back at Margaery, who lingered near Ser Loras and the Great Jon. They nodded in silent encouragement. For a second, his mind flashed to another funeral on the desolate fist of the first men, or a Castle Black, where they would burn the bodies so they would not rise again. This was different. This was farewell to a brother. Slowly, he touched the flame of his torch to the pyre's edges. The drywood caught, a whisper of sparks turning into hungry flames that raced across the kindling. Someone behind him, he was not sure who, began to chant the old words of mourning used in the north. Others joined in quietly, a throaty lament that resonated beneath the flicker of fire. The heat grew intense and men stepped back, shielding their eyes. Robb's form was consumed by an orange glow, sparks dancing into the night sky. Jon stood there, tears unnoticed on his cheeks, letting the warmth scorch away the last vestiges of numbness. He tried to hold onto some memory of Robb laughing in the courtyard at Winterfell, swords clacking in a friendly spar, faces turned upward toward their father. He felt the new weight upon him, heavier than any armor. Robb had believed in him enough to name him guardian, to pass on the duty of the realm's salvation. Even if Jon never felt worthy, he would carry it. The lament ended in silence, broken only by crackling flames. After a time, men drifted away to nurse wounds or find restless sleep. Still, Jon lingered until the fire died down to embers. Finally, he turned, walking slowly back to the command pavilion, the night wind ruffling his hair. The hush of the hour felt almost sacrilegious in how it contrasted with the day's carnage. Inside the tent, a small council awaited him. Margaery sat on a stool, exhausted but vigilant. The Blackfish had found a maester who bandaged his arrow wound. He now stood with a sling around his arm. Alice Karstark rubbed her bloodshot eyes, trying to stay awake. The Great Jon paced a few steps, his leg wound cleaned and wrapped, though he still limped. Ser Loras, arms folded, glanced up as Jon entered. "Is it done?" Margaery asked softly. Jon nodded, not trusting his voice at first. He sat on the edge of a wooden chest that had been repurposed as a seat. "We have to plan," he said, his throat still hoarse. "Tomorrow, the men will look to us for orders." The Blackfish ran a hand over his graying hair. "Aye. The Lannisters will realize soon enough that we're reeling. They may sally out, or they may simply hold the walls, waiting for us to starve or break. We must appear strong." Margaery leaned forward. "Should we press an assault quickly before they learn how badly we're wounded? They might not expect it after the losses we've taken." The Great Jon ground his teeth. "Storm the city? Huh. Could be a bloodbath. Not that I shy from blood, but they'll have archers, boiling oil, scorpions. If we fail, that's the end." Jon opened one of the maps on the table, though it was badly crumpled and stained. His gloved finger traced the outline of the walls. "An all-out assault is madness. If they have caches of wildfire, half our army might burn. But infiltration, if we can open a gate from inside as planned before, could give us a fighting chance." Fewer casualties if we do it at night with precise coordination. Ser Loras nodded. Some of my men might still be hidden inside the city, loyal to House Tyrell. We need to get word to them. But how? The Lannisters will have locked down the gates, especially after the fiasco that cost those gold cloaks their lives. Marjorie tapped her chin. We might send a small team under cover of darkness. There are secret ways in and out, some smugglers' tunnels along the Blackwater Rush, for instance. Renly once told me that the city has more hidden entrances than the official histories let on. If we find them, we can bring an envoy inside or pass messages. Dangerous, the Blackfish said. The Lannisters likely guard the hidden ways, especially if Varys the Spider is still around. Jon's brow tightened. Dangerous, yes, but we have few options. We need to reach those men inside, or the siege drags on forever, giving Roose Bolton time to strike again. We can't just wait for him to whittle us down. He paused, glancing at the Great Jon and the Blackfish. We also need eyes on Bolton. Someone must scout the roads behind us, see if the Drevfort men are regrouping. We don't want to be trapped here. The Great Jon let out a rough grunt. I'll send riders. I'll go myself if need be. No, Jon said. You can scarcely walk, let alone ride for days. Send your best outriders. Quiet men you trust. I want to know exactly where Bolton's heading. He turned to Marjorie and Loras. Meanwhile, we'll plan a covert mission into the city. If we can't open the gates swiftly, we might at least undermine their defenses or sow confusion enough to launch an attack from outside. Marjorie pursed her lips. Agreed. But who leads it? Silence settled. The Blackfish's wound would hinder him. The Great Jon was not a man of stealth. Ser Loras was well known and might be recognized. Marjorie was obviously too prominent. Lady Alis Karstark had no experience in infiltration. The men of the North revered Jon, but he was now their commander. If he perished in a reckless infiltration, the entire cause might crumble. Jon exhaled, sifting through possibilities. We can send a group of skilled men, some Riverlanders, some Tyrells, to slip in. I might join them if it's necessary. An immediate protest rose from the Blackfish. You're a leader now. If you die, we lose all unity. Let me lead them. My arrow wound is painful, but that arrow is near your heart, Jon said, gently but firmly. You'd slow us down, or you might tear it loose in the process. I can't risk losing you as well, Uncle. The old knight's eyes glinted at being called Uncle. He gave a curt nod, though anger still tugged at his mouth. Then picked someone else with a head on his shoulders. Alis Karstark stepped forward. I can go, she said, brow furrowed. I have some skill with a blade, and the Lannisters do not know my face well. If I don't claim to be of Carhold, I might pass as a Sellsword or a lesser retainer. Marjorie studied Alis thoughtfully. A woman might draw less suspicion, and with a cloak and some city accent, you could slip through. But you'd need a few men to watch your back, and they'd have to be men the Lannisters wouldn't immediately recognize. Ser Loras cleared his throat. I have some lesser knights who swore to my brother Renly, men who have rarely been at court. They might pass as travelers or merchants. Alis nodded. We'll do it then. We find a hidden passage near the Rush or near the Mudgate, slip in, locate the Tyrell loyalists, and set a plan to open a gate, maybe in a few nights' time. We'll need a signal for when the outside host should attack. Jon felt a mixture of relief and trepidation. It's a heavy burden, Alis. If you're discovered, they'll execute you. He looked her in the eye, seeing the determined glint there. But it could win us the city without a long siege. She lifted her chin. I was taught to serve House Stark. Robb's gone. My father was executed by the Lannisters, and then my brother was killed in the war. If I can do something to end this, I will. Jon nodded solemnly. Then tomorrow rest. We'll gather provisions, plan your infiltration. You leave at dusk. Meanwhile, the rest of us will try to keep the Lannisters distracted, throwing up siege works and making feints as though we're preparing for an assault. Understood, said Alis. The Great Jon sank onto a barrel, face lined with fatigue. We'll see if that can get us through. And what of the men? Do we declare you king? Targaryen or Stark? The North wants clarity. A hush followed. Marjorie looked at Jon, a question in her eyes. The Blackfish bowed his head, letting Jon speak first. Finally, Jon forced out a reply. My mother was Lyanna Stark. My father was Rhaegar Targaryen. So in truth I am both. But the North claimed independence under Robb. If I sit on the Iron Throne, the question remains, do we keep the North separate or reunite it with the rest of the realm under a fairer crown? He rubbed his temples. I can't decide that alone, not tonight. For now, we fight together to overthrow the Lannisters and avenge Robb. When the war ends, I will respect the North's choice. If they want to remain separate, I will honor that. That's enough for me, the Great Jon said with a weary smile. As for the men, they'll want to hail you as king. Whether king of the north or king of the 7 kingdoms, I cannot say. But they'll call you something. The Blackfish gave a faint grin. Let them call him what they will. He's leading us, that's certain. A flicker of gratitude sparked in Jon. Then tomorrow we solidify our lines. And Alice, you prepare for your mission. Let's take what rest we can. He looked at Marjorie. We should speak privately later to ensure the Tyrell men remain steady. They're frightened and uncertain now that Robb's, he couldn't say the word. Marjorie's eyes glimmered with tears she refused to shed. I'll do what I can. Good night, my Jon. He nodded, and one by one they dispersed, leaving Jon alone by the battered table. The wind flicked the tent sides, carrying the lingering smell of smoke from Robb's pyre. Jon let his head sink into his hands. He thought of Ned Stark, who had borne a quiet dignity, and of Robb, who had led so fearlessly. Both were gone, and Winterfell itself was a distant memory. Jon had never wanted a crown. But here he stood, the only shield between the realm and the Lannisters, and, if rumors were true, an even darker threat beyond the wall. The weight nearly crushed him. But memory returned, the countless nights he'd stood atop the wall, wind biting his face, fear chewing at his heart, yet standing firm because that was his duty. He rose from the table, exhaling a tremulous breath. Duty would see him through, even if the cost was dear. He left the tent, found a battered cot in a smaller one, and collapsed into an uneasy sleep. His dreams were filled with images of Robb, half-burned, calling out to him across a sea of flame, while in the distance, white shadows with eyes of ice hovered. Then the dream shifted. He saw a dragon, dark and scaled, roaring above the turrets of the Red Keep. At its feet, a direwolf and a lion lay locked in final combat. The images tangled, yanking him awake just before dawn, sweat soaking his tunic. He rose, heart pounding. A dream or a vision? He could not tell. Outside, the camp stirred with the first pale light. Jon splashed water on his face, the cold sting cutting through his exhaustion. He donned his brigandine and sword belt, mentally preparing for a day of chaos. Emerging into the morning, he saw the great Jon already shouting orders at a group of Riverland archers. Ser Loras conferred with Tyrell captains near a line of horses. The siege engines, half-burned, were being hastily repaired or replaced. Men hammered spikes into the ground, building a new perimeter in case Bolton's host returned. Jon approached the lines where many Northmen stood with sullen faces. They parted to let him through. A few knelt, a gesture he hadn't expected, and he felt a rush of discomfort. Yet he placed a hand on each man's shoulder or nodded with what calm he could muster. They needed a figure of strength, not a man lost in mourning. One soldier, older and gray-bearded, looked up at Jon with tearful eyes. "We lost my lord, your brother. But if you lead us, we'll follow your grace." Jon gently lifted the man to his feet. "Call me Jon, or call me your grace if it gives you heart. Either way, I won't abandon you." He moved on, giving instructions for the men to gather logs and stones to fortify the lines. He reminded them to watch for Lannister sorties. As he strode through the camp, he saw Marjorie speaking softly with some Tyrell soldiers who were on the verge of panic. She had a soothing presence, urging them to stand firm with talk of the bounty that would come once King's Landing was theirs. The soldiers seemed to calm under her words. Jon marveled at her gift. She was no fighter, but she possessed a political and emotional intelligence he could hardly match. Eventually, he met her near one of the partially constructed catapults. The morning sun glinted off her hair, though dust still clung to her cloak. She offered him a small, weary smile. "I've done what I can to steady them," she murmured. "They lost so many friends, so many nights. But they'll fight if they believe in a future." Jon inclined his head gratefully. "Thank you. It helps more than you know." She studied him a moment. "You seem different. Harder, perhaps? Like a man bearing an unbearable weight." He paused, letting the distant clang of hammers fill the silence. "I can't let them see me hesitate. If I do, the alliance will crumble. They need to believe in me even if I'm not certain of myself." A gentle expression crossed her face and she touched his arm. "If you doubt yourself, confide in me or in those who stand with you. That's how you remain strong." He took a breath, wishing to speak openly but bound by the swirl of tasks. "I appreciate that," he said quietly. "I truly do." By midday, the camp's perimeter was more secure. Scouts reported that the Lannisters showed little sign of sallying forth. Perhaps they were as disordered by the recent carnage as Jon's forces. Another band of scouts returned from the west, saying they had found no large Bolton army in the immediate vicinity, just scattered tracks heading north. That was both good and ominous. It suggested Roose Bolton might have left the area, but he was doubtless planning something in the north. Jon took a moment to eat a bland meal of hard bread and salted beef. standing while scanning the city walls. King's Landing seemed quiet under the midday sun, but he knew behind those walls, fear and cunning would brew. Cersei might even attempt to parley now that Robb was dead. Some bargain offering them partial surrender in exchange for Joffrey's continued rule. He would reject any such truce. Too much blood had been spilled to accept a compromise with the Lannisters. Near dusk, Alice Karstark appeared, dressed in drab leathers, her hair darkened with dye to make her less recognizable. She carried a short sword at her hip, a sturdy dagger strapped to her calf. 5 men accompanied her, each wearing the livery of no house, anonymous chainmail and cloaks of brown or green. Ser Loras introduced them as men once loyal to Renly but never present at court, so their faces were not well known. Jon stood with them at the edge of camp, near a hidden path down to the Blackwater Rush. "This leads to some old smugglers' trails," he explained. "The plan is to slip around the city's southern edges, out of sight of the walls. Avoid any Lannister patrol, then search for the hidden passages. If you can't find one, or it's too well guarded, return safely. We'll devise another plan." Alice nodded, face set. "Understood." Jon grasped her forearm, meeting her gaze. "Thank you. This is dangerous beyond measure." She gave a tight half-smile. "Better to die for the North than rot in a fruitless siege." Then she glanced at Margaery, who stood behind Jon. "We'll do our best, my lady. If we succeed, we'll light 3 torches atop the river gate at midnight on the appointed day. That will be your signal to attack." Margaery inclined her head. "The moment we see it, we'll strike. Good luck." With that, Alice and her small band slipped into the waning light, cloaks blending with the brownish scrub along the river. Jon watched them go, a heaviness settling in his chest. If they were captured, the Lannisters would torture them for any information. If they succeeded, they might open a path to victory. So much depended on a single night infiltration. As the evening deepened, Jon resumed his rounds. The Great Jon had posted new guards, archers with keen eyes scanning the darkness. The Tyrell cavalry remained on alert, though their numbers were slashed after the disastrous battle. Half-repaired catapults pointed at the city walls, though no one fired. It was a tense standoff. Neither side dared to ignite a final confrontation yet. Jon found himself eventually drawn to the spot near the palisade where Robb's pyre had been. Only gray ash remained, scattered by the wind. The smell of smoke lingered faintly. He recalled the last time he had truly spoken with Robb before their final, frantic moments on the field. It had been in Riverrun Solar, discussing strategies and half-joking about how swiftly they might end the war. Neither had imagined such a cruel ending. Jon could almost hear Robb's laughter echo in the quiet. A wave of loneliness washed over him, so sharp it hurt. Then footsteps approached. Margaery. She paused a few paces away, her gown replaced by practical riding leathers. The faint glow of torchlight painted gold across her features. "You miss him," she said gently, reading his posture as he stared at the ashes. "I do too. He was kind to me." Jon swallowed, not trusting himself to speak at first. "He shouldn't have died like that," he muttered, voice taut. "We had such plans. And now we have you," Margaery said, stepping closer. "It wasn't fate's design, but the men need hope. I see them look to you. You give them the same presence Robb did, but in a different way. Less fiery perhaps, but still strong." He glanced at her, uncertain. "I don't feel strong." "Perhaps not," she said softly. "But sometimes leadership is simply enduring when all else fails." He gave a bleak nod, turning back to the ashes. A moment of silence passed, and then she spoke again, more quietly. "I think about how this was never my intention. First wed to Renly, then betrothed to Joffrey, and now promised to you. War has tossed me from one fate to another, and I've tried to keep my wits about me. But this alliance, I believe in it. I believe in you." Her words, earnest and unforced, caught him off guard. He glanced at her. Margaery was a political creature, he knew that. She understood how to shape perceptions. Yet in that moment, she seemed sincere, a woman whose world was also upended by violence, forging a bond out of necessity and something more elusive, hope. "I'll try not to fail you," he said quietly. She offered a sad smile, resting a hand lightly on his arm. "We fail only if we surrender to despair. Let us hold fast, Jon. Tomorrow we see what fortune brings." They parted soon after, each returning to their duties. That night, sleeplessness gnawed at Jon again. He paced the camp until the small hours, ensuring pickets remained vigilant, offering a word of encouragement to exhausted archers. Eventually, dawn tinted the eastern sky. The city's walls glowed faintly in the new light. On a different morning, King's Landing might look majestic. Now it looked ominous, the seat of an enemy who had cost him everything. Day after day passed with agonizing slowness. Alice and her band had not returned, nor had any signal appeared on the walls. The Lannisters seemed content to remain behind their fortifications. Occasionally they lobbed a few catapult stones or flaming arrows at the siege lines, as if to remind Jon's forces they were still trapped in a war. The Tyrell blockade in the bay continued, with only sporadic attempts by small ships to slip out at night, most of which were caught. The second week of waiting brought new trouble. Dissent rose among some Northmen who resented the notion of a Targaryen claim overshadowing their king in the north. Others insisted Jon be crowned king in the north, ignoring the Targaryen blood. This rift threatened to split the battered alliance. The Grey Jon and the Blackfish helped calm tensions, reminding them that the real enemy remained the Lannisters and, possibly, Roose Bolton. Jon reaffirmed that he would respect the North's choice after the war. For now, if they wanted to call him king in the North, let them. If they wanted to call him Aegon Targaryen, so be it. He had no time for ceremony. He had a war to win. On the 14th day since Alice departed, the Grey Jon stormed into Jon's pavilion, his anger barely contained. "It's been 2 bloody weeks," he growled. "No sign, no message. Do we keep waiting like beggars?" The men are losing hope. Jon had been poring over scrawled notes on supply counts. They had enough rations for another few weeks, thanks to the Tyrell wagons and the foraging in the surrounding fields. But after that, famine might set in for them as well. His temple throbbed. "We give it more time," he said. Alice may have needed to lie low in the city. Or perhaps they had to wait for an opportune moment. "We can't fling ourselves at the walls." The Grey Jon raked a hand through his beard. I know. But men talk. They say your infiltration plan failed. Or that Alice was caught and killed. Or that she turned coat. The rumor mill grinds our morale to dust. Jon couldn't deny the gnawing fear that Alice and her men had been discovered or betrayed. "One more week," he said, suppressing a note of desperation in his voice. "After that, if there's no word, we'll consider alternative plans." The Grey Jon nodded reluctantly, turning to leave. Then he paused. "We've lost some men to desertion last night. 3 from House Smallwood, 2 from House Tallheart. They slipped off, presumably to return north or to become brigands. If it spreads..." Jon stiffened. "I'll address it. Thank you." When the Grey Jon was gone, Jon sank onto a stool, burying his face in his hands. A whisper of a memory returned, Sam's voice at Castle Black insisting that persistence could overcome despair. He clung to that memory. Even if the infiltration had failed, he had to remain steadfast for those who stayed. That evening, Marjorie approached with an update, news from the blockade. The Redwyne fleet sighted a few vessels flying Lannister flags out in deeper waters, but they didn't engage. Possibly they're testing our perimeter or waiting for reinforcements. She paused, reading the tension in Jon's face. "Still no sign from inside the city?" Jon shook his head. "None. The men grow weary. I can't blame them." She hesitated as though weighing her next words. "If the infiltration fails, we might need to consider a direct assault on a weaker gate, perhaps the Dragon Gate. I've heard it's not as heavily fortified as the others. It would be a massacre, but a short massacre might be better than a slow death." Jon grimaced. "I'll not throw away our men unless there's no other choice. But let's keep that option in mind if the infiltration yields nothing by the month's end." 5 more days trickled by, marked by the occasional skirmish when bold Lannister scouts tested the siege lines. Men on both sides lost their lives in quick bursts of violence. Then came the night that changed everything. Jon had taken to patrolling in the darkest hours, partly to keep men vigilant, partly to ward off nightmares. The moon was bright, illuminating the city's silhouette. He was in the western portion of the camp, near a small cluster of stakes, when he heard a faint horn's note from somewhere toward the gates. He froze, ears straining. Another note, a half-hearted signal. One of his outriders rushed up, panting. "My lord, my king, there's movement at the river gate. Torches on the parapets, and it's not Lannister colors." Jon's heart leapt. "How many torches?" "3 in a row. The exact signal you described for infiltration success." At once, Jon shouted for Marjorie and the Grey Jon. Horns rang out across the camp, men stumbling awake, grabbing pikes and swords. A jangle of harnesses filled the night as cavalry mounted up. The word spread like wildfire, the gate might be opening. This was the chance they'd waited for. He found Ser Loras near the picket lines. "Take half the cavalry to the river gate. If Alice and her men have indeed opened it, rush in. Secure the gatehouse from the inside. Try to keep casualties down if you can, avoid slaughtering small folk. The rest of us will form up behind you." Ser Loras bowed, excitement and tension shining in his eyes. "Yes, my lord." Marjorie appeared in a swirl of hurried footsteps. "So it's happening?" "They've done it." Jon gave a terse nod. "We'll move on foot with the main force. Loras is leading the cavalry. Once the gate is secure, we flood inside." She exhaled, pressing a hand to her chest. "Seven, save us. Let it be real." Within minutes, the quiet night exploded into chaos. The battered but determined alliance formed ranks, torches bobbing, steel glinting in the moonlight. The Grey Jon roared instructions to the Northmen, his booming voice reminiscent of better days. Marjorie stayed behind the first wave with a contingent of Tyrell infantry waiting for the signal to advance. The Blackfish, despite his wound, insisted on riding at Jon's side. He wouldn't be dissuaded. Under the moon's pale glow, Jon led them forward toward the river gate. It was far from their main position, meaning they had to cross open ground near the city walls, a terrifying prospect if the Lannisters unleashed arrows or scorpions. But to his amazement, the parapets near the river gate seemed oddly quiet. A few alarm bells tolled, but not the thunderous barrage of catapult fire he had expected. Had Alice and her men really seized the gatehouse so swiftly? Suddenly, a ripple of movement on the walls, gold cloaks, or Lannister soldiers leaning out. They unleashed a ragged volley of arrows. Some found marks among the cavalry, toppling riders from saddles. A trumpet blast from within the city indicated defenders rallying. Ser Loras's cavalry thundered ahead, raising shields to deflect arrow fire. Jon sprinted after them on foot, sword in hand, adrenaline surging. If the gate was truly opening, they had to break through before the Lannisters sealed it again. With a groan of iron, the great wooden doors of the river gate swung inward. Just a crack at first, but enough for Loras and his leading riders to force themselves inside, parrying frantic defenders. A deafening clash erupted as steel met steel. In the darkness, Jon glimpsed men in Lannister red falling beneath the Tyrell charge. Others fled deeper into the city, presumably to regroup. The cavalry fanned out, trying to keep the gateway clear. Jon and his infantry rushed the threshold. They met a line of desperate Lannister guards, crossbows and spears bristling. The first volley of crossbow bolts hissed by, some thudding into the mud, others embedding in shields and flesh. Shouts of pain spiked around Jon. He ducked beneath a spear, brought his sword across with savage force, cutting the spearman down. Another Lannister soldier came at him with a halberd. Jon sidestepped and thrust upward, the sword biting into the gap beneath the man's arm. Blood sprayed and the soldier collapsed with a gargled cry. His men poured through, the Grey Jon leading a wedge of Northmen who battered aside the disorganized defenders. Meanwhile, Tyrell knights on horseback continued deeper into the city, trying to secure side streets. The clang of metal on stone reverberated through the archway. From above, Lannister archers leaned out the murder holes in the gatehouse ceiling, launching arrows. Jon cursed, pressing himself to the side. The Northmen answered with their own arrows upward, though it was difficult to shoot at the overhead slits. Then, from the interior of the gatehouse, a sudden glow torchlight flared, revealing Alice Karstark. She had flung open a door that led to the murder holes. Her face was streaked with soot, her expression fierce. Behind her, a pair of Renly loyal men swung swords, dispatching the Lannister archers. The archers' screams echoed, and their balefire halted. A brief cheer rose from the Northmen below. Jon caught a glimpse of Alice's eyes flicking down to him. She gave him a tight nod of acknowledgement, then turned to secure the rest of the gatehouse. The infiltration had worked. Jon's heart pounded with savage exhilaration. They had a foothold inside King's Landing. Amid the swirling chaos, Marjorie appeared with a group of Tyrell infantry. She kept behind the lines, letting the men form a protective barrier. "The gatehouse is ours?" she shouted over the din. Jon nodded, pointing upward. "Alice has it. We must press on before the Lannisters regroup. Where's Ser Loras?" She gestured into the city. He rode on. He means to capture the next set of defenses, maybe the Barbican or the guard towers near the Street of Flower. Jon's jaw tightened. We'll follow. Keep your guard around you. I don't trust that we won't meet heavier resistance. The city was huge, with many labyrinthine streets that could bottle up cavalry or funnel them into deadly traps. An entire garrison might be waiting to strike. They pushed deeper, adrenaline fueling them. The city was dark, but not silent. Shouts rang out from windows. The clash of steel echoed in alleys. Small folk peered from doorways or scurried away, terrified by the fighting. The stench of sewage and unwashed humanity hit Jon's nose. He forced himself to keep moving. The great Jon bellowed for the men to form ranks, turning each intersection into a small fortress as they advanced. In the distance, the Red Keep loomed, lit by torches along its battlements. Alarm bells tolled in that direction, summoning whatever remained of Joffrey's loyal defenders. If they managed to hold the city's main thoroughfares, they might keep the army from seizing the keep itself. Jon pressed on, leading a contingent of northerners through narrower streets to flank any Lannister lines that might form. At one corner, they ran into a hastily assembled barricade. A dozen Lannister guards behind overturned carts, crossbows at the ready. Shields! Jon roared. His front rank raised their wooden shields, deflecting the first volley of bolts. The great Jon hefted a spear, hurling it with surprising accuracy over the barricade, impaling a guard who shrieked. At Jon's command, the northerners charged. A savage melee ensued, men vaulting the carts, wrestling crossbowmen to the ground. Screams and blood, the reek of fear. Jon found himself parrying a short sword, pushing forward with his shoulder to unbalance the enemy, then driving steel into a belly. Warm blood washed over his gauntlet. The man sagged, eyes wide. The barricade fell. Some Lannister survivors fled down the street, tossing aside weapons. Jon let them go. No time to chase. Onward they marched, forging a path toward the wider thoroughfares that led to the Red Keep. Ahead, the clang of swords suggested Ser Loras was engaged in heavy combat. Occasional flickers of green flame leapt up in the distance. Wildfire. Jon's heart lurched. If the Lannisters unleashed stores of wildfire, entire districts might burn. He prayed they would not go that far, but with Joffrey and Cersei, anything was possible. Despite the fear of wildfire, the alliance pressed on. Tyrell bannermen now poured through the river gate, reinforcing the initial wedge. Jon's plan was working. Infiltration had cut open a path into the city, and now thousands of men surged in, overwhelming the scattered defenders. Triumph seemed near at hand, yet Jon had learned that a cornered Lannister was at its most dangerous. At a major intersection known as the Fishmonger's Square, they found Ser Loras locked in fierce battle with a larger group of gold cloaks. The young knight's armor was dented, his horse lathered with sweat. He hacked down one foe, then spun to parry a second. His men rallied around him. The gold cloaks, outnumbered and reeling, tried to fall back. The arrival of Jon's forces from the side pinned them. Within minutes, the square was theirs, the corpses of gold cloaks strewn about. Ser Loras wiped sweat from his brow. "We need to keep them on the run," he gasped. "If they form up near the Red Keep, they'll make a last stand behind walls. But if we press now, eh?" A thunderous roar to the east cut him off. Green light flared above the rooftops, a burst of eerie wildfire. Screams erupted from a street or two away. Jon's stomach twisted. That was the direction of one of the main roads leading to the keep. Had the Lannisters ignited caches to halt their advance? He looked around at the Tyrell and Stark men, many wincing at the unnerving glow. "We must flank around, avoid the wildfire if we can. They might be blocking the main approach to the keep. We'll find another route." Ser Loras grimaced. "I'll circle to the north. You take the south. We'll meet at the keep's gates if all goes well." "Understood," Jon replied. In the flickering half-light, he led his contingent through narrower back streets, ignoring the wails of terrified small folk who cowered in doorways. Some tried to cling to them, begging for mercy, for food, for help. Jon felt a pang of pity, but he had to focus. A few blocks away, they glimpsed the flicker of green flames dancing across cobblestone. The Lannisters must have ignited a small store of wildfire to create a barrier. Houses adjacent to that street burned, sending thick smoke billowing upward, orange and green tongues sweet. "Ring together. Come on," Jon shouted to his men, guiding them down a parallel alley. There, they encountered only pockets of frightened civilians. No Lannister soldiers in sight. The Great Jon took the lead, forging ahead with brute determination. They turned another corner, emerging onto a broad avenue overshadowed by tall buildings. Light from the Red Keep now illuminated the skyline, though the keep itself was still a few hundred yards away, perched atop Aegon's high hill. Jon could see archers on the ramparts, silhouettes against the torchlit stone. Suddenly, a cluster of red-cloaked knights trotted into view at the far end of the avenue. Lannister cavalry. They spotted Jon's group and spurred forward, determined to break the northern ranks. Jon's men scrambled to form a spear wall, but in the cramped city streets, it was perilous. The cavalry thundered closer, lances lowered. Jon raised his sword and yelled, "Hold! Brace spears!" The Great Jon roared a challenge. "Come on, you lion scum! Face the free north!" They collided in a chaos of thrashing horses and stabbing steel. Some northern spears struck true, piercing the horses' chests or unseating knights. Others were knocked aside, their owners trampled or impaled. Jon sprang to one side, swinging at a mounted knight's leg. His blade bit deep, toppling the man from the saddle. The horse careened, screaming. Around Jon, men fell, shrieking, hooves crushing bones. The cavalry charge lost momentum after the initial impact, forced to wheel in the tight space. That gave the Northmen a chance to swarm the knights and drag them off their mounts. A savage melee ensued. Jon ducked under a stray lance, driving his sword into a horse's flank to protect one of his men. The beast fell, crushing its rider beneath. Another knight came from Jon's left, spiked mace swinging. Jon barely got his sword up in time. The blow nearly tore the hilt from his hand. He stumbled, forced back. The knight pressed the advantage, swinging again. Jon sidestepped, letting the mace slam into a stone wall, then slashed upward, severing the knight's arm at the elbow. Blood spurted, and the knight screamed, collapsing. Jon panted, reeling from the close call. Gradually, the Northmen overwhelmed the cavalry, though half of Jon's spear wielders lay dead or wounded. The Great Jon emerged from a tangle of corpses, heaving for breath, his beard matted with blood not his own. "We keep going," he rasped. "We're near the keep now." Jon nodded, signaling for them to continue. Flames licked the air in the distance. The wildfire spread had partially died out, but the city burned in scattered patches. The clang of weapons filled the night like discordant bells. He forced himself forward, ignoring the throbbing in his arms. At last, they reached a large courtyard that opened onto the approach to the Red Keep's main gate. The keep's walls rose ominously, a fortress within a city. The portcullis was down, the drawbridge raised. Archers on the battlements loosed arrows at any who ventured too close. A group of gold cloaks and Lannister knights held the courtyard, forming a final defensive line. Far to the left, Ser Loras's Tyrell knights were battling their way forward. On the right, small pockets of Northmen and Riverlords appeared, merging from side streets. Everyone converged on the keep. Jon spied Marjorie's banner in the swirl of chaos, indicating she had joined the front with a guard. He quickly lost sight of her in the press of bodies. The Great Jon cursed. "They're going to hole up inside the keep. We'll never break those walls easily. Not if we unify our forces," Jon said. "A single, concentrated push might breach the portcullis. Or we could scale the walls if we have ladders." Ser Loras galloped over, face streaked with soot. "They're blocking every approach. We need siege equipment to break the keep's gate, or we need them to surrender. But they won't surrender while Joffrey sits enthroned." Jon gritted his teeth. "If we wait for siege engines, the city might burn around us and Bolton might yet come. We can't get pinned here. We must push them now, or at least find a way inside. The keep can't hold forever." Even as he spoke, a swirl of confusion erupted at the far end of the courtyard. A tall, broad-shouldered figure in ornate armor advanced, flanked by a retinue of Lannister men. At first, Jon couldn't make out who it was. Then torchlight glinted on the figure's golden hand, and he realized with a shock, Jaime Lannister. The Kingslayer strode forward with grim purpose, helm tucked under one arm, hair cropped shorter than rumored. His expression was set in a hard line. He raised his voice, carrying across the tumult. "Halt, or your precious city will burn." Jon stepped out from among the Greyjohn's men, sword in hand. "You dare speak of burning the city?" he shouted back. "Your own people are in these streets." Jaime's jaw tightened, but he gave no ground. "King's Landing remains under the crown's protection. You have no right here, Targaryen pretender." Ser Loras, outraged, called back, "You're harboring Joffrey, the false Baratheon. Yield the keep, Jaime, and we'll spare your men." A cruel smirk tugged at Jaime's mouth. "You'll spare them, will you? How generous." He turned, muttering something to an officer beside him. Then his gaze returned to Jon. "If you press this fight, know that wildfire has been placed beneath key parts of the city. My sister is prepared to light them all, should we lose the keep." A ripple of horror spread through the attackers. Jon felt his stomach clench. This was exactly what he'd feared, that the Lannisters would prefer mass slaughter over surrender. But he forced a steady voice. "And if you burn the city, you burn yourselves. You can't outrun wildfire." Jaime shrugged, eyes bitter. "Perhaps not. But my sister is past reason. She'd rather see the city turn to ash than bend the knee to a new Targaryen. Surrender now, or we all burn." Ser Loras cursed. The great Jon stepped forward, rage contorting his features. "You bluff." But from the corner of his eye, Jon noticed columns of green flame flickering in the distance. The threat was very real. He glanced around. Hundreds of men from both the North and the Reach had fought and bled to take the city. They were on the cusp of victory. To turn back now would be unthinkable, but to press on might lead to the utter destruction of King's Landing. Jaime's voice carried again. "Send your envoys if you'd like to parley. But know this, one false step, one attack on the keep, and my sister sets the wildfire ablaze. Perhaps we all die. Are you so eager to rule a kingdom of corpses, Targaryen?" Jon felt his mind reel. If it were only a matter of the Lannisters burning themselves, he might call it a bluff. But tens of thousands of innocent small folk were inside these walls. He couldn't condemn them to a green apocalypse. Could he? Ser Loras turned to Jon, eyes frantic. "We can't let them do this. My sister. Marjorie, she's somewhere behind the lines." If there's wildfire, he swallowed hard, not finishing the thought. The great Jon growled. "Let me kill that one-handed bastard." Hold, Jon snapped, panic roiling beneath his calm facade. He stared at Jaime Lannister, who stood amid a ring of well-armed defenders. This was a stalemate, one the Lannisters could break by setting the whole city aflame. He couldn't order his men to keep charging. Cersei, if pressed, might do it. "We must parley. No more bloodshed tonight." A hush, broken only by crackling flames in the distance. Then Jaime gave a curt nod. "Parley then." Jon turned, signaled for Loras and the great Jon to order a halt. Reluctantly, the men pulled back. The swirl of fighting in the courtyard ebbed, replaced by tense watchfulness. Jon could see the fear in their eyes. They had come so far, only to be threatened with absolute annihilation. He prayed there was some path forward that wouldn't end in destruction. He took a few steps closer, raising his empty hands to show no immediate threat. Jaime did likewise, though his retinue hovered close. At a cautious distance, the two parties faced each other, the Red Keep looming behind Jaime's men, battered but still formidable. Jon's mind raced. He had to find a way to force a surrender or a compromise without letting the city burn. How could he leverage their position? The threat of wildfire was real, but the Lannisters themselves wouldn't want to die in it. Maybe that was the key. If Cersei was truly mad enough, though, logic might fail. And Joffrey was a petty, vicious boy king. They might not be able to reason with him at all. Jaime's gaze roamed over Jon's face, as if trying to see the Targaryen resemblance. "I remember your mother," he said quietly, his voice tinged with something like regret. "She was just a girl, really. The realm went mad over that kidnapping." Anger flared in Jon. "I heard your account of events in that war means little. My mother loved my father, if the stories are true." He forced himself to remain steady. "We're not here to rehash old grievances. The city is ours, but for your keep. Don't force a massacre." Jaime's lips curved in a half-smile. "You speak of mercy? Strange from an invading force. My sister and Joffrey will never kneel to a Targaryen, especially not one allied with the Starks. We're at an impasse, no?" Jon bristled at the old name, but let it pass. "Give up the boy king and we'll spare the rest. You can take the black or go into exile. We only want an end to Lannister tyranny." Jaime's face hardened. "You want the throne for yourself, you mean? You kill children to get it?" Jon's teeth clenched. "I don't kill children. But Joffrey's no child. He's a monster who's killed many." A muscle twitched in Jaime's jaw. "I know what he is. But he's still my blood and Cersei's. She won't yield. If you force her hand, she'll burn the city." Jon felt a measure of despair creeping in. "Then all we can do is talk. For the sake of the people." Jaime hesitated, then exhaled slowly. Very well. We'll talk. You, he gestured to Jon. And maybe one other. Step inside the gatehouse of the keep. We'll do the same. No weapons, no men. A short parley. But if your men push forward, or if you attempt some trick, the wildfire goes up. Agreed, Jon said, though his pulse hammered. It was a gamble to walk into the Red Keep's gatehouse unarmed. But the alternative was a city in flames. He turned to the great Jon and Ser Loras, who crowded near. Stay your men. If I don't return, try to pull back who you can before the city burns. The great Jon's eyes flared. Damn it, I won't let you go alone. I must, Jon insisted. One other with me. Ser Loras, or you, or Marjorie. We can't bring an entire guard. The great Jon opened his mouth to volunteer, but Ser Loras cut in. Take me, my lord. I know the ways of the court. Perhaps I can read Jaime's intentions. Jon hesitated. The great Jon was too blunt for negotiation. Marjorie was cunning, but if she walked in there, she might be recognized by Cersei, who loathed her. That risked immediate violence. Ser Loras was known, yes, but he was also capable in a pinch and unlikely to provoke Cersei more than Marjorie's presence might. Fine, Jon said. Ser Loras with me. Stay close. Within minutes, they removed their swords and daggers, leaving them with the great Jon, who stared after them anxiously. Jaime Lannister did likewise, removing his sword belt, though he still had that golden hand. 2 other knights accompanied him, unarmed except for a single dagger each. Jaime insisted on some minimal protection. Jon and Loras had no choice but to allow it. Tension dripped from every motion as they advanced across the courtyard, stepping beneath the tall gatehouse that led into the Red Keep's outer ward. Inside, torchlight played across red stone walls and the gate's iron portcullis loomed overhead. The portcullis was lowered, creating a small enclosed chamber. A second metal gate barred the path into the ward. This was a killing zone if the Lannisters so chose. Ser Loras stiffened, as did Jon. Jaime gave a curt wave to archers perched above in a catwalk, instructing them to stand down. The air felt stifling. Jaime faced Jon, the flicker of torches revealing lines of fatigue on his face. So here we are, he said coolly. Speak, Targaryen. Jon forced calm. Surrender the Boy King. Let us seat a true ruler on the throne. Your lives can be spared and your house may yet endure. I'm not my ancestors. I won't set the city ablaze to punish you. If you yield, the realm might finally know peace. Jaime laughed, a harsh sound. And do you think my sister will hand over her son because you ask nicely? She despises you and the Starks more than she fears the gods themselves. Ser Loras stepped in. She'll face the headsman if she refuses. Or the entire city's hatred if she sets wildfire. Do you want that on your conscience, Kingslayer? Another Mad King's threat realized? Didn't you kill Aerys to prevent exactly that? The mention of Aerys, whom Jaime had murdered to stop him from igniting wildfire, hit Jaime like a slap. His eyes blazed. Then his face shut down. You think you know me so well? Loras held his gaze. I know enough. You once acted to save King's Landing from that madness. Jaime's lips thinned and he turned away as though the memory pained him. Cersei is no Mad King, he said, though doubt tinged his voice. But she's not bluffing. Jon seized on that. Help us disarm the wildfire. You know where it's stored. You can prevent a massacre. Then no one needs to die. A bitter laugh escaped Jaime. You're naive. My sister would see it guarded by men loyal only to her. She's more cunning than you can guess. Perhaps you can talk her down or kill her before she gives the order. Ser Loras frowned. Kill her? This is your suggestion. Jaime made a dismissive gesture with his golden hand. She's my twin, but I'm realistic about who she is. If you want to save the city, either appease her or remove her. Don't expect her to yield to reason. He paused, amber gaze flicking back to Jon. But you can't simply march in and murder the Queen Mother. You'd have to get close. And if Joffrey sees you coming, he'll sound the alarm. Jon felt the swirl of moral conflict. This was no simple matter of capturing a fortress or toppling a tyrant. They were dealing with a family that might push the entire city into the abyss rather than yield. Would you stand aside if we made the attempt? He asked Jaime softly. Would you let us kill your sister if it meant saving the people? Jaime's face twisted with anguish he tried to hide. I don't know, he admitted. I gave up everything once for a city that jeered at me as Kingslayer. My sister was all I had. My children, Joffrey, for all his faults, is still my... He stopped, choking on the words. I cannot stand by and watch him die. Ser Loras's jaw clenched. Then we're at an impasse. Jaime exhaled, stepping closer. Not entirely. Suppose we craft some arrangement. Joffrey steps down from the throne, but remains alive. My sister is forced into exile with him. You, Targaryen, take the throne with the backing of the Tyrells, the North, and any Lannisters who wish to remain in the capital under a new oath. The city is spared, the wildfire defused. That is the only peaceable way forward I see. Jon stared, stunned by the proposition. Do you speak for your sister in offering this? Or is it just you? She won't like it, Jaime muttered. But if the alternative is certain death for all of us, she might be coerced. Especially if I bring her a fait accompli. That is, if you and I present a united front, and her own men see no path but exile. Joffrey can't hold the city alone. Ser Loras looked skeptical. And you remain here, in power, as a warden for the new king? A shadow of a smirk. I'd settle for a comfortable exile myself, or a place in the Kingsguard if you trust me that far. Honestly, I'd prefer to ride away from this nest of vipers. But I'll do what's needed. Jon's thoughts raced. Could it be a trap? Jaime might be lulling them into complacency so the Lannisters could regroup. Yet everything in Jaime's demeanor suggested genuine weariness. A man who'd seen enough of war and betrayal. How do we ensure Cersei disarms the wildfire? Jon asked. Jaime shrugged. You can demand her sworn men stand down, or you can have your men disarm the caches as soon as we open the keep. I can lead you to some of them, though not all. We'd still rely on her to reveal the rest. Jon closed his eyes, grappling with the enormity. If this worked, they might avert a slaughter. If it failed, the entire city could be lost. I need to consult my allies, he said finally, opening his eyes. We can't decide such a thing in a gatehouse under the threat of a single spark. Give me until dawn to present your offer. Jaime's lips pressed thin. You have until dawn. If we see any sign of an attack, or if you try to break in through another way, it's over. Ser Loras nodded. And if you set off the wildfire, your house is ended. No one survives that, Jaime. A wry curl of Jaime's mouth. I'm well aware. Now go. They parted with tense steps. Jaime signaled the portcullis, and a guard cranked it open just enough for Jon and Loras to slip back out into the courtyard. As soon as they were clear, it clanged shut again. Jon exhaled, shoulders trembling. The great Jon hurried over, brandishing a sword. You're alive. What did he say? Jon answered in a hollow voice. He proposed a deal. Exile for Joffrey and Cersei. Enthronement for me. No further bloodshed. Otherwise, the city burns. The great Jon spat. We can't trust them. Ser Loras shook his head. But do we risk tens of thousands of lives to see Joffrey's head on a spike? Marjorie joined them, pale with worry. I heard part of it. Are we truly meant to let Joffrey go free? Jon felt the crushing weight of the dilemma. Dawn is our deadline. We gather the lords, decide if we accept or attempt something else. If we refuse, we must be ready for the city to burn. And if we accept, we place our trust in Jaime's tenuous goodwill, and in Cersei's willingness to bend. No one looked pleased. The night around them crackled with tension. Flames still burned in distant neighborhoods. The final victory was in their hands, yet so was utter ruin. Jon gazed at the keep's looming walls, mind churning. He thought of Robb, of Ned Stark, of the vows he'd made. Would Ned have made a deal with the devils who slew him if it spared thousands of innocents? Perhaps yes. Honor demanded more than just vengeance. It demanded mercy for those who could not defend themselves. Jon drew a shaky breath. We call a war council. Spread the word. All leaders meet near the courtyard. We have until dawn. As they dispersed to summon the captains, the final hours of night stretched like a blade's edge. Jon prayed that somewhere, the old gods and the new still heeded the pleas of desperate men. For every step he took now felt like walking on a tightrope over a sea of green fire. And Robb's voice echoed in his mind. Protect them. Protect them, no matter the cost. Night's pall still clung to King's Landing. A thick hush broken only by distant crackling fires and the ragged breathing of the exhausted men around Jon. Hours ago, his forces had stormed through the river gate, finally breaching the walls. They controlled most of the city streets now, but the Red Keep, perched high on Aegon's Hill, remained a bastion of defiance. Worse, Jaime Lannister had threatened to unleash caches of wildfire if Jon pressed forward. The prospect of thousands dying in green flame weighed on Jon's heart like millstones. In the courtyard near the keep, behind makeshift barricades, Jon and his allies gathered for a war council beneath guttering torches. The great Jon stood at his right, face streaked with soot and blood. Margaery Tyrell waited to his left, fear etched in her eyes. Ser Loras Tyrell lingered nearby, plate armor dented and spattered, one gauntlet missing. Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, clutched his bandaged shoulder, sweat beading on his brow. Lady Alice Karstark, fresh from her infiltration success, leaned against a collapsed column, short sword at her hip. Around them huddled a ragged circle of lesser lords and captains from both the north and the Reach, many sporting new wounds. On the far side of that courtyard, the Red Keep's portcullis remained closed, overshadowing them like a threat made stone. Through arrow slits and battlements, Lannister archers kept a watchful aim. Now and then, someone twanged a bowstring or lobbed a crossbow bolt downward, forcing Jon's men to duck behind overturned wagons and scorched debris. The city itself rumbled with small skirmishes, but the main fighting had shuddered to a halt once Jaime emerged to parley. Both sides hovered on the edge of either negotiation or catastrophe. The great Jon lifted his shaggy head, panting. 7 hells. They want us to let that boy king slip away? That prancing whelp who put Ned Stark's head on a spike. His voice dropped low, barely leashed rage boiling in every word. He deserves the sword, not exile. One of the younger Northmen standing behind him muttered agreement, hand tight around the haft of a bloody spear. Several others from the Riverlands nodded, lips pressed thin. The memory of Ned Stark's execution still burned in them, and the thought of letting Joffrey or Cersei leave unpunished rankled like salt in an open wound. Margaery squared her shoulders. If the alternative is wildfire tearing through the streets, do we have any choice? Her voice was steady, but grief underpinned it. She, too, had lost a husband in this war, Renly Baratheon. She'd narrowly escaped being Joffrey's bride, only to watch Robb Stark fall in a Bolton ambush. Now she stood next to Jon, bound to him by a half-forged betrothal oath. We cannot allow all these innocent people to die, she continued softly. Ser Loras rubbed a grime-streaked hand over his face. My sister has a point. We fought too hard, lost too many, to see the entire city burn. If the Lannisters truly have caches of wildfire enough to destroy King's Landing, then... He broke off, shaking his head. The cost would be unimaginable. Brynden Tully shifted, grimacing at the arrow wound that still throbbed beneath his bandages. Some say the Lannisters are bluffing. Others say Cersei's mad enough to do it. We can't know for certain, but I recall the stories from Robert's rebellion about how the Mad King meant to torch the city. Jaime Lannister killed him to stop that. If Jaime says Cersei is ready to burn it all, it might well be true. Lady Alice Karstark spoke up, voice hoarse from hours of fighting. The infiltration team found real evidence of wildfire in the city's undercrofts. Some of the Tyrell men who scouted the side passages glimpsed suspicious barrels in disused cellars. We're sure that's not a bluff. Jon listened, arms crossed over his battered brigandine, face smeared with smoke and sweat. All eyes flicked to him. They sought a final decision. The hush that fell was thick enough to taste. He stood close to Margaery, drawing quiet strength from her steady presence, and forced himself to speak calmly. I'd see Joffrey pay for his crimes, but not at the cost of thousands of innocent lives, he said, the words scraping his throat. If we had enough time, we might search the city cell by cell to locate and disarm all the wildfire. But we don't. If Cersei or her loyalists sense we're hunting for the caches, they could light them at once. Then all is lost. The great Jon growled. So we let them skip away to some distant shore as though they've done no wrong? I can hardly stomach that, my lord. Jon's gaze dropped. The raw anguish in the great Jon's face echoed his own. Nor can I, Jon said. But it was Ned Stark, my father in all but blood, who taught me that the duty of a leader is to protect those who cannot protect themselves. If we burn the city just to have Joffrey's head, then we're no better than the tyrants we fight. Some of the Northmen scowled, struggling with the logic even as they recognized Ned Stark's own words in Jon's mouth. Marjorie touched Jon's arm gently. We must do what spares the greatest number of lives. We can hold them to account in other ways, but not by risking mass slaughter. A short, tense silence stretched. At last, the Blackfish angled forward. We should hear the details of Jaime's plan once more. He spoke of exiling Cersei and Joffrey. Did he say who would remain in charge, how the keep would be surrendered? Jon nodded, mindful of the watchful eyes from the ramparts. Jaime claims he can coerce Cersei. If the keep's defenders see that Jaime supports our takeover either openly or implicitly, they may stand down rather than burn. In exchange, we let Joffrey and Cersei depart unharmed. Jaime suggested he might lead us to some of the wildfire caches or at least show us enough to ensure the city won't explode if Cersei tries to renege. But that demands that we trust him. Jon's stomach twisted as he spoke. He also implied he might want to leave, too, go into exile, or remain only if we'd accept him in some capacity. He hasn't decided. The great Jon spat. Trust the king layer. Suppose once we open the portcullis, they torch us all anyway. Or they flee in the chaos. A deep frown creased Jon's forehead. It's a risk, but so is standing here until morning. There are still Lannister loyalists in parts of the city. If they regroup or if Bolton appears at our flank, we could be the ones trapped. Meanwhile, wildfire lies like a viper under our feet. Jaime's offer might be the only path that avoids a final inferno. Marjorie slipped into the quiet that followed, looking to the men in turn. He gave us until dawn. That's not much time. If we plan to attempt another infiltration of the keep or a clandestine strike at Cersei, we likely can't do it in these few hours without risking detection and an instant conflagration. Brynden Tully exhaled. I'd prefer to see Joffrey tried for Ned's death. But I recall how Ned died trying to do everything lawfully. Perhaps we can't afford that path. Perhaps we can't afford vengeance outright. Let Joffrey slink away into exile, a disgraced king. Let Cersei go with him. We'll rebuild from there. Lady Alice, face set in lines of exhaustion, bobbed her head. If it spares thousands, so be it. I'd take no joy in letting them flee, but I came here to end the war, not scorch the realm. I've had enough of blood. Ser Loras hesitated, an unreadable flicker crossing his features. And Marjorie, he asked softly. You almost wed that beast Joffrey. Do you accept this? That he sails away free? Her voice rasped from the stress of the night. I find it hateful, but I'd find the destruction of King's Landing more hateful still. We must be practical. Jon drew a steadying breath, glancing at each in turn, the great Jon, who scowled but grudgingly nodded, Lady Alice, resolute, the Blackfish, quiet with sorrowful acceptance, Marjorie, tense but composed, Ser Loras, face tightened in reluctant agreement. None were happy, yet none could deny the logic. At last, Jon pressed a hand to the hilt of his sword as if to anchor himself. We'll do it. He looked to the great Jon. Give orders to the men, no further attacks on the keep, no infiltration attempts. We maintain a perimeter. If the Lannisters sally out, we defend ourselves, but no one tries to storm the gates. Meanwhile, I'll meet Jaime once more under safe conditions and finalize terms. We'll demand the immediate handover of the keep, disarmament of wildfire caches, and safe passage for Joffrey and Cersei. If they so much as flinch at these terms, we prepare to pull back our forces from the city and let them face the ruin they threaten. Grumbling rose among a few men, but the great Jon barked for silence. They'd chosen a path that tasted bitter but might spare innocent blood. In the frail torchlight, with the Red Keep's walls looming overhead, Jon signaled the end of the council. We'll gather at dawn. I'll make the final approach with Ser Loras or whomever else to confirm the arrangement. May the gods protect us. Men dispersed, returning to their battered lines. Most were too exhausted to do more than slump against the rubble, swords in easy reach, waiting for sunrise. The dryness of fear choked the air. Marjorie lingered as the courtyard emptied, her eyes reflecting a sadness that turned Jon's chest cold. He rested a hand on her shoulder. You've led your men valiantly. She nodded, gaze flicking to the keep. I only wish we had done so in time to save Robb, or Renly, or so many others. A shaky breath. Still, if this resolves the war, they won't have died for nothing. Jon's throat tightened. Aye, get some rest if you can. Tomorrow may be just as perilous. She squeezed his hand in silent reply and then followed Ser Loras back toward the Tyrell lines. Jon watched her go, thankful for her strength. For a moment, he thought of how abruptly everything had changed. Just weeks ago, he'd been the second son, the unacknowledged bastard of Winterfell. Now, men whispered he might be king. War had torn Robb away, had shattered alliances and illusions, leaving Jon to stand at the threshold of a destiny he never wanted. Dawn arrived in a haze of pale light, glimmering over a city riven by smoke. The cobbled streets were strewn with the debris of last night's battles. Broken shields, smoldering wagon wheels, bodies left in the gutters. Northmen and Tyrell soldiers formed uneasy lines around the Red Keep, weapons in hand. A hush lay upon them, as though every man waited for an explosion that might come at any moment. From the keep's ramparts, the gold and crimson banner of House Lannister still hung limp. Archers glared down at the besiegers. Now and then, a war drum rumbled behind the walls. By mutual, unspoken agreement, no further skirmishes erupted. They awaited a parley, one that might decide if the city would live or die. At the center of the courtyard, Jon and Ser Loras stood with a cluster of guards at their backs, and once more Jaime Lannister emerged. This time he wore no helmet, only partial armor, and no cloak. Behind him strode 2 knights in battered plate, sworn to House Lannister. The tension crackled in the air like lightning about to strike. The Great Jon and the Blackfish watched from behind an overturned wagon, bows and spears at the ready. One signal from Jon, and they would not hesitate to charge. But that might unleash wildfire from within. Jaime stopped a few paces away. His golden hand shone dully in the morning gloom. He ran his gaze over the parted lines of Northmen and Tyrell soldiers, then back to Jon. "You have your terms?" Jon inclined his head, voice firm. "We do. Cersei and Joffrey renounce the Iron Throne, lay down any claim to the 7 kingdoms, and depart in exile at once. You disarm every wildfire cache. The city's keep is turned over to our men. Any who wish to remain in the city must swear loyalty. Those who refuse are free to go, so long as they do not break the peace." A faint tremor tugged at Jon's voice when he continued, "No harm comes to Joffrey or Cersei, provided they uphold their end. If they attempt betrayal, we consider the agreement void and respond accordingly." Ser Loras, standing at Jon's flank, lifted his chin. "In return, we do not drag Joffrey before the headsman for his crimes, or your sister, nor do we execute their loyalists out of hand. We permit the Lannisters or those who prefer exile to keep their gold and 1 ship's worth of retainers." A mild scoff escaped Jaime. Exile with nothing but a single ship. A meager mercy. Still, his expression was resigned. "Will you guarantee my father's lands remain with House Lannister, assuming the new king does not wish to tear down everything Tywin built?" Jon's mouth tightened. "Tywin is dead. In the war's aftermath, we'll decide each matter. If House Lannister wants to hold Casterly Rock, so be it, provided you do not rise again in rebellion. But for now, your priority is to secure the city's safety by removing your sister's threat. I cannot promise we'll welcome you as Warden of the West. Trust must be earned." A bitter smirk tugged Jaime's lips. "Fair enough. Shall we go speak to her grace, then, and see if we can coax her to accept? One misstep, though, and she could light the fuse." Ser Loras cast a glance at Jon. "Don't go in alone," he whispered. Jon weighed the choice. If he marched in with an entire retinue, Cersei might decide it was an attack. But if he went alone, or only with Jaime, he was vulnerable to betrayal. "I'll bring 2 of my men," Jon decided at last. "Ser Loras, you and the Blackfish. The others remain outside." Jaime gave a curt nod. "We can meet in Maegor's Holdfast. It's more secure. Cersei has retreated to the royal apartments. She'd not come out to the gates for negotiation if you marched an army in, so best we do it behind closed doors with minimal fuss." Jon's mouth felt like sawdust. The entire plan seemed as shaky as a rotted ladder. Yet the alternative, storming the keep, risking a single spark that might doom everyone, forced his hand. "So be it," he said quietly. One of Jaime's knights beckoned them forward, guiding them around scattered rubble and into the main gatehouse of the Red Keep. Behind them, the Great Jon and the Blackfish exchanged a tense look. At Jon's nod, the Blackfish detached from the northern lines, ignoring the arrow wound that still pained him, and joined Jon's side. Ser Loras came too, jaws clenched. Both had left their swords, but each carried a dagger, Jaime's concession. Jaime had one as well, though it was strapped to his belt in easy reach. The watchers from below seemed prepared to loose a barrage of arrows if something went awry. They passed beneath the lowered portcullis. Torches sputtered in narrow halls, gloom pressing in from every side. Here and there, Lannister guards parted with uncertain glances. Some hissed curses, others looked half relieved that real negotiations were happening. They climbed a spiraling stair, corridors twisting ever deeper into the keep's labyrinth. Jon felt his heart pounding, each step taking him into the lion's den. If Cersei had men hidden with crossbows, it would be a simple matter to cut them down or to toss a torch into any hidden wildfire, incinerating them all. But maybe Jaime was sincere. They emerged into a grand foyer with columns rising to a vaulted ceiling. Sunbeams lanced through narrow windows, illuminating the dust motes swirling in the air. Muffled footsteps echoed. A pair of towering gold-cloaked guards blocked a set of double doors inlaid with golden lions, their spears crossed. At Jaime's wordless nod, they stepped aside, letting the group pass. Within, a wide solar opened. Heavy red drapes had been pulled over the windows, giving the space a subdued glow. Plush chairs lay scattered near a table of dark wood, where half a dozen half-burned candles dripped wax. A tapestry showed the hills of the Westerlands, though it was torn along one edge. The entire room felt stifling, as if the occupant had barred out fresh air for days. Cersei stood in the center, a tall silhouette against the partial light. She wore a gown of deep crimson trimmed with gold, her blonde hair swept behind her shoulders. Circles of fatigue hollowed her cheeks, but her green eyes gleamed with a fierce, poisonous resolve. By her side, a boykin cowered Joffrey, wearing an ill-fitting robe. Dark rings marred his eyes, his hair disheveled. He looked like a cornered animal. On his other side, 3 Lannister guards hovered, eyes flicking warily to Jaime. At the far corner of the room, a figure lurked in shadow, Pycelle, or perhaps Qyburn. Jon couldn't tell. A lank-haired man in a maester's chain watched them approach. Another shape, likely a servant, stood frozen, holding a wineskin. Tension radiated off every occupant of the room like heat from a forge. Jon advanced slowly, noticing how Joffrey's shoulders twitched at each of his footsteps. Behind Jon came Ser Loras and the Blackfish, both stiff with readiness. Jaime moved off to the side, glancing at Cersei. "I've brought them," he said, voice carefully neutral. Cersei's lips curved in a brittle sneer. "So I see. The northern bastard turned Targaryen. And the Tyrell pup." Her gaze slid to the Blackfish. "And the old trout. My, but we have a veritable menagerie this morning." The Blackfish set his jaw, ignoring her barb. Ser Loras stood silent, though anger coiled in his face. Jon forced himself to hold Cersei's gaze, speaking in as calm a tone as he could muster. "We're here to avoid burning the city. Jaime has told you our terms. We want your unconditional surrender, safe exile for you and Joffrey, and an end to the war." Cersei's laugh was low and unpleasant. "You think you can stroll in here and proclaim yourself king? I have men loyal to me. I have wildfire in the depths of this keep and throughout the city. Perhaps I'll destroy you all before I yield." Jaime stepped forward, expression taut. "Cersei, if we burn the city, we burn ourselves. There's no benefit. Even if you've grown to despise King's Landing or fear the realm turning against Joff, it gains us nothing to go up in flames." That was the Mad King's logic. You remember how that ended. Her eyes flicked to Jaime's stump of a hand, then back to his face. "You speak treason. I see you've been seduced by this Targaryen pretender." "It's not treason," Jaime said, voice low. "It's self-preservation. The North and the Reach have already taken the city. You hold only the Red Keep, and your last threat is wildfire. But as soon as you ignite it, you destroy yourself and Joffrey along with the rest of us. That's not a victory, that's suicide." Cersei's lips drew back, baring teeth in a feral grimace. "What do I care? My father is dead, Myrcella is in Dorne, my daughter sold off as a pawn. Tommen is little more than a hostage if we lose. So perhaps we all die here and let the wolves tear at bones. That might be better than letting them gloat over my defeat." Jaime's face tightened, but he pressed on. "Cersei, we can protect Tommen. We can protect Myrcella too if we treat with the Martells. This Targaryen claims a measure of mercy. He's proven it tonight by not storming the keep. Let us leave the city. Let Joffrey relinquish the throne. We can regroup in exile if that's what you desire." She laughed again, a sound that verged on hysteria. "Yes, let me go off to some Essosi backwater, living in a hovel while this upstart claims the throne? My father fought to give us dominion over the realm. My children were meant to be kings and queens. Now you'd have me throw that away to preserve a city of ungrateful wretches who never loved me, never truly loved Joffrey? He's their rightful king." Jon spoke softly, mindful not to provoke her. "If Joffrey were the rightful king, we wouldn't have half the realm against you. Your father's manipulations put him on the throne. We all know the truth. The realm has bled enough, eh?" "Lies," Joffrey shrilled, stepping forward. His voice cracked with fear beneath the bluster. "I am King Joffrey Baratheon. You are all traitors. Mother, kill them. Burn them all." Jaime flinched at the echo of the Mad King's phrase. The blackfish hissed under his breath, tightening the grip on his dagger's hilt. Jon shot a sidelong look at Ser Loras, who had gone rigid at the sound of Joffrey's shrill mania. This was exactly what they feared, a cornered boy king willing to torch the city rather than surrender. Cersei laid a shaking hand on Joffrey's shoulder, pulling him back. "Hush, my sweet. Let me think." Then her eyes bore into Jon's, cold and calculating. "You come here wearing the colors of House Stark and calling yourself Targaryen. Is it true what they say? You're the spawn of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen?" Jon dipped his chin, forcing himself to stand tall. "Yes." A twisted smirk crossed her face. "The realm will love that, a bastard half-wolf, half-dragon. Do you truly think they'll accept you? Or will they only wait for the next big man with a bigger sword to tear you down?" Jon kept his gaze level. "I don't seek the throne to be loved. I seek to end the war and protect the people, something Joffrey has never done." She scoffed. "Protection? What do you know of ruling? You're a boy who wore black at the wall, if rumors are true. That hardly qualifies you to keep order in the capital." Jaime interjected again, sounding weary. "That's enough, Cersei. Taunting him gains nothing. If you keep this up, you'll only push him to do what Robert did, tear the keep down around us. Is that what you want?" Her eyes flicked to Jaime, a silent dance of fury and heartbreak. In that moment, Jon felt oddly like an intruder on a family tragedy. Then Cersei huffed a bitter breath, her mask slipping into something more resigned. "What of Myrcella and Tommen?" Ser Loras answered carefully. "Myrcella remains in Dorne. If I ascend to power with King," he paused, swallowing the word, "with King Jon, we will treat with Dor and Martell for Myrcella's well-being. Tommen is here in the keep, I imagine. He will be free to accompany you if you choose exile. No harm will come to him as long as you don't break the truce." A flicker of hope glinted in her eyes, overshadowed by wariness. "You vow that on your lives?" Jon nodded. "On my honor. Harming children is monstrous. I will not begin my reign that way." Her gaze traveled over him as if searching for the lie. She turned to Joffrey, who trembled in pent-up rage. "Joff," she said softly, "this realm has turned on us. Do you understand? If we resist further, we die. You, me, Tommen, we all burn. We must live to reclaim what we can, or at least survive to fight another day." He yanked his arm away from her. "I am the king," he howled. "They can't do this to me. I want them dead. Why can't you just?" She pulled him close, hissing in his ear. Jon couldn't make out all the words, but it was something about being quiet, about survival. Joffrey trembled like a spooked horse, tears of fury glittering in his eyes. "I hate them," he whispered. "All of them." "We can hate them from across the sea," Cersei said, so softly Jon almost didn't hear. Then she looked up, her face a mask of grudging acceptance. "Fine. The city is yours. But I want safe passage for my children. We leave by ship with enough gold and men to protect ourselves. If you renege on this promise, I'll see every last store of wildfire lit before we depart. Understand?" Jon inclined his head. "I will honor the bargain, so long as you disarm those caches immediately." She bared her teeth in a horrible attempt at a smile. "I'll send men to open the storehouses. Show you where the jars are kept, who's in charge. But do not think for a moment I forgive this insult or that I'll forget your face." Jaime stirred, stepping between them. "Then it's settled. Let's have the orders given. I'll accompany your men to oversee the disarming of wildfire. We'll start at the key sites around the city. Then at midday we gather at the docks to see the royal party aboard a ship of their choosing." Silence stretched in the solar as each side grasped how swiftly the tides had turned. Joffrey glared at them all, white-lipped, tears brimming. Cersei's face was ashen, eyes hollow. Across from them, Jon felt a curious mix of relief and dread. They had forced a surrender, saved the city from flames, yet the cost was letting Joffrey and Cersei slip free. Would they sow fresh war abroad? Perhaps. But King's Landing would live another day. The blackfish finally cleared his throat. "Then let us be about it. We'll call in the Tyrell and Stark men to finalize watch points around the keep. No soldier will harm you unless you provoke them. If any sabotage occurs, it voids the terms." Cersei waved a dismissive hand. Yes. Just be quick about it. The sooner we're gone from your stench, the better." Jaime ground his teeth but held his tongue. Joffrey spat on the floor. Neither Loras nor the blackfish rose to the bait, though both looked close to violence. Jon forced himself to remain calm. "We'll withdraw for now. Prepare your men to open the wildfire vaults. The moment we see sabotage, the agreement is done." Cersei's lips parted, half sneer, half something else. "You know your way out, bastard king," she said, voice dripping contempt. Then she turned away, beckoning Joffrey to follow her deeper into the chambers. Jon, the blackfish, and Ser Loras let Jaime guide them back through the corridors to the courtyard. As soon as they stepped out, sunlight nearly blinded them. The hush of the men gathered below intensified. The great Jon rushed forward, followed by Marjorie, anxious for news. Jon's voice carried across the yard. They have surrendered the keep. We must safely disarm the wildfire. Joffrey and Cersei will go into exile. We are not to harm them so long as they hold to the accord. A rumble of conflicting emotions swept the ranks: anger, confusion, relief. Some men cursed aloud. Others sagged in weary acceptance. Marjorie, her eyes shadowed with fatigue, reached for Jon's arm. So it's done? The city is ours, truly. Jon gave a short nod. Yes, we must remain vigilant. Jaime will lead us to the caches. Once those are secured, the city will be safe from the flames. We'll escort the Lannisters to the harbor. The great Jon let out a long breath. I'd rather see Joffrey's head on a spike. But, well, at least we've taken the city with minimal further bloodshed. Ser Loras turned to Jaime, expression still suspicious. Lead on, then. We'll gather men with carts to move the wildfire barrels carefully. Show us where they are. Jaime nodded, ignoring the dirty looks from the surrounding soldiers. Very well. Within the hour, a strange procession set forth from the keep. Jaime, flanked by a dozen neutral guards, half Tyrell, half Stark, moved through the city's labyrinth of tunnels and dungeons. Under his direction, they pried open sealed storerooms. Nervous Northmen entered, gingerly hauling out jars of pale green liquid. The Tyrell men transported them to wagons lined with straw, supervised by Pycelle or Qyburn, whoever was left with knowledge of how to handle wildfire. Even a single broken jar could unleash a conflagration, so it was agonizingly slow work. Meanwhile, Jon and his allied forces spread out to ensure no Lannister loyalists sabotaged the process. Archers were posted on rooftops, watchful. The small folk, seeing that the fighting had mostly ceased, crept from hiding to watch in mingled awe and fear as wagon after wagon of wildfire was carefully taken beyond the walls. There, the plan was to bury it in a deep pit under guard until the war's end. Some suggested disposing of it in the Blackwater Bay, but the risk of accidental ignition in the water seemed too great. By midday, a thick column of wagons had rolled out from King's Landing, escorted by armed men. The tension in the streets eased fractionally, though the memory of the prior night's carnage lingered like a bruise on every face. Where not so long ago the city had smelled of smoke and fear, now it lay heavy with an uncertain hush. No one knew if the Lannisters would attempt a last-minute betrayal. Jaime, for his part, seemed resigned, assisting in the disarmament without complaint, albeit with a mocking quip here and there. At last, near the harbor, the final act took shape. The Lannister loyalists who wished to leave began mustering along the quays, carrying trunks and chests stuffed with whatever valuables they could salvage. Soldiers who refused to bend the knee boarded 2 carracks, each under a gold banner. Another ship was prepared for Joffrey, Cersei, Tommen, and a retinue of their choice. Word had it that Tyrion Lannister was missing. Some said he'd vanished from the city before the siege, others that he'd been imprisoned or wounded. No one could say for sure. A thick crowd pressed along the waterfront, held back by Tyrell pikemen and Northmen brandishing spears. Many small folk jeered as Joffrey and Cersei appeared under heavy guard. Joffrey marched stiffly, cheeks pale, occasionally hissing insults at the onlookers. Cersei wore a veil of black lace, cold dignity all that held her together. At her side walked Tommen, a younger boy with wide, confused eyes. A handful of Lannister cousins and assorted courtiers trailed behind, anxious to depart. Jaime stood near them, but not entirely among them, arms folded across his chest. Marjorie and Ser Loras watched from a vantage near the docks, flanked by Tyrell halberdiers. The Great Jon, the Blackfish, Lady Alice Karstark, and other northern lords formed another cordon of security. Jon stood at the center, facing the Lannisters with a controlled expression. A hush fell on the crowd as the exiled royals approached him. Cersei lifted her veil just enough to reveal narrowed green eyes. "I trust you're pleased with yourself. A glorious victory." Bitterness dripped from her tone. Jon did not rise to the bait. "The city stands unburned. That's victory enough. For all of us." Joffrey spat at the ground near Jon's boots but said nothing else. Tommen looked ready to burst into tears. Jaime, jaw clenched, stepped forward. They're ready to board. You've removed all the wildfire barrels from the city. Jon nodded. Those we've found. You claim you showed us all. I did, Jaime said with a note of finality. So here we are. Cersei, lips trembling, ushered Tommen forward. Go on the ship, dear. Your brother will follow. Tommen cast one last glance around, watery eyes lingering on the keep spires, then trudged up the gangway, flanked by Lannister guards. Next came Joffrey, who paused near Jon. His lips twitched in raw hatred. You'll regret this, Joffrey snarled under his breath. When I return with an army, I'll have your head. Ser Loras actually started forward, hand on his sword, but Jon laid a calming palm on Loras's arm. Farewell, Joffrey, Jon said quietly. If you do return with an army, we'll meet you again. But for now, let Westeros have peace. Joffrey made a choked noise, turning on his heel to follow Tommen aboard. Cersei lingered a moment, studying Jon as if memorizing every line of his face. Then she gave a small, humorless smile. You look like her, you know? Lyanna, the same eyes. Perhaps you'll do better than Robert ever did. But the realm is a faithless bride, and if you think to keep it without shedding more blood, you're a fool. She swept past him before he could reply. The crowd hissed and muttered curses, but Cersei's guards held them at bay. Moments later, she and her retinue boarded the ship. Ropes were cast off, sails unfurled, and the vessel slowly drifted away from the quay, followed by the second carrack. A stiff wind off Blackwater Bay carried them out toward open waters. A hush deeper than any before weighed upon the harbor. Thousands of onlookers lined the piers, silent as they watched the exiled Lannisters sail away. Some spat or threw rotten fruit that fell short, plopping into dark waves. Others simply stood in blank amazement, unable to believe that the war had ended with so little final bloodshed. Jaime still stood on the quay, arms at his sides. The gold hand glinted in the sun as he stared at the ships receding on the horizon. Then, with a sigh that sounded like a man's soul cracking, he turned to Jon. Well, it's done, he murmured. My sister is gone. My nephew, my father's dream of Lannister supremacy is shattered. Jon studied him warily. And you remain. Why? Faint, humorless laugh. Because I was never truly included in that dream, was I? Kingslayer, maimed knight, a last child of Tywin Lannister. Perhaps I'm tired of illusions. You said I could go into exile or remain if you'd have me. For now, I'll stay in King's Landing. Maybe try to keep some semblance of order. He dragged in a breath. I don't expect you to trust me, but I'd rather face that than vanish into Essos with Cersei's hatred at my back. Ser Loras stood near them, wiping sweat from his brow. You'll have to answer for certain transgressions. But if you're willing to pledge loyalty, Jaime gave a sharp nod. Yes, I know. Trial or oath or something. Spare me the details for this moment. I'll do what must be done. Marjorie arrived, stepping carefully across the damp boards. Her eyes flicked from Jaime to Jon. Is that it, then? They're gone. They are, Jon said. Which leaves us with the city. We've spared it from wildfire and from further sacking. Now comes the real work, restoring order. A new king must be crowned, or so the people will demand. And I suppose that's me, whether I like it or not. A faint hush fell around them, broken by the lapping water. Then Marjorie inclined her head in graceful acknowledgement. The city has needed calm for a long time. Let us see if we can provide it. Behind them, the great Jon let out a shaky laugh, relief and sadness mingling in his features. We've done it, then. Taken King's Landing, ended the Lannisters' rule. The Blackfish gave a weary smile. Perhaps the realm can breathe again, if only for a moment. Lady Alice Karstark, lingering at the edge of the quay, gazed out at the departing ships with a frown. There'll be trouble someday. I can feel it. But for now, we can celebrate a reprieve. Jon nodded. A reprieve is enough. He turned back toward the city that sprawled behind them, rooftops battered but intact, plumes of smoke dissipating from the night's fights. Down the main thoroughfares, Northmen, Riverlanders, and Reachmen moved in ragged columns, rounding up stray Lannister loyalists who had surrendered. Tired cheers rose from small folk. They wanted bread, water, hope. Many took one look at Jon's direwolf sigil and Marjorie's rose and demanded answers about the future. Who would feed them? Who would hold the peace? Would taxes change? Would they be safe from roving soldiers? The weight of it pressed on Jon as heavily as any sword. He had ended one threat only to inherit 1,000 problems. He glanced at Marjorie. Her eyes conveyed understanding. She had been raised in the game of courts and had some sense of what must come next. They left the harbor, moving back toward the Red Keep. On the streets, word spread that Joffrey was gone, that Cersei had fled, that the North and the Reach now ruled. Some folk knelt in the rubble, others wept, others spat curses. The city teemed with confusion, but no longer with the immediate terror of wildfire. Once inside the keep, Jon gathered his principal allies in the throne room. The massive space with pillars rising toward a vaulted ceiling and the Iron Throne perched upon a raised dais. Gold cloaks and remnants of the Lannister Guard had vacated the chamber. Instead, battered Tyrell knights and northern men ringed the hall, watchful. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end, a jagged mass of swords twisted by dragonfire centuries past. No one sat upon it now. The vacant seat of power seemed to brood in the flickering torchlight. Jon felt a chill creeping up his spine as he advanced. Robb had died for this in part. Ned Stark had lost his head under Joffrey. So many lives lost across the wars. Now he stood a single pace from the seat that so many had killed to possess. The great Jon cleared his throat. We've come a long way. Best not to linger too long with the illusions of this place. Marjorie stepped forward, voice quiet. The city needs a king, a council, edicts to restore order. The small folk must eat. The nobility must be pacified or rewarded as needed. The Blackfish nodded. You must form a small council, Jon. We need a master of coin, master of laws, master of ships, the like. There's also the question of how the North fits into this new monarchy. A shadow flickered over his face. Robb claimed the title king in the North. Some still want independence. Others might accept you as their king, because you are Lyanna's son. An uneasy ripple went through the assembled lords. The great Jon wore an expression torn between pride and sorrow, remembering Robb's crowning. Lady Alice Karstark glanced at the black and gold Targaryen banners that some men had begun to drape around the hall, layering them with the old Stark gray. We cannot force the North to kneel if they do not wish it, she said carefully. But many might if you prove a just king. After all, Ned Stark was your uncle, and you have Stark blood. Jon took a measured breath. The thought of placing himself on that monstrous throne sent a spike of revulsion through him. We have bigger concerns as well. The White Walkers gather in the far north. The realm is not safe from that threat. We cannot bicker about crowns while the long night approaches. A stir of confusion met his statement. Some lords from the Reach looked baffled. They'd heard only rumors. The Northmen who had come south, however, exchanged grim glances, recalling half-forgotten legends. The Blackfish rubbed his chin. Those tales from beyond the wall, you truly believe them? Jon leveled a steady gaze at the older knight. I've seen them. They're real. And unless we prepare, the next war will be for the survival of all. But to prepare, the realm must be united. Marjorie turned slightly, scanning the uncertain faces. Then perhaps we can craft a new arrangement. One realm, one king, with the provinces retaining certain rights and freedoms. That might placate the North if they fear the same old injustices. She glanced at Jon. Though we must be mindful of the tasks at hand, feeding King's Landing, building alliances so we're not alone if Daenerys Targaryen lands with dragons or if Ironborn raid the coasts again. We have 1,000 fires to tend. Jaime Lannister, standing off to the side like a ghost in his own home, cleared his throat. If you plan to keep me around, I can assist in reorganizing the City Watch, at least temporarily. They know me. They might follow my orders to keep the peace. That is, if you trust me enough not to make trouble. Eyes turned to Jon, who weighed the proposition. Allowing Jaime a position of power was risky, but discarding him might provoke Lannister holdouts. Very well, Jon said at length. You'll serve as temporary captain of the City Watch, but you will swear an oath of loyalty first. Any sign of betrayal and there will be no mercy. Jaime inclined his head, face unreadable. Fair. With that, the conversation widened. The Greyjohn rumbled about ensuring northern troops policed the city alongside the Tyrell men, preventing looting and acts of revenge. Lady Alice volunteered to help manage rations for the small folk, working with Tyrell quartermasters. The Blackfish insisted on sending ravens throughout the realm, proclaiming Joffrey's abdication and Jon's new rule, though whether that rule was as king of the Seven Kingdoms or not was still a matter of debate. For the moment, they'd simply declare that the Lannisters were deposed and that the city had accepted Jon Targaryen Stark's leadership. The intricacies could be hammered out in the coming weeks. Jon listened to each new plan, each rising concern, feeling the weight accumulate. Every decision felt like stepping into a minefield. If he favored the North too openly, the Southern lords might revolt. If he seemed too Targaryen, the North would bristle. If he raised taxes to feed the city, the small folk would riot. If he cut taxes, the crown might go bankrupt. And overshadowing it all was the terror he'd faced beyond the wall. White Walkers, an army of the dead. Their march south was only a question of time. At last, Margaery touched Jon's shoulder, drawing him aside. The hall's bustle continued. Lords conferring, men carting in battered chairs to set up a makeshift dais. You've hardly slept, she whispered. Rest a few hours, at least. We can't have our new leader collapse before his first day truly begins. He almost smiled, exhaustion tugging at his every bone. Thank you, but there's so much. I know, she said gently. I'll see that the city's immediate needs are addressed. Ser Loras and Lady Alice can handle triage and supplies. The Great Jon can manage the watch rotation. Go lie down, just for a short while. You're no good to us if you faint in the throne room. He relented, nodding. The truth was he could barely stand. Blood still caked his hairline, and bruises from the battle ached each time he moved. Sleep seemed a distant dream. But if Margaery, the Blackfish, and the others could manage a few hours without him, then perhaps he could gather enough strength to face what lay ahead. With some difficulty, he found a lesser bedchamber near the royal apartments, stripped of valuables. A single straw mattress lay in the corner. Jon collapsed upon it, boots still on, sword by his side. The moment his eyes closed, images of the night's battle flared in his mind. Robb's still face, Joffrey's hateful stare, the flicker of green wildfire. He forced them down, breathing slowly until exhaustion finally pulled him into a heavy, dreamless slumber. He awoke to a faint candlelight that had replaced the sun's beams. Night had come. Outside the small window, King's Landing lay cloaked in shadows, with a few scattered torchfires revealing the new watchers on the walls. Jon's entire body felt stiff, but his mind had cleared somewhat. He sat up, rummaged for a basin of water, and splashed it on his face. The water was tepid, the cloth rough, but it did wonders to banish lingering grogginess. In the corridor, he found 2 guards from House Serwyn, posted to keep curious courtiers from disturbing him. They straightened when he emerged. Is all well? Jon asked them. One guard nodded, relief on his face. No major unrest. The small folk are quiet, for now, though they demand bread and order in the markets. Some of the gold cloaks deserted, but Ser Jaime's reorganized the rest. Jon inclined his head. Thank you. Where's the Lady Margaery? In the throne room, sire. Sire. The word jarred him again. Jon walked briskly, ignoring the aches that flared. The red-carpeted halls of the keep felt surreal, once the seat of his father's executioner, now under his command. At a small side door, a pair of Tyrell soldiers stepped aside to let him enter the throne room quietly. Inside, a swarm of activity greeted him. Torch brackets burned along the columns, revealing a crowd of lesser lords, city merchants, and council members. Margaery and Ser Loras conferred near the dais, while the Great Jon argued with the city magistrate. The Blackfish sorted through stacks of parchment that an exasperated scribe kept bringing him. Lady Alice Karstark hovered at the edge of the dais, speaking to a line of hungry small folk, presumably hearing grievances. At the dais' center, the Iron Throne still stood empty, though a single banner, a half-dire wolf, half-Targaryen dragon, had been hoisted above it, stitched hastily by some of the Tyrell seamstresses. The effect was striking, a black silhouette of a dragon over a field of gray overlaid with the faint shape of a wolf's head. An uneasy fusion, but a symbol of the new order they tried to create. Marjorie spotted Jon's arrival and crossed to him, concern etched on her brow. "You've missed quite a bit, but we've managed. Merchants want you to fix the tax rates. The City Watch wants more coin. The small folk want bread. And various lords want to know if you'll confirm their titles." Her lips twitched in a faint smile. "How are you feeling?" Jon let out a breath. "Better. Not fully rested, but enough. Thank you for handling things." She nodded, then lowered her voice. "They expect you to claim the throne soon, to hold a formal court session. We've put it off by saying you needed to ensure the city was safe, but the people need some sign, some public gesture, that the old regime is gone and a new one begins. They want a coronation or something like it." His stomach turned. "I didn't think it would be so soon. We've only just ended the siege. War leaves little time for ceremony," she said softly. "But these formalities matter to the lords and small folk alike. They want stability, a name to pledge themselves to, even if some of them are uncertain about a Targaryen Stark king." He stared at the Iron Throne, recalling how Daenerys Targaryen was rumored to have 3 dragons across the sea, how Stannis Baratheon might still hold Dragonstone, how the Iron Islands might raid at any moment. A single ceremony would not hush all those threats. "I'll do it," he murmured at last. "But I mean to honor Robb's memory too. If the North wishes independence, I will allow them to choose, even if they keep me as nominal High King. I can't be the same as Aegon the Conqueror, binding them in iron." Marjorie exhaled relief. "That might ease the hearts of many northern lords. And as for the southern lords, they might accept it as well if you promise them fair governance. Especially if you hold your betrothal to House Tyrell. A queen from the Reach would reassure a great many who rely on our harvests." Jon met her gaze. He recalled the vow they had exchanged, half an arrangement for political gain. In the swirl of war, they hadn't even had time to speak of a proper marriage. Yet Marjorie had proven a formidable ally, courageous, wise in courtly matters, compassionate with the small folk. Perhaps a deeper bond could form if peace lasted long enough. He inclined his head. "We should see that vow through, though not at once. Let us secure the realm first. Then, yes, a wedding. By then, I hope to have the North's stance clarified." A faint smile touched her lips. "We'll do as we must. For the realm." She gestured for him to follow, and they made their way up the dais, drawing the attention of everyone in the throne room. Conversations died away, replaced by an expectant hush. Jon turned to face the crowd. His heart thudded in his chest as he glanced at that twisted seat of swords behind him. Marjorie stood at his side, Ser Loras a step behind. The Grey Jon lumbered closer, the Blackfish at his left, Lady Alice at his right. Further back, Jaime lingered, arms folded, watching with an impassive gaze. Jon cleared his throat, searching for words that would not ring hollow. "People of King's Landing," he began, voice echoing in the vaulted chamber. "You have lived through war, famine, and tyranny. House Lannister has fled, and no one sits the Iron Throne. Some of you know me as Jon Snow, bastard of Winterfell. Others have heard I am Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. I say I am both, and I am neither. I come to serve the realm, not to grind it beneath my heel. We've shed enough blood." Silence greeted him, save for the occasional shuffling of feet. Jon pressed on, hands tightening at his sides. "For now, I will assume the responsibility of leadership. But I will not do so alone. I name a small council with representatives from the North, the Reach, the Riverlands, and any others who wish to see order restored. We will feed the hungry, rebuild the city's defenses, and ensure justice is done. If any man would dispute this, let him speak now." He paused, scanning the faces. Some shifted uncertainly. A couple of city merchants glowered, but no one stepped forward with a challenge. His mind flicked to the rebellious words Joffrey had spat, the threat of the exiled Lannisters. He thought of Daenerys Targaryen far across the sea, possibly hearing rumors that another Targaryen had claimed the throne. But in that moment, no open defiance stirred. Marjorie took a quiet breath, then turned to the crowd, voice clear. "The realm begs for peace. Many of you are tired of false kings. Let King Jon prove himself by his deeds in these next months." Some cheers fluttered from the back of the hall, likely from Tyrell men or northern soldiers grateful to see an end to the war. The small folk in attendance pressed closer, uncertain if they should applaud or not. At last, a grizzled man wearing the sigil of House Rosby called out, "Long live the king! If he's just and fair, Others repeated the shout, though more in hope than fervor. "Long live the king!" The words sounded strange in the hall that had once rung with Joffrey's name. Jon's face burned with conflicting emotions. He turned to the Iron Throne itself. The shards of twisted metal cast jagged shadows across the marble floor. It was a seat forged to inspire awe and fear, a reminder of dragons and conquest. He clenched his jaw, then stepped forward. Another hush fell as he climbed the short steps, the scabbard at his hip scraping the stone. For a moment he stood before the throne, gazing at its sharp edges. The memory of Ned's voice echoed in his mind. "We hold power only to protect. If we fail that, we fail everything." With a slow exhale, Jon turned and lowered himself onto the Iron Throne. The metal was cold and uneven beneath him. The seat forced him upright, no comfort to be found. The hall erupted in a roar that was half applause, half nervous tension. Dozens of swords bristled in salute. The shape of the new banner behind him, a merging of the direwolf and the dragon, snapped in a draft of wind. Jon's heart pounded. He looked over the sea of faces, Marjorie's encouraging nod, Ser Loras's proud stance, the Grachan's grin laced with sorrow for Robb, Lady Alice's resolute posture, the Blackfish's guarded approval, Jaime's inscrutable watchfulness. Outside these walls, King's Landing was battered, half-starved, in need of leadership. Beyond the city, the realm lay in tatters from years of war. Beyond the realm, winter approached, and with it nightmares that few Southerners could imagine. Jon pressed his hands against the edges of the throne, ignoring the faint sting where a sharp blade pressed against his palm. He had sworn to protect, to unify, to do better than the tyrants and usurpers before him. The crowd's noise sank to a murmur. Jon lifted his chin, voice pitched to carry. "Let it be known, war in King's Landing is ended. Joffrey Baratheon and Cersei Lannister have fled into exile, forfeiting all claim to the throne. By the blood of House Targaryen and House Stark, I vow to restore peace and to uphold justice for all who dwell in these lands. Let any house or man who will swear fealty be welcomed in the new order. Let those who prefer independence speak it, and we shall find a way to live without slaughter. But if any rise in arms to oppress or pillage, they shall find no mercy here." He paused, hearing his own voice echo in the vaulted chamber. This was not a moment of triumph so much as resolution. Ned Stark's face flitted through his mind, then Robb's. He could almost hear them, urging him to stand strong. Marjorie, at the foot of the dais, offered him a slight, earnest bow. Others followed suit, a wave of half-kneels, though some watchers merely stared in uncertainty or exhaustion. Jon laced his fingers in his lap, ignoring the seat's cold pricks of steel. He had ascended to the throne, but no maesters had crowned him, no grand ceremony had been arranged. Perhaps that was best. The realm had no taste for more pomp. It needed healing, and for now, in the hush of the Red Keep, a battered city and a weary army accepted him, whether as king in the south, king in the north, or both. For this moment it was enough. Outside, the bells of King's Landing did not toll in celebration. Too many had died for a truly joyous cheer. But a cautious calm took root. Word would spread. The bastard of Winterfell, rumored Targaryen, had claimed the seat. The Lannisters were gone. Perhaps tomorrow, bread would appear in the markets. Perhaps no new fires would rage at night. Perhaps, in time, the realm might remember how to hope. Jon kept his shoulders straight, letting the flicker of torchlight wash over him. "We begin rebuilding," he said to those assembled. "Summon the small council. We have much to do. This war is over, but the greatest tasks lie ahead." And so, in the hush of a ravaged throne room, a new reign began. Not with triumphant fanfare, but with the tired acceptance of a realm that had bled too long. And the young man who sat the throne, half wolf and half dragon, felt the weight of ancient swords pressing in around him, as though they, too, demanded to know if he could truly bear the burden that had slain so many kings before. He stared back, unflinching. He had no easy answers, only the vow he'd carried from Winterfell. To protect, to serve, to hold honor in a world that often seemed bereft of it. If that vow guided him, maybe the realm could endure what came next, be it invasion from dragons across the sea or the haunting approach of ice from the far north. For the first time in many moons, the Iron Throne did not drip fresh blood. Instead, it held a solitary figure, scarred by war and grief, but resolute in the hope of forging something better. In the near distance, the calls of city criers resounded, carrying the news that Joffrey was gone, that the bastard king had taken the seat, that the city would be fed and shielded from further ruin. Some disbelieved, some scoffed, some wept in relief. Yet day by day, King's Landing stirred to life again, even under the threat of winter's chill. And Jon, remembering Robb's final words, "Protect them," resolved that, for as long as breath filled his lungs and duty bound his heart, he would. He was a Stark. He was a Targaryen. He was the man on the Iron Throne. And for now, that had to be enough. Jon Targaryen, once Jon Snow, sat the Iron Throne in a hush that enveloped the Red Keep. The hall's many torches burned low, casting wavering shadows across the chiseled pillars, and the battered banners of House Stark and House Targaryen fluttered weakly in the faint currents of air. Beyond the throne room's high windows, King's Landing lay uneasy, its people worn to exhaustion by months of siege and years of war. Neither the ring of jubilant bells nor the roar of triumphant crowds echoed through the city. Instead, it was a subdued dawn, marked by the quiet rustle of battered cloaks, the whispered anxieties of small folk, and the occasional rumble of commerce restarting, as if testing whether this fragile peace might truly last. Jon had claimed the throne in the name of unification and mercy. His mind still reeled with the enormity of what had occurred. Cersei and Joffrey gone into exile, Jaime Lannister lingering in a city that would never wholly trust him, the North a question mark, half the lords vowing unwavering loyalty if Jon proved himself, the other half wondering if they should keep their hard-won independence. And overshadowing it all was the memory of Robb Stark's last breath in Jon's arms on the battlefield outside King's Landing, the treachery of Roose Bolton, and the more distant but no less terrifying threat of the White Walkers beyond the wall. The realm might celebrate a respite from one war, but Jon knew another loomed closer with every passing day of winter's advance. He sat, posture-stiff, upon the swords of Aegon's conquest, feeling the iron's cold bite through his layers of worn leather and cloth. He had no crown yet. He had refused the circlet a Tyrell knight offered that morning, insisting that he earn the realm's acceptance before crowning himself. It still surprised him that no lords had pressed for an immediate coronation. Perhaps they sensed the undercurrent of tensions, that no single lavish ritual could heal all that had been shattered. Across the throne room floor, men and women of various stations gathered in small knots, quiet-voiced. Margaery Tyrell was among them, speaking in low tones with a trio of Reach bannermen, her posture poised yet edged with the fatigue of recent battles. Ser Loras Tyrell conferred with the Blackfish, Brynden Tully, near the tall doors, both men glancing every so often toward Jon. Lady Alice Karstark had taken a place on the dais steps, maintaining a vigil on any who approached. The great Jon was absent momentarily, off dealing with a disturbance in Flea Bottom, it was said, and Jaime Lannister, newly made interim captain of the City Watch, walked the perimeter with a weary stoicism, ignoring the glares of the Northmen. Jon shifted his weight and forced down a surge of tiredness. They had wrought a precarious peace. For King's Landing, at least, the daily terror of wildfire or random violence was over. Yet if anyone thought the realm itself was now safe, they were fools. Anger simmered among certain northern soldiers who still wanted Joffrey's head. Anger simmered among the small folk who hated all who had contributed to the city's hardship. Anger simmered among the southern lords who had once sworn fealty to the Lannisters. The entire realm was like a quaking ground. Any misstep might unleash a landslide. At length, Margaery Tyrell excused herself from the bannermen and made her way up the dais. Even in plain garments, soft green wool rather than the rich brocades she once wore, she carried herself with a courtly grace that left those in her path bowing or stepping aside. Her deep brown hair, braided simply, gave her a more earnest look than the polished queen-to-be of earlier seasons. Yet there was still a resolute calm about her, as if she understood that appearances carried their own power. When she reached Jon's side, she spoke in a soft voice meant only for him. "The lords of the Reach grow restless," she said. "They wonder about the distribution of lands near the Blackwater and the Crownlands. Some Targaryen loyalists from decades past believe it is their right to reclaim old properties lost after Robert's rebellion. Meanwhile, some among our own men think they should be rewarded for their loyalty in besieging the city. Tensions could flare if we do not address it soon. Jon gave a shallow nod. We can't afford new disputes here, not while half the city is half-starved. And we have so many other matters pressing. If we start awarding lands and titles now, we risk confirming every cynic's fear that I'm just another king playing favorites. A faint, sympathetic curve touched Margaery's lips. Better to do it quickly, with fairness, so the men see that your rule stands for justice. Delay might breed more resentment. If you appoint a master of laws who can mediate these claims, it would help. Jon sighed, pressing a hand to the iron armrest. Yes, a small council. I keep putting it off, but we need it. We'll need a master of coin, too, or we'll never stabilize the city's markets. A voice from below caught their attention. The Blackfish stood at the foot of the dais, arms folded. Any chance you'd see me as your master of war, your grace? His tone had a wry dage, acknowledging that he was battered and not exactly young anymore. The arrow wound from the disastrous battle remained bound in fresh bandages, making him wince if he moved too quickly. Jon offered him a thin smile. If you're willing to take the role, uncle, I would trust no one's counsel more. I still need you in the field at times, but we have other capable commanders among the Northmen and the Tyrells. Yes, Master of War or Lord Commander of the armies, whichever we might call it, is yours if you wish. The Blackfish dipped his head. I'll serve, though I was never one for fancy titles. But the realm needs a steady hand. There's rumor that Dorne is uncertain about the new arrangement. Some say they might withhold grain or trade until they see how you treat them, and the Vale has remained suspiciously quiet. Not to mention the Iron Islands, who thrive on striking when the realm is in disarray. Then we must open diplomatic channels, Jon replied. That might be your first official duty. Draft letters urging them to attend a grand council here in King's Landing. We can't unify the realm by the sword alone, especially not now. Margaery's brow furrowed. Grand Council, that might be wise, though large gatherings of lords can become a viper's nest. All the same, it will show that you are not forcing the realm into submission. Jon stood, stepping down from the throne. The older men in the room turned, noticing his movement, but he raised a hand to signal no formal address yet. He wanted to speak to Margaery and the Blackfish with more ease. His legs felt stiff from the sword-littered seat, and he welcomed the relief of standing on level ground. His voice dropped so only they could hear. We must also address the Night's Watch. They're gravely under strength, from what I've heard, and winter is nigh. I cannot ignore it, not after what I saw beyond the wall. Both Margaery and the Blackfish nodded. She asked quietly, Do you truly fear these White Walkers? Are they more than old legend? Jon's expression turned grim. Far more. I fought them. They are as real as the blade at my side. If we do nothing, the entire realm could fall. But to rally support against an enemy most have never seen will require more than letters. They'll need proof, or at least they'll need to trust my word. And trust is in short supply. Before either could answer, commotion stirred at the throne room's grand entrance. A swirl of dust motes floated in the torchlight as the tall doors opened, revealing the great Jon, who strode in with heavy footsteps. He bowed stiffly to Jon, though the glimmer in his eyes betrayed impatience. Your Grace, he rumbled. We have a situation in Flea Bottom. Some of our men tried to put down a brawl over stolen bread. They ended up brawling themselves. Tensions are high between the small folk and soldiers hungry for spoils. If we don't bring order swiftly, more violence might break out. Jon's jaw set. I'll go, he said at once. We can't let the city slip into chaos. If we're to rule in name, we must do so indeed. The Blackfish frowned. Let me handle it. The risk is too great. You shouldn't expose yourself in the back alleys. One stray arrow. Jon shook his head. I can't rule from behind these walls, not if I want their respect. I fought at the Fist of the First Men, I fought outside these gates, and I'll fight to keep the peace inside them if I must. Come, great Jon, gather a small escort. Marjorie, if you can, see to continuing negotiations with the merchants and keep them from panic. Uncle, see to those letters we discussed. He expected them to protest, but the great Jon just flashed a ragged grin. Very well, if you insist. I'll keep you safe. Marjorie hesitated, then placed a hand on Jon's arm. Take care. The mood in Flea Bottom can turn ugly fast. Jon felt the warmth of her touch, the concern in her gaze. He nodded. I will. Then he followed the great Jon across the throne room, grabbing his sword belt from a squire near the dais steps. A swirl of anxiety rippled through the watchers. Here was a new king who insisted on personally dealing with smallfolk riots. Some might call it reckless, others might find it a sign of a king who cared. Jon could only hope the latter impression prevailed. They made their way down winding corridors out into the open air of the Red Keep's courtyard. The morning was not yet half over, but the sun had climbed high enough to warm the redstone. Though warmth was relative, for the winds carried a chill that reminded Jon of the coming winter. Soldiers in mismatched attire, some wearing Stark sigils, some wearing Tyrell roses, others sporting the flayed man of House Bolton in an attempt to pass as loyal, milled about. The Bolton men who had not fled or been slain claimed they were forced to fight under Roose's orders, but trust was scarce. The great Jon glared at any flayed man's sigil that dared cross his sight. Outside the keep, the city unrolled in narrow streets and tall, rickety buildings. A haze of smoke lingered in the air, remnants of the sporadic fires set during the siege. Jon led the way with the great Jon and a handful of northern guards, each man wary, scanning for threats. Smallfolk peered out from alleys or behind shuttered windows, curiosity and resentment flickering on their faces. The presence of an armed group in their midst was hardly comforting to those who had learned to fear any soldier, be it Lannister, Tyrell, or otherwise. A twist of roads brought them closer to Flea Bottom, the poorest quarter of King's Landing, known for its cramped hovels, open sewers, and the perpetual smell of rot. Here, the warrens of housing nearly blocked out the sky. The great Jon wrinkled his nose at the stench. Jon felt it keenly too, but he tried to keep his expression neutral. If he was to be king, these people were as much his responsibility as any lord in his castle. They heard the tumult before seeing it. Angry shouts, the clang of metal on wood, a woman's shrill scream. Turning a corner, they found a knot of rough-clad small folk facing off against a half-dozen soldiers wearing bits of Tyrell livery. A battered cart had been overturned, apparently containing loaves of bread that now lay crushed beneath it. The soldiers looked drunk or near enough, cursing at the ragged men opposite them. The small folk waved clubs, lengths of pipe, or anything that could serve as a weapon. The great Jon bellowed, "Stand down," in a voice that rattled the shutters of a nearby building. Jon moved forward, lifting a hand to quell the tension. But as soon as the small folk saw more soldiers arriving, some panicked and lashed out, brandishing their makeshift arms. One Tyrell guardsman, his face flushed with drink, lunged for an unarmed boy, presumably meaning to threaten him into submission. Jon stepped between them, knocking the guard's blade aside with a quick sweep of Longclaw's scabbard. "Enough!" Jon snapped, eyes flaring. "Put your weapon away." The guard looked stunned, only then recognizing who stood before him. "Why, your grace," he stammered, the reek of ale on his breath. He lowered his short sword, stepping back. The small folk, however, remained on edge. Some edged away, others glared at Jon as if to say a new king was just another tyrant in fine armor. A large, gaunt man with a bandaged arm spat on the ground. "We only wanted bread," he growled. "Them soldiers said we had to pay triple. Then they tried to take the bread from us altogether. Now you come with swords. We've had enough of kings." Jon's throat tightened. "I understand your anger," he said quietly, wishing his words could carry more weight. "But fighting the soldiers won't feed you. We can't restore the city overnight." He turned a piercing glance on the drunken guards. "Where's your officer? Why are you extorting these people?" They muttered excuses. An officer told them to collect a grain levy. The crowds turned hostile. It spiraled out of control. Jon bit back a surge of frustration. "There will be no illegal taxes or demands on the smallfolk. We are trying to bring food in from the Reach as soon as possible. Until it arrives, we must ration fairly, not threaten or exploit." He looked at the smallfolk. "I am Jon Targaryen, and yes, I sit the throne now. I won't pretend you have reason to trust me yet, but I promise, if any soldier tries to steal or extort, they will be punished. We will do better by you than Joffrey ever did." A hush fell, broken by someone scoffing. Another spat at the mention of Joffrey. Still, they seemed uncertain how to proceed. The great Jon rumbled, "His grace ain't lying. We've just rid the city of a mad boy king and his mother. Give us time and we'll fix the bread supply." He gave the drunken guards a glare that could peel paint. "Go to the holdfast near the Street of Flour. Report yourselves and your officer for discipline. Now." Grumbling, the soldiers moved off, sobering quickly under the Northmen's watchful eyes. Jon helped the small folk right the cart, though the bread was mostly ruined from trampled dirt. He crouched to pick up a filthy loaf and frowned. "We'll see if we can bring more from the storehouses by midday. Speak to the local septon or any official I name. Nobody has the right to steal from you. Do you understand?" The gaunt man with the bandaged arm squinted at him. "Words are wind," he said, but some tension left his stance. "But if you mean it, we'll see." A few others murmured grudging thanks, rummaging through the squashed bread for salvageable bits. Children peered from behind corners, wide-eyed. Jon exhaled, feeling a knot of regret. Even with Joffrey gone, the city was one spark from a riot. If the planned shipments from the Reach didn't arrive promptly, or if corrupt officers continued to exploit the small folk, the entire capital might erupt anew. Just how many fires must he put out daily to keep this place from collapsing? At least the great Jon looked somewhat heartened that no blood had been spilled this time. He clapped Jon on the back. "You handled them well, lad. I mean, your grace," he corrected, though he winked. "We'll need 1,000 more speeches like that, but maybe it'll hold for now." Jon forced a smile. "One day at a time. Let's see if we can't find that officer and strip him of command, or at least lock him up until we can investigate." They pressed onward, patrolling the cramped lanes of Flea Bottom. Along the way, Jon caught glimpses of the city's battered soul. Families huddling in decrepit doorways, haunted by hunger. Heaps of rubble from buildings half-burned during the siege. Scrawny cats chasing vermin. Some folks recognized him, murmuring the new king, or the Targaryen wolf. But no one fell to their knees in worship. They were too numb for that. A few asked if the rumored wildfire had been removed. Jon assured them it had been, or at least as much as they'd found. By midday, they had reached a row of abandoned merchant stalls near the city's outer walls. A pair of Tyrell quartermasters stood there with half a dozen wagons, presumably waiting for clearance to distribute supplies. Jon insisted they open them at once, ensuring a fair count of bread loaves. The great Jon bellowed out orders for the lines to form. Within minutes, local small folk gathered in clusters, each family receiving a portion. Guards from House Serwyn and House Tyrell oversaw the distribution carefully, ensuring no single group grabbed everything. Jon himself helped direct them, wanting the small folk to see him in earnest. Though the bread was hardly enough to feed everyone for long, the gesture soothed some tensions. A ragged cheer rose among those in line, and the great Jon grinned. "Maybe you'll do all right after all," he muttered to Jon. "But we'll need more wagons soon." "Aye," Jon answered, wiping sweat from his brow. "I'll speak with Marjorie about increasing shipments from the Reach. We can't let the city starve." They left the scene once order had settled, winding their way back through the labyrinth of streets toward the Red Keep. Jon's boots felt heavier with each step, weighed by the knowledge of how many more needed help and how thin their resources might stretch if the harvest was poor or if the Tyrells decided they no longer needed him. But for the moment, they had at least prevented a riot. By the time they reached the keep's gates, the sun hovered overhead, its light reflecting on the battered walls. News of the morning's events preceded them. Guards at the gate saluted with a mixture of curiosity and respect. Kings rarely walked personally into Flea Bottom. Jon acknowledged them with a tired nod. Inside the keep's courtyard, the sight of Marjorie, the Blackfish, and Lady Alice Karstark conferring with a cluster of city notables caught his eye. He made his way over. Marjorie turned as he approached, relief flickering across her features. "You're safe. Good. We heard rumors of a fight down by the bread cart." Jon nodded. "We managed to calm it for now. The small folk got some provisions, but it's a delicate balance." Lady Alice drew in a measured breath. "We've had our own troubles here." A few Lannister holdouts refused to hand over their weapons in the keep's lower halls. The Greyjohn's men forcibly disarmed them. 1 or 2 were wounded. Nothing fatal. Then we got word that a group of renegade Freys might be near the river gate, but they melted away before we could confirm it. The mention of Freys made Jon's stomach clench. House Frey's betrayal at the Twins still stained the North's memory, though in this timeline, it was Roose Bolton who had done the worst of it by slaying Robb on the battlefield. Nonetheless, Walder Frey remained an unknown variable, always sniffing for advantage. We'll post more guards at the gates, Jon said. I won't have stray phrase meddling. He turned to the Blackfish. And the letters? The older man gave a curt nod. I've written missives to Dorne, to the Vale, to the Iron Islands, to every major seat from the Westerlands to the Reach. They announced that Joffrey is deposed, that you hold the city, and that we invite them to a grand council to discuss the realm's future. I left the details somewhat open to let them imagine they'll have a voice. We can finalize it if they come. Jon felt a small measure of gratitude. Well done. We must show we're not forcing their hand. If they refuse, it'll be on them, not us. A bustle near the keep's main doors drew their attention. Jaime Lannister, flanked by a few gold cloaks, escorting a pair of richly dressed men. The men wore anxious expressions as though they had not expected to be herded so briskly. Jaime spotted Jon and changed direction, leading the men over. Your Grace, Jaime said with a half-bow that couldn't entirely hide his weary cynicism. These lords were found rummaging through the old chambers of the Master of Coin. Apparently, they claimed to be bankers from Braavos here to assess the crown's debts. They arrived by ship late last night and found the city in chaos. One of the men, a stoop-shouldered fellow with a graying beard, inclined his head to Jon. I am Terry Zermalin, representative of the Iron Bank of Braavos. My associate is Belassin. We were previously dealing with the crown under Queen Regent Cersei, but now we see that matters have changed. We come to determine the new regime's stance on repaying the crown's substantial debts. Jon suppressed a groan. Of course, the crown's finances would be a glaring issue. Robert Baratheon and later Joffrey had borrowed heavily from the Iron Bank. That debt did not vanish with their exile. He forced a courteous tone. I understand your position. We aim to honor the realm's obligations, but as you can see, the capital is in crisis. We must feed the people first. The banker frowned. The Iron Bank must have assurances of repayment, at least a schedule. Otherwise, we might be forced to fund alternative claimants. The bank invests in stability. Jaime gave Jon a meaningful look. This is how it goes. Marjorie stepped in gracefully. My lords, the new king is reorganizing the crown's finances. We do plan on forming a new small council, including a master of coin who can negotiate terms with the Iron Bank. We ask only a bit of patience. The city is reeling from war. A month or two to reorganize before we begin new payment schedules is not unreasonable. Terry Zormalin pressed his lips thin, but finally relented with a nod. 1 month. Then we expect an audience to formalize the repayment structure. The interest alone is considerable. He bowed shallowly. We'll find quarters at once. Good day, Your Grace. They left with stiff courtesy, allowing Jaime to return his attention to Jon. Never a dull day on the throne, is it? Jaime drawled. Jon forced a grim smile. Nor an easy one. He studied Jaime a moment, noticing the lines etched by sleepless nights. How are the City Watch responding to your command? Jaime shrugged. Mixed. Half remained distrustful, some grew up hearing how I killed the Mad King. Others resent that I turned on Joffrey and Cersei. But it helps that the Watch is battered by desertions. They need leadership. I'll keep them in line. Good, Jon said. I'd like you to focus on removing any Lannister or Bolton holdouts who might disrupt the city. But do it fairly, with minimal bloodshed. We can't have more chaos. Jaime gave a tight nod, turning to go. The notion that a Lannister would now police the city for Jon Targaryen Stark was strange indeed, yet here they were, forging alliances in the ashes. When Jaime had gone, Marjorie exhaled, rubbing her arms as if chilled. The Iron Bank, the small folk riots, the potential of Frey meddling, this city is a tinderbox, she murmured, fatigue lacing her voice. And beyond that there's the rest of the realm. We must seat a master of coin soon, or the bankers will grow more aggressive. The Blackfish coughed softly. We had thought about Ser Lancel Lannister, but he vanished. Perhaps Tyrion Lannister, but no one's seen him since well before the siege. Littlefinger was rumored to hold that post once, but he fled to the Vale. We need someone who actually has the realm's finances at heart. Marjorie inclined her head. I have some suggestions from the Reach. Lords Vermont or Mullendor, both adept at commerce, though they lack experience in the capital. There's also my father's steward, a capable man. Jon could see the seeds of potential factionalism. If he appointed a Tyrell man, some might say the Tyrells wield too much influence. If he appointed a northerner, that lord might not understand the complexities of southern trade. Yet the crown's coffers demanded a quick choice. Let us gather tonight, decide on a suitable candidate. The realm cannot wait while we dither. Lady Alice sighed. Agreed. The city needs to see a functioning government. Meanwhile, I'll do what I can to coordinate with the local merchants for short-term bread distribution. She paused, glancing at Jon. Are you all right? You look half dead. He managed a faint smirk. I feel 3/4 dead, but I'll manage. And he would, though the day had barely reached midday and he was exhausted. Word spread through the keep that an evening meeting would convene in one of the larger council chambers, once the site of countless Lannister intrigues. Servants hustled to dust the chairs, arrange fresh torches, and lay out a table for maps and documents. Meanwhile, Margaery, the Blackfish, Lady Alice, Ser Loras, and the Great Jon each went about their tasks, summoning minor lords or officials to prepare for the session. Jon seized a fleeting moment of respite in his bedchamber, formerly a smaller side room in the royal apartment. T.S. The large chamber that had belonged to Joffrey remained sullied by the Boy King's presence, so Jon had chosen something more modest. He splashed water on his face, staring at his reflection in a tarnished mirror. The man who looked back at him carried lines of worry that had not been there before. His eyes, once the gray of the north, held a new tension flecked with fatigue. No black cloak hung from his shoulders now, only a battered tunic with the half-wolf, half-dragon insignia. He remembered how it felt to stand on the wall, the wind biting his cheeks, his only duty to keep watch. That had seemed impossibly large at the time, yet now he would have traded anything for that simpler burden. He thought of the white walkers, of the swirling shapes in the snow, the piercing ice-blue eyes. How was he to rally the realm against them when the realm was already broken? Still, he had no choice. If that threat was ignored, all else was moot. With a shaky exhale, he left his reflection behind and descended to the meeting. Duty, Ned Stark had taught him, was the bedrock of honor, even when it weighed like a boulder on one's back. The council chamber's wooden door stood ajar, golden light flickering from the torches within. As Jon entered, he found Margaery seated near the head of a long table, speaking softly with Ser Loras. The Great Jon sprawled in a sturdy chair, tapping restless fingers on the tabletop. The Blackfish was there, as well as Lady Alice Karstark. A few lesser lords from the Riverlands and the Reach gathered toward the room's far end, men with worried eyes, starved for direction. Once Jon crossed the threshold, conversation stopped. Everyone rose. He quickly motioned for them to sit, disliking the formality. He took the seat at the table's head, ignoring the bigger, more ornate chair that had apparently been placed there for a king. Instead, he pulled up a simpler seat, drawing it alongside Margaery. "All right," he said, letting his gaze circle the assembled. "We have a realm in chaos. We must form a stable council at once. That means naming a master of coin, a master of laws, a master of whisperers, and a master of ships at least." He looked at the Blackfish. "We already have you serving as master of war or lord commander of the armies." Brynden Tully bowed slightly. "I accept the role. May the gods help me keep us from more wars." Jon's eyes slid to the Great Jon. "You've done well rallying the Northmen, but you're no court official. Still, your voice must be heard. Serve as a voice of the North in council, if you will. Maybe not an official seat, but an essential presence." The Great Jon rumbled in agreement. "Aye, that's more than enough fancy title for me." Next, Jon turned to Margaery. "We must also have the Tyrells fully represented. Ser Loras is a knight of renown, but I recall he led the Kingsguard under Renly. Perhaps you might wish to be in charge of reorganizing the Crown's alliances or setting up trade. Or do you have a better suggestion?" Margaery hesitated, exchanging a look with her brother. "We have a few candidates from our house for Master of Coin, but they lack experience in the capital. Still, I can recommend them. As for me, I'll gladly help coordinate the Crown's alliances, especially with the Southern Lords. I have some experience smoothing relations." The Great Jon grinned. "Aye, she's got the silver tongue. Might do better than some stuffed squire." Jon nodded. "Then we'll name a Tyrell man to Master of Coin, someone with skill, but I'll review them personally before final confirmation. Margaery can serve as the Crown's chief envoy or Master of Alliances, so to speak. That leaves Master of Laws and Master of Whisperers." Lady Alice Karstark raised a hand. "For Master of Laws, we might consider someone from the Vale. They're known for their courts and fairness. But Lisa Arryn is difficult." Margaery pursed her lips. "Peter Baelish was once Master of Coin, and he's rumored to hold great sway in the Vale. But he's untrustworthy. And after so many betrayals, we can't rely on him. We need someone with an untarnished reputation. Perhaps a lesser lord from the Riverlands or the Stormlands." The Blackfish cleared his throat. "Edmure Tully might have served, but he's still a captive of the phrase, last we heard. Or maybe he was released, hard to say with all the chaos. In any case, the Vale is half closed, Dorne is suspicious, and the Westerlands remain in flux. We might have to appoint an interim Master of Laws from among our loyal lords, someone who at least understands jurisprudence and can keep the peace." Jon exhaled slowly. "Then we'll do so. The next few days, we'll interview suitable candidates. In the meantime, I propose that each major region send us someone to serve in the city's court, so we have broad representation. That might ease fears that we intend to rule by nepotism. As for Master of Whisperers, do we have any suggestions? Spies are not exactly easy to vet. A silence followed. Everyone seemed uncomfortable naming spy masters. Finally, Marjorie spoke. If Varys were here, he'd be the obvious choice, but he vanished around the time of Joffrey's meltdown. No one has heard from him. Perhaps we must build a new network from scratch. Ser Loras grimaced. Then we rely on watchers in the city, on loyal men in the field. Until we find someone with a real gift for gleaning secrets, we'll have to remain half-blind. Jon accepted it with a nod, though inwardly he cursed the absence of Varys. The spider had once navigated the labyrinth of court intrigues. Now, Jon's new regime was forced to guess who plotted in the shadows. So be it, he said. We'll do our best until we find someone apt for the role. That leaves the matter of official recognition for the North. Many of our men still see me as king in the North, or at least an heir to Lyanna Stark. Others see me as Targaryen. The North bled for independence under Robb, and I promised I would not force them back into the realm if they truly do not wish it. We need clarity. An uneasy stir passed among the northern lords. The great Jon scratched at his beard, looking torn. We followed Robb as king in the north, but now we see you, his brother, on the Iron Throne. Some among us might say that's enough. They'd kneel to a Stark in the capital, if that's what you truly are. Others might say the north should stand apart from southern squabbles, especially after all we lost. Lady Alice nodded. The Karstarks were sworn to House Stark for ages, but this war changed everything. Many houses want peace more than anything. If we remain in the Seven Kingdoms under your rule, perhaps that's simpler than forging a new path. Yet some hold dear the idea of the North's independence. Marjorie glanced at Jon. You could grant the North a measure of autonomy, perhaps a separate title, like Lord Paramount of the North or something akin to that, ensuring they have freedom to govern themselves. But they remain under the Crown's protection. That might be enough to satisfy both sides. Jon mulled it over. Yes, that might be best. I have no wish to forcibly unify them if they genuinely want to stand alone, but I suspect many Northmen would welcome the resources of the southern realms, especially with winter approaching. The climate alone might push them to accept a broad alliance. The Blackfish tapped the table, expression thoughtful. Let's craft a formal arrangement. The North can choose to remain part of the realm with additional rights, or it can declare independence if a majority of its lords so vote in a great council of their own. Either way, if we face the White Walkers, we'll need unity. Perhaps that threat alone will sway them. Jon's shoulders eased. Then we do that. We'll schedule a northern council in Winterfell or somewhere suitable. Once we've stabilized King's Landing enough that I can travel north. I must return there anyway, not only for the Night's Watch but also to see if Winterfell can be rebuilt after the wars. We'll finalize the terms. Marjorie gave a gentle smile. It seems we have the bones of a plan. Now we simply need to survive the next few weeks, quell further unrest, feed the city, negotiate with the lords, and prepare for an otherworldly threat. A short list of impossible tasks. A subdued chuckle rippled around the table, but no one truly laughed. The pressure weighed on them all. Jon rubbed the back of his neck, scanning the faces around him. We have our direction. Let's continue. What else must we address? A herald from the corridor stepped in, bowing. Your Grace, there is a man from the Stormlands, Ser Ronnet Cunnington, requesting an audience. He claims to bring urgent news. He arrived but an hour ago with a small party. Jon sighed, glancing at Marjorie. Urgent news from the Stormlands. Probably Stannis-related or something else. Let him in. Moments later, Ser Ronnet Cunnington entered, cloak damp from travel, face lined with exhaustion. He bowed, seeming uncertain how to address Jon. Your Grace, he said at last. I come from near Griffin's Roost. We have rumors that a certain young woman, across the sea, might be landing soon in Dorne or the Stormlands. Daenerys Targaryen, they call her. Word is she has dragons. The chamber grew very still. Marjorie's eyes darted to Jon in alarm. The Blackfish's hand clenched on the table edge. Daenerys Targaryen, another claim to the Iron Throne, backed by the birthright of the Mad King. Could that be the next wave of turmoil? Ser Ronnet cleared his throat. We don't know for certain if it's more than rumor, but the men who passed through the stepstones speak of ships that might be hers. They say she's gained support in Essos, that she has the Dothraki behind her. If that's true, you understand the implications. Jon allowed a moment's silence. This was inevitable, truly. If Daenerys existed and commanded dragons, she would come. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Ser Ronnet, Jon said. We will investigate further, confirm these sightings. Meanwhile, continue to watch the coasts. If you learn more, send a raven at once. I'll see you receive a small retainer to ensure your men remain vigilant. Ser Ronnet bowed again, relief showing in his posture, likely grateful not to be dismissed. I appreciate it, Your Grace. May the gods keep you. He departed, escorted by the herald. As soon as he was gone, the tension in the council chamber thickened. The great Jon whistled softly. Another Targaryen, and she might truly have dragons. So we have the White Walkers in the north, a possible dragon queen from the east, and us in the middle. Jaime Lannister, who had slipped in quietly near the doorway, spoke up with a sardonic air. One Targaryen on the throne is enough to cause a stir. 2 Targaryens might tear the realm apart, especially if each believes they have the stronger claim. Jon's mouth set in a firm line. I have no desire to fight Daenerys Targaryen. If she truly is Rhaegar's sister or half-sister to me, then we share blood. But I cannot let her sweep into Westeros with a foreign army. We must attempt diplomacy. Margaery nodded. Agreed. If she truly wishes to restore House Targaryen, she'll discover you're already here, holding the throne with the support of House Stark. Will she see you as an ally or a rival? Jon's pulse quickened. We can't know yet. Perhaps she's endured horrors in Essos that will shape her outlook. We might attempt to treat with her, offering an alliance. 2 Targaryens do not need to be enemies if we can find common ground. Jaime gave a half-shrug. That might work if she's reasonable. But if she's decided she is the rightful queen and you are an imposter, no negotiation will dissuade her. Not unless you prove to have the stronger dragons. And from what I've heard, you have none. Only a battered realm on the brink of collapse. A hush settled. Jon rose from his chair, pacing to the room's narrow window. He looked out over the city's rooftops, the sprawl of King's Landing that he had just begun to hold together. Did he truly have to face a war with a dragon queen? Or could he find a way to unify them? If only there was more time. But time was the one thing the realm lacked. White Walkers, roving Ironborn, rebellious lords, and now the possibility of Daenerys landing soon. He turned back to the council, gaze steady. We do not provoke her. We send ships to scout the narrow sea, confirm if her fleet nears. We prepare letters inviting her to a summit if she lands. We remind her that House Targaryen's blood flows in me as well, so we need not be foes. And if she rejects it, we'll face that then. For now, we concentrate on rebuilding and ensuring Westeros can stand united against any threat, be it dragons, White Walkers, or anything else. Margaery's eyes held a flicker of relief. A sensible approach. The great Jon slapped the table. I let her come. We'll treat or fight, depending on her stance. Jaime offered a thin smile, part admiration, part resignation. You remind me of Ned Stark, Targaryen. Always thinking of the realm first. Let's hope it ends better for you. Jon stiffened at the mention of Ned's beheading, but forced himself to remain calm. I will not share my father's fate. Now let's finalize these council appointments. The realm must see that we are not merely reactive but forging a stable rule. With that, they returned to the tasks at hand, dividing responsibilities. Margaery would push for more shipments of grain from the Reach, meet with the Iron Bank's representatives, and screen potential Master of Coin candidates. The Great Jon and the Blackfish would continue sorting out the City Watch, searching for any pockets of Lannister or Bolton resistance. Lady Alice would coordinate with the local magistrates on fair rationing, scouring out corruption in the distribution process. Jon himself would draft letters to the lords not yet addressed, from the Vale to the north, ensuring they understood the new monarchy's stance. Hours passed in a blur of quills scratching, hushed arguments, and the clack of signet rings pressed into wax. Servants delivered simple fare, bowls of stew, and bread to sustain them. By the time they emerged from that chamber, dusk had fallen. Jon's eyes burned from reading and writing. The corridor outside was lamplit, the keep quieter now as the soldiers and staff bedded down or patrolled in shifts. Margaery escorted him as far as the central hall. She looked as worn as he felt, though still carrying that quiet determination. We accomplished much today, she remarked. Yet I suspect tomorrow will hold twice as many tasks. Jon let out a breath that was almost a laugh. If only we had the leisure to gather strength. But we can't. The realm is in crisis. She laid a hand on his forearm. Go rest, Jon. Truly rest this time. You won't do the realm any good if you collapse. Her concern stirred a faint warmth in his chest. He recalled that they were betrothed in the eyes of the realm, an arrangement forged for unity. Yet in these moments he felt a genuine camaraderie, a meeting of minds under extreme pressure. "I'll try," he said quietly. "Thank you." He parted ways, climbing a spiral stair to the modest chambers he had claimed. The guard outside nodded, stepping aside. Inside, the bed looked as though it had not been touched since the morning. Jon sank onto it heavily, unlacing his boots. Just as he considered lying down, he spotted the folded parchment resting on a small table. A message from somewhere. He took it up, recognizing no seal on the wax, merely a hastily pressed circle. He broke it open, scanning the cramped handwriting. "Your Grace, I serve in the far north. Castle Black is under threat of internal strife. Men question your rule, some question the presence of wildlings. Winter is coming fast and supplies are scarce. We are not prepared to face another large-scale threat. Please send guidance or at least a letter. The Night's Watch is leaderless since Lord Commander Mormont's death. Ser Aliso Thorne stirs resentment. The wildling Tormund giant Bane tries to keep the peace, but morale is fraying. The White Walkers lurk. Bowen Marsh." Jon's heart pounded. He had known the Night's Watch was in dire straits, but reading these lines hammered it home. Ser Aliso Thorne, a man who hated Jon, might be undermining any chance at unity. The wildlings, newly allowed south of the Wall in some measure, would be scapegoated if famine came. And the White Walkers. He stood, crossing to the window. The night sky above King's Landing was faintly purple, the stars faintly visible. Far to the north, behind the horizon, the Wall waited, battered by cold winds. He didn't have the men or resources to march north yet, not while King's Landing itself sat so fragile. But the threat up there was real, imminent. The others would not pause while the southern realm found its feet. His hand trembled slightly, though he clenched it to stillness. Duty. He must hold the capital, unify the lords, gather supplies. Then perhaps he could lead a strong force to reinforce the wall. He set the letter aside, vowing to reply at first light, instructing them to hold on to avoid internal strife. Perhaps sending a small relief shipment of grain north could calm things. But it would be a drop in the bucket. Unable to rest easily, he instead wrote out a hasty response by candlelight. "Brother Marsh, remain steadfast. I am gathering the realm's support to send north as soon as possible. Do not let Aliso Thorne undermine the Night's Watch's true purpose. Remind every brother that the real war is against the walkers, not among ourselves. I will do all in my power to bring aid before the worst of winter. Trust Tormund's loyalty if you can. The wildlings are allies now against the greater darkness." Jon. It felt painfully inadequate. He sealed it, rang for a page to dispatch it to the rookery. Then he collapsed onto the bed, boots and all, letting exhaustion pull him into troubled sleep. Nightmares flickered behind his eyelids, White Walkers sweeping across a realm unprepared, Daenerys Targaryen's dragons setting the city aflame, the ghost of Robb Stark asking why he hadn't done more. He tossed and turned until the flickering candle guttered out, leaving him in darkness. Morning arrived with a flurry of new concerns. The Crown Steward informed Jon that a minor riot had broken out near the Mudgate, put down quickly by Tyrell knights. Another raven arrived from the north, House Manderly asking whether they should send ships to White Harbor or keep them ready in case of Ironborn raids. Jaime Lannister requested an audience, presumably with news of the City Watch's reorganization. The Great Jon demanded more action against any hidden Bolton agents. On and on it went. Jon forced himself to greet the day with a composed face, swallowing his exhaustion. In the corridors, he encountered Marjorie, who gave him a sympathetic nod, carrying a sheaf of parchments regarding trade. They parted with small, weary smiles, each heading to a different meeting. So it was that the days blurred together. Each sunrise brought new tasks. Each night ended in a sheaf of letters hastily sealed. The city stabilized, slowly, under the watchful eyes of the North and the Reach. Bread distribution improved as more shipments from Highgarden arrived. Marjorie negotiated short-term loans with the Iron Bank, staving off immediate financial collapse. Jaime's presence in the City Watch forestalled any attempts at a Lannister uprising. The local merchants began to trust that the new king would not seize their goods arbitrarily. Even Flea Bottom saw a slight improvement as ration lines grew more orderly, though tensions still simmered. The city's mood remained cautious, not celebratory. Walk through the markets and you'd hear murmurs, "This new king? Better than Joffrey, but he's got troubles, that's for sure." Or, "He says he's half a wolf and half a dragon. Maybe the gods will eat him alive for blasphemy." Or, "At least we're not on fire. Good enough for now." The gloom of war had left scars everywhere. It would take more than a few weeks to heal them. Into this uneasy lull came new tidings from afar. A raven arrived from the Vale from Lady Lisa Arryn. Her note, rambling and suspicious, refused any direct involvement in Jon's Grand Council invitation, citing the Vale's neutrality. She expressed vague regrets about Ned Stark's fate but offered no help. Another raven arrived from Dorne, this one more courteous. Prince Doran Martell wrote that Dorne would consider sending representatives to a Grand Council if it truly aimed to address the realm's future. But he also made pointed references to Elia Martell, Rhaegar's first wife, and the atrocities committed against her children. There was bitterness in every line, though couched in politeness. He might come, the Blackfish observed, but he'll want assurances that the Martell name will be honored and the killers of Elia's children remain punished or recognized as criminals. Tywin Lannister was behind it, but he's dead now. Still, Doran may demand official condemnation of that act. Jon rubbed a hand over his face. If that's what it takes to heal old wounds, I'll do it. The men who committed those murders, Gregor Clegane and such, cannot be redeemed anyway. Let Doran see we stand for justice. Still no word arrived from the Iron Islands. Jon's messengers to Pike returned empty-handed, saying the lords there were scattered, squabbling, and uninterested in new kings unless they could raid them. For now, it seemed the Ironborn had turned inward, though that might change if opportunity arose. As the third week of Jon's rule dawned, with the city no longer on the brink of starvation, he finally dared to plan a journey north. Not a full muster, just a small entourage to visit Winterfell, see the state of the castle, and convene with northern lords about whether they would remain under the Iron Throne or stand apart. But the reaction at court was swift and full of alarm. You can't leave King's Landing now, one Tyrell knight protested. What if Daenerys Targaryen arrives next month? What if Joffrey tries to retake the city from the sea? We need your leadership here. Others worried that the city's fragile calm would dissolve without Jon's presence. The Great Jon insisted that if Jon went north, he must travel with a strong escort, for Bolton or Freys might lurk. Marjorie offered to remain behind, continuing the governance. We can keep the city stable in your absence, she said, if you trust us. And Jon did trust her. Yet he weighed the risks. A short trip, he decided in council. I can't ignore the North any longer. If I want them as allies, not forced subjects, I must face them openly. I'll leave enough strong leaders here, Marjorie, the Blackfish, Lady Alice, Ser Loras. Jaime can maintain the watch. The Great Jon will come with me along with a modest guard of Northmen and Tyrell knights. We'll meet with northern lords at Winterfell or what remains of it. Then I'll return. Marjorie pressed a hand to his. We'll do our utmost to keep the capital from imploding in your absence. But please be safe. Jon nodded. We'll leave in 3 days, enough time to finalize supply shipments. Then we ride. When dawn broke on the appointed day, a small cavalcade formed in the Red Keep's courtyard. The Great Jon was there, along with 24 Northmen sworn to House Stark, bearing the dire wolf banner black on gray, and a handful of Tyrell knights, including a grizzled man named Ser Howelbeesbury, who insisted on accompanying them to show support for the new king's ventures. Wagons carried essential supplies, for rumor said the land between the Neck and the Crownlands was ravaged by war. Everyone wore furs and heavier cloaks, the autumn air already carried a chill. Marjorie stood beside Jon's horse, adjusting the bridle with deft fingers. You needn't do that, Jon said quietly, but she gave him a sidelong smile. It's all right. I've plenty of time to worry about trade deals once you're gone. She finished tightening a strap, then let her hand linger on his. Return soon, she whispered. We need you. I need you too. A subtle warmth flooded Jon's chest at her admission. He had grown to rely on her calm wisdom in these hectic weeks. I'll come back, he said, voice low. Keep the city from falling to pieces until then. With that, he swung into the saddle. Marjorie stepped back, and the assembled soldiers parted to let him guide his horse forward. The Great Jon rode to his left, beaming as though he'd been freed from stifling court sessions. A half-dozen others rode behind them, banners rippling in a cool morning breeze. The gates opened and they departed, winding down the broad avenue that led toward the city's main gate. Along the way, small folk paused to watch, some with curiosity, some with mild respect. A few even cheered softly, though far less fervently than any grand royal procession of old. Jon did not crave cheers, only acceptance enough to keep the city from fracturing. Once outside the walls, they passed remnants of battlefield carnage still being cleared. Burned siege towers, broken catapults, heaps of disturbed earth marking shallow graves. The land around King's Landing was scorched from the war. Jon felt a pang of guilt, recalling how close everything had come to utter destruction had Cersei unleashed the wildfire. At least some measure of peace was won for now. They rode north by the King's Road, forced to move slowly where the road was pitted by wagon ruts or partially washed out by recent rains. The Great John led rowdy conversations around the campfires at night, trying to lighten the mood. He would recount tales of Robb's early victories or the comedic mishaps of certain lords. Others listened with half-smiles, though a certain sorrow always hovered, as if the memory of Robb's death could not truly be vanquished. 2 weeks into the journey, they reached the Trident, crossing at the stone bridge near the ruins of Harrenhal. Jon had no desire to linger in that cursed fortress. They only paused to water the horses and gather local news. The local folk, once battered by Lannister raids and the War of the Five Kings, seemed uncertain whether to greet Jon with open arms or suspicion. He did not hide his Targaryen name, but always coupled it with mention of his Stark blood. It earned a measure of grudging acceptance from the river lords. They pressed on, orderly though tensions still simmered. The city's mood remained cautious, not celebratory. Walk through the markets and you'd hear murmurs, "This new king? Better than Joffrey, but he's got troubles, that's for sure." Or, "He says he's half a wolf and half a dragon. Maybe the gods will eat him alive for blasphemy." Or, "At least we're not on fire." Good enough for now. The gloom of war had left scars everywhere. It would take more than a few weeks to heal them. Into this uneasy lull came new tidings from afar. A raven arrived from the Vale from Lady Lisa Arryn. Her note, rambling and suspicious, refused any direct involvement in Jon's Grand Council invitation, citing the Vale's neutrality. She expressed vague regrets about Ned Stark's fate, but offered no help. Another raven arrived from Dorne, this one more courteous. Prince Doran Martell wrote that Dorne would consider sending representatives to a Grand Council if it truly aimed to address the realm's future. But he also made pointed references to Elia Martell, Rhaegar's first wife, and the atrocities committed against her children. There was bitterness in every line, though couched in politeness. He might come, the Blackfish observed, but he'll want assurances that the Martell name will be honored and the killers of Elia's children remain punished or recognized as criminals. Tywin Lannister was behind it, but he's dead now. Still, Doran may demand official condemnation of that act. Jon rubbed a hand over his face. If that's what it takes to heal old wounds, I'll do it. The men who committed those murders, Gregor Clegane and such, cannot be redeemed anyway. Let Doran see we stand for justice. Still no word arrived from the Iron Islands. Jon's messengers to Pike returned empty-handed, saying the lords there were scattered, squabbling, and uninterested in new kings unless they could raid them. For now, it seemed the Ironborn had turned inward, though that might change if opportunity arose. As the third week of Jon's rule dawned, with the city no longer on the brink of starvation, he finally dared to plan a journey north. Not a full muster, just a small entourage to visit Winterfell, see the state of the castle, and convene with northern lords about whether they would remain under the Iron Throne or stand apart. But the reaction at court was swift and full of alarm. "You can't leave King's Landing now," one Tyrell knight protested. "What if Daenerys Targaryen arrives next month? What if Joffrey tries to retake the city from the sea? We need your leadership here." Others worried that the city's fragile calm would dissolve without Jon's presence. The Great Jon insisted that if Jon went north, he must travel with a strong escort, for Bolton or Freys might lurk. Marjorie offered to remain behind, continuing the governance. "We can keep the city stable in your absence," she said, "if you trust us." And Jon did trust her. Yet he weighed the risks. A short trip, he decided in council. "I can't ignore the North any longer. If I want them as allies, not forced subjects, I must face them openly. I'll leave enough strong leaders here: Marjorie, the Blackfish, Lady Alice, Ser Loras. Jaime can maintain the watch. The Great Jon will come with me, along with a modest guard of Northmen and Tyrell knights. We'll meet with northern lords at Winterfell, or what remains of it. Then I'll return." Marjorie pressed a hand to his. "We'll do our utmost to keep the capital from imploding in your absence. But please be safe." Jon nodded. "We'll leave in 3 days, enough time to finalize supply shipments. Then we ride." When dawn broke on the appointed day, a small cavalcade formed in the Red Keep's courtyard. The Great Jon was there, along with 24 Northmen sworn to House Stark, bearing the dire wolf banner black on gray, and a handful of Tyrell knights, including a grizzled man named Ser Howelby's Barry, who insisted on accompanying them to show support for the new king's ventures. Wagons carried essential supplies, for rumor said the land between the Neck and the Crownlands was ravaged by war. Everyone wore furs and heavier cloaks. The autumn air already carried a chill. Marjorie stood beside Jon's horse, adjusting the bridle with deft fingers. You needn't do that, Jon said quietly, but she gave him a sidelong smile. It's all right. I've plenty of time to worry about trade deals once you're gone. She finished tightening a strap, then let her hand linger on his. Return soon, she whispered. We need you. I need you too. A subtle warmth flooded Jon's chest at her admission. He had grown to rely on her calm wisdom in these hectic weeks. I'll come back, he said, voice low. Keep the city from falling to pieces until then. With that, he swung into the saddle. Marjorie stepped back, and the assembled soldiers parted to let him guide his horse forward. The great Jon rode to his left, beaming as though he'd been freed from stifling court sessions. A half-dozen others rode behind them, banners rippling in a cool morning breeze. The gates opened and they departed, winding down the broad avenue that led toward the city's main gate. Along the way, small folk paused to watch, some with curiosity, some with mild respect. A few even cheered softly, though far less fervently than any grand royal procession of old. Jon did not crave cheers, only acceptance enough to keep the city from fracturing. Once outside the walls, they passed remnants of battlefield carnage still being cleared. Burnt siege towers, broken catapults, heaps of disturbed earth marking shallow graves. The land around King's Landing was scorched from the war. Jon felt a pang of guilt, recalling how close everything had come to utter destruction had Cersei unleashed the wildfire. At least some measure of peace was won for now. They rode north by the King's Road, forced to move slowly where the road was pitted by wagon ruts or partially washed out by recent rains. The great Jon led rowdy conversations around the campfires at night, trying to lighten the mood. He would recount tales of Robb's early victories or the comedic mishaps of certain lords. Others listened with half-smiles, though a certain sorrow always hovered, as if the memory of Robb's death could not truly be vanquished. 2 weeks into the journey, they reached the Trident, crossing at the stone bridge near the ruins of Harrenhal. Jon had no desire to linger in that cursed fortress. They only paused to water the horses and gather local news. The local folk, once battered by Lannister raids and the War of the Five Kings, seemed uncertain whether to greet Jon with open arms or suspicion. He did not hide his Targaryen name, but always coupled it with mention of his Stark blood. It earned a measure of grudging acceptance from the river lords. They pressed on, encountering battered hamlets, farmsteads burned months ago, and refugees returning to half-collapsed hovels. At each stop, Jon listened to pleas for help or disputes about land. He lacked the resources to solve it all, but he urged them to have faith that the realm was stabilizing. The great Jon often scowled at the conditions, muttering that Southern war had brought misery beyond imagining. Jon nodded, wondering how the North fared after Bolton's betrayal. One night, after a particularly grueling ride through mud and drizzle, they camped in a grove of stunted trees near the neck. Over a makeshift fire, Jon studied a map, the flickering flames illuminating the worn parchment. The great Jon sat beside him, chewing on stale bread. We're near Moat Cailin, the big man said. The Crannogmen might greet us with arrows if they don't know who we are. We'll send word ahead, Jon replied. House Reed was always loyal to Ned Stark. If we pass safely, we'll be in the North proper soon. He tried to imagine returning to Winterfell. The last time he'd seen it, he had been only a bastard boy. Now he returned as a king or something akin to one. The notion unsettled him, mixing nostalgia with dread. They reached Moat Cailin in a swirl of mist 2 days later. The ancient stronghold, mostly collapsed towers rising from boggy ground, felt steeped in old ghosts. Reed's scouts emerged from the fog, men with frog spears, painted faces, watchers of the swamps. Once they recognized Jon and the great Jon, they led them through the safer paths, warning of quicksand and hidden sinkholes. There, Jon learned that House Reed supported the idea of a great council in Winterfell, ready to hear the new king's proposals. We've heard of your Targaryen blood, one scout said softly, but we also know your mother was Lyanna. That might be enough for us. Onward they rode, finally crossing into the north. The air turned colder, the nights longer. Jon felt a pang of familiarity at the crisp scent of pine and frost. Snow had not yet blanketed the land, but he sensed it would come soon. Many villages looked empty, their folk having migrated south or perished in the wars. Others showed signs of the Bolton's passage, burned farmsteads, rumors of forced conscriptions. Jon's anger simmered at the memory of Bolton's treachery. At last, they reached a ridge where the ruins of Winterfell came into view across an expanse of pale fields. Jon reined in his horse, staring in silence. Parts of the castle stood blackened and broken, the walls scorched from when Ramsay Snow had torched it, or so rumors claimed. Yet some sections still rose, battered but intact. The great Jon inhaled sharply at the sight, grief momentarily crossing his face. This had been the seat of House Stark for centuries, and now it lay half in ruin. They rode closer, passing what remained of the outer gates. Workmen scurried about, hauling timbers and stone. A small effort at rebuilding seemed underway, guided by a handful of Northmen wearing Stark colors. As soon as they noticed Jon and the great Jon, they rushed forward, wide-eyed. One man dropped his hammer in shock. The great Jon roared a greeting. "We're back, you sorry curs. Where's the steward or castellan?" A stooped older man with a graying beard approached, eyes brimming with emotion. "Wyman Manderley sent men to begin repairs. We've done what we can. Lord Manderley said that if King Jon ever returned, we should greet him as the rightful heir of House Stark, if indeed you be him." Jon dismounted, boots crunching on charred gravel. He looked around, letting memory wash over him. He could almost see a younger version of himself sparring with Robb in the courtyard, or Sansa passing by with a swirl of skirts, or Arya climbing some vantage point, defying convention. That was another life. Now he stood as a battered adult, the ghosts of that childhood swirling like snow. With a careful breath, he nodded to the steward. "I am Jon Targaryen, born Jon Snow in these halls. My mother was Lyanna Stark. I come to see Winterfell restored and the North assured of its future. May I enter?" The steward's throat worked. "Of course, your grace. This is your home." Jon stepped into the remnants of the courtyard. Broken stones, half-standing towers. The old oak of the training yard had been burned, blackened stumps all that remained. Yet the heart tree in the godswood might still stand, if the old gods willed it. He felt drawn there, needing to see it. Leaving the great Jon to speak with the steward, Jon moved across the ruined yard, up a slight slope to where the godswood gate once stood. Some timbers blocked the path, but he clambered over them. Inside, the godswood was eerily quiet. Many of the trees had been scorched, leaves turning crisp and black. The pond in the center was murky with soot, but the heart tree, a pale weirwood with a face carved into its trunk, remained. Its bark bore scorch marks around the edges, but the carved face seemed intact, its red sap tears dried. Jon approached slowly. Memories of kneeling here with Robb and Bran clutched him by the throat. He knelt now, placing a hand on the trunk's rough surface. The wood felt alive, still pulsing with the old god's presence. "I'm back," he whispered, voice catching. "I don't know if I deserve to be lord here, but I'll do what I can." A hush of wind rustled the scorched branches. For a moment, he thought he sensed something ancient shifting deep in the tree, but it might have been his imagination. He closed his eyes, letting the grief and the hope mingle, until the sound of footsteps stirred him. Lady Alice Karstark stood behind him, respectful. "Your Grace, the great Jon asks if you'll see the men now or rest first." Jon rose, exhaling. "I'll see them. This is no time for rest." They returned to the courtyard, where a modest assembly of Northmen had gathered, including a few from House Manderley, House Glover, House Serwyn, and a smattering of others. Their expressions varied from hopeful to wary. The great Jon stood among them, arms folded. He turned to Jon, then stepped aside, letting him address them. Jon drew in a breath. "My lords, I come in the name of House Stark, and yes, I also bear Targaryen blood. We have ended Lannister rule in King's Landing, but I have not forced the North to bend the knee. That choice remains yours. Robb Stark was crowned king in the North, and he died for it. I will never dishonor leaving some of us behind to maintain order. The North will hold, I swear it." Jon touched the trunk of the weirwood once more. "Thank you, Alice. Let's do that." They parted in the gloom, and Jon returned to the quarters they'd hastily set up for him, rooms that had once been the old maester's chambers, partially spared from the fires. He sank onto a cot, thinking of all that had transpired. The North was rejoined, at least nominally. That was one piece of the puzzle. But the realm's fractures remained severe and time was short. After a restless night, the next day dawned cold and cloudy, hinting at the first snowfall. Jon convened a war council of northern lords in what had once been the library tower, though half its roof was gone. Maps spread across a table weighed down by stones. The Great Jon stood at Jon's right, Lady Alice at his left, along with Lord Manderley and others. They discussed a plan to subdue any Bolton loyalists. Half the present lords volunteered men. The Great Jon himself offered to lead a strike on the Dreadfort. Jon decided that was best. He trusted the Great Jon more than almost anyone to crush remnants of Bolton's treachery. Wyman Manderley and I will see to repairs at Winterfell, one older knight said. We'll gather a new garrison under the Stark banner. You can return south with a smaller escort once you confirm the White Walkers aren't already across the Shivering Sea. He gave a half-smile, though it was grave. Jon pressed a palm to the map's edge. Thank you. I'll do a quick ride to Castle Black, see the state of the Night's Watch. Then I must go back to King's Landing. With luck, we can muster the realm in time if the White Walkers march. And so it was decided. Over the next 2 days, the Great Jon assembled his war band to march on the Dreadfort. Lord Manderley oversaw shipments of lumber and stone for Winterfell's continued repair. Jon prepared for a shorter journey to the Wall, taking only a few companions. On a chilly morning, he said his farewells in Winterfell's courtyard, clasping hands with the lords who would remain. The Great Jon patted him on the shoulder. Best of luck, lad. We'll send ravens if Bolton's men put up a real fight. Then the Great Jon and his soldiers thundered eastward while Jon turned his horse north toward Castle Black. The ride felt surreal. He retraced the path he had taken years ago as a young recruit of the Night's Watch, heading to the Wall as an unwanted bastard. Now he returned as a king with a small escort of 5 knights and a squire. Autumn's chill deepened. The last day of the ride saw flurries of snow swirling in the wind. The haunted emptiness of the far north pressed on them, the roads deserted, the sky leaden. At last, the immense wall loomed ahead, a colossal sheet of ice stretching across the horizon. Castle Black crouched at its base, a cluster of wooden buildings, many battered from wildling attacks. Smoke rose from a few chimneys. As Jon approached the gates, the men on watch stared, calling down in confusion. Soon the great wooden doors creaked open, and a handful of black-cloaked brothers stepped out uncertain. A familiar face emerged among them, Dolorous Ed, whose expression looked more mournful than ever. He squinted at Jon in disbelief. So the rumors are true. You're a king now. Jon dismounted, trying not to smile too grimly. I was always a brother of the Night's Watch in heart, Ed. But the realm has changed. Where's everyone? Ed sighed, gesturing. Inside, moping about. Alliser Thorne is stirring trouble. Tormund Giantsbane tries to keep the peace with the wildlings we let through. Bowen Marsh tries to hold everything together. We have fewer than 300 men total if you count the old and infirm. Winter is on our heels. Jon's chest tightened. Then let me see them. We have no time to lose. The courtyard inside Castle Black looked more dilapidated than when Jon first joined. A few men practiced archery half-heartedly. Some wildlings helped repair a walkway. The tension was palpable, black cloaks eyeing the wildlings with distrust, the wildlings returning equal suspicion. Off to the side, Jon saw Tormund Giantsbane, a big man with a fiery beard who let out a shout of recognition. Jon Snow. Or is it Jon Targaryen? Bah, you're the same crow I remember. They clasped arms. Jon felt a surge of relief. Tormund. I'm glad you're still here. How fare your people? Tormund's face grew serious. They fear the cold, but they fear what hunts in the cold more. A few small skirmishes with the crows, but nothing too bloody. We stay because you promised safety. But some crows don't see us as allies. Sure enough, Ser Alliser Thorne soon appeared, face twisted in scorn. Well, the bastard king returns. Here to kneel before the watch you abandoned. Jon tensed, but he kept his voice level. I never abandoned the watch. Circumstances forced me to assume a role for the good of the realm. The threat of the White Walkers concerns everyone. Thorne sneered. We are the shield that guards the realms of men. If you think you can come back and lecture us, think again. You pledged your life, then you left. Jon exhaled slowly. I didn't leave by choice. The realm is in crisis. I had to act. Thorne, let's not fight. The White Walkers are the real enemy. We stand or fall together. Before Thorne could retort, Bowen Marsh hurried over, pressing a hand to Thorne's shoulder. We'll discuss the details inside. No sense airing grievances in front of the men. He bowed to Jon with forced politeness. Shall we? They gathered in the modest hall used for councils, a rough-hewn table in the center. Tormund joined them, arms folded, while Thorne stood glowering at the side. Ed lingered near the door. Jon explained the new monarchy, the dissolution of Lannister power, the alliance with the North. He offered what help he could. A promise of some grain shipments once the roads were passable, perhaps some fresh recruits from the North who might volunteer. Bowen Marsh's expression remained guarded. We'll take the help, of course. But the men resent that you broke your vows. Jon nodded, understanding their viewpoint. I owe the Watch a debt that can never be repaid. But the Walkers threaten the entire realm. I had to unify the South to have any chance. Soon, I hope to muster an army that can march north and reinforce the wall. We'd bring Dragonglass if we can find enough and perhaps glean other ways to fight the dead. But we need time and we need peace in the South. Thorne spat. Time we don't have. The wildlings roam lawless. We should never have let them through. Tormund bristled. We roam so we don't die by the White Walkers. I'll not apologize for wanting to live. Jon raised a hand. Enough. Tormund, do you still have eyes beyond the wall? Tormund grunted. A few. They say the dead gather in pockets. We see whites in small numbers. The others keep to the darkest woods, but their numbers swell. Hard to say exactly how many. If they move as one, we're doomed. The room fell silent. Even Thorne looked unsettled. Bowen Marsh wiped perspiration from his brow despite the cold. Then we must stand together. But we are so few and the lords of the South seldom heed our warnings. Will they now that you wear a crown? Jon managed a half-smile. I'll make them heed. We'll bring as many as we can. Meanwhile, the watch must hold. I'll send ravens to each major seat, reminding them of the threat. We'll ask for volunteers, supplies, anything. Tormund's people remain behind the wall? Tormund frowned. Some. Others came through and settled the gift as we agreed. We keep an uneasy truce with these crows. But if you say an army is coming, we'll gather our kin from scattered huts. We can fight or we can flee south. But we prefer to fight. Jon nodded. We'll fight then. But only together. If the day comes, the Night's Watch and the Free Folk must stand side by side. Bowen Marsh sighed heavily. It goes against all traditions, but we see no choice. The alternative is extinction. They spoke long into the evening, forging a fragile pact. Jon gave instructions for the men of the Watch to prepare for additional reinforcements if and when they arrived. He signed letters to be sent by Raven, calling for new recruits from every corner of the North, appealing to the memory of Ned Stark, to the vow of protecting the realm from horrors beyond the wall. By nightfall, he felt some measure of success. Tormund and Thorne still glared at each other, but neither escalated. Bowen Marsh walked a tightrope, trying to keep the Watch afloat. They needed so much, but at least they were trying. The next dawn, Jon said his farewells. He wished he could stay and help rebuild the Watch, but the realm beyond the wall needed him too. Tormund clasped his forearm, expression gruff. Don't you forget us, Crow. We'll be waiting for your southern swords when the real battle starts. Jon promised he wouldn't forget. Then he rode south again, heart heavy with the knowledge that time was short. With him traveled the same small escort. Snowflakes drifted, the wind biting. They pushed hard, hoping to outrun the worst storms. When they returned to Winterfell, they found the great Jon had departed for the Dreadfort. Word suggested a fierce skirmish was ongoing, the Bolton men entrenched. Lord Manderley held Winterfell secure. Jon lingered only a day, adjusting supply orders, ensuring the roads were safe enough to convey more men to Castle Black if needed. Then he resumed the long journey south, passing again through Moat Cailin, the Neck, Harrenhal's ghostly silhouette, and at last the battered fields outside King's Landing. Weeks had passed since he left. The approach to the capital was coated in a thin sheen of mud from autumn rains. The city walls loomed, less battered than before but still scarred. Jon's guard flagged the watchman who recognized the wolf-dragon banner, and the gates opened. To Jon's mingled relief and apprehension, the capital had not collapsed in his absence. But what might have happened behind these walls? The moment he entered the Red Keep's courtyard, Marjorie was there to greet him, wearing a heavy cloak lined with fur. A cautious smile brightened her features. You've returned safely, she said, stepping forward. We have feared bandits or 1,000 other disasters. Jon swung down from the saddle, wincing at the ache in his back. I encountered no trouble worse than autumn storms. The North stands with us for the most part. He paused, glancing around. How fares the city? She exhaled. Better. Breadlines are more orderly, the city watch is calmer, and your newly appointed master of coin, Lord Mullendore, has arranged partial repayment schedules with the Iron Bank. But tensions remain. We have disturbing rumors from the Stepstones suggesting more ships coming from Essos. Possibly Daenerys Targaryens. We're not sure. Jon nodded grimly. So it begins. At least the north is largely on our side. If Daenerys comes as an enemy we may yet stand a chance. But I pray she'll be open to alliance. We have the White Walkers to consider, not just more war among ourselves. She reached for his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. You've done so much already. I know it feels endless. But let us face the next challenges together. The city is stable enough for now. We can plan for what comes. Jon's gaze flicked to the shape of the Iron Throne's tower behind them. Yes, he said softly. We'll plan for winter. For Daenerys. For the White Walkers. For Joffrey if he reappears. 1,000 fires to tend and we are but mortals. Marjorie's eyes shone in the torchlight. A king and queen do not stand alone if they have loyal friends. The North, the Reach, and many more. Let us keep forging alliances. We have to believe it's possible. He leaned slightly, pressing his brow to hers in a moment of shared solace. Soldiers and courtiers respectfully turned their gazes away, letting the two stand in quiet intimacy. Jon drew a breath, remembering the hush of the Godwood, the battered halls of Winterfell, the vow he made to unify the realm. He might be king on the Iron Throne, but he remained a Stark in his heart, bound to protect his people no matter the cost. His mind flashed with the swirl of images: White Walkers, dragons, exiled Lannisters, the battered city, the ragged Northmen. None of it seemed insurmountable if he had even a sliver of hope. Quietly, he murmured, tomorrow we keep building. We prepare for Daenerys. We keep the realm from fracturing. And if winter comes in full force, we face it head on. Together. She nodded, lips curving in a sad but determined smile. Yes. Together. They turned, hand in hand, to enter the Red Keep, stepping over the worn threshold into the corridors that would soon ring with new debates, new councils, new burdens. Behind them, the battered courtyard slowly emptied. Above them, the twilight sky glimmered with cold stars. Yet in that moment, for perhaps the first time, Jon allowed himself a small measure of faith. He had faced the North, mended ties, begun forging a path. If the realm would ever be truly whole again, it would happen step by step, vow by vow, alliance by alliance. And no matter how dark the horizon, he carried the memory of those who had come before, Ned Stark's quiet honor, Robb's resolute spirit, lighting his way. So he walked forward, the new king in the realm's hour of need, each footstep steady. Winter might be coming, dragons might be descending, but he would not yield. The echo of hope found in the North, in Marjorie's unwavering support, and in the quiet acceptance of a battered city gave him strength. In this precarious lull, suspended between war and winter's approach, Jon Targaryen, wolf and dragon, son of Lyanna Stark, stood determined to guard them all. And the old gods and the new bore witness, silent and watchful as the final pieces of destiny began shifting into place. Jon Targaryen's return to King's Landing, though greeted with relief and cautious joy, did not mean the realm's troubles had vanished. Autumn's chill lingered over the capital, and threads of tension ran through every corridor of the Red Keep. Courtiers picked up hushed rumors of Daenerys Targaryen's fleet on the narrow sea, far from confirmed, yet mentioned too often to be dismissed. The crown's new master of coin, Lord Mullendor, wrestled with the Iron Bank's demands for regular installments. The city watched still uncovered caches of hidden weapons left by Lannister loyalists, and common folk, though no longer starving en masse, eyed the new regime warily, as if fearing it might dissolve in another wave of violence. On his first morning back, Jon woke early in the modest chamber he had selected instead of the late king's more opulent rooms. A watery sun crept through the high windows, illuminating old scars on the stone walls, marks from the siege, or else from the Mad King's era. No one seemed entirely sure. He dressed without ceremony, pulling on a tunic embroidered with the merged sigils of Stark and Targaryen, then buckled his sword belt around his waist. Sleep had come grudgingly. He had dreamed of Winterfell's half-burned towers and, more hauntingly, of White Walkers gliding through dark forests of ice. He wondered, not for the first time, whether Daenerys Targaryen could be a potential ally against that impending threat. Was she truly crossing the sea, or had rumor outstripped reality? The reports from the Stepstones were too vague to be reliable, yet the faint possibility loomed that at any day her ships might appear off the coast of Dorne or the Stormlands. Would she see him as family or as a usurper to the Targaryen birthright? Shaking off the question, Jon slipped from his chamber into the corridor where a pair of Serwyn guards stood at attention. They bowed stiffly. He acknowledged them with a nod before making his way to the Red Keep's outer hall. He would break his fast in the smaller council chambers away from the throng of lesser lords, hoping to review the day's tasks with Marjorie Tyrell, the Blackfish, and any others who needed his ear. He arrived to find Marjorie already there, conferring with Lord Mullendor, a short, bewhiskered man wearing a heavy fur-trimmed cloak. The room smelled faintly of wood smoke and fresh bread which lay on the table alongside bowls of stewed onions and salted fish. At the sound of Jon's footsteps, Marjorie turned, relief in her eyes. "Good morning, Your Grace," she said softly, motioning for him to join them at the table. "We have fresh concerns from the Iron Bank." Lord Mullendore was just explaining. Jon inclined his head toward the Master of Coin. "Lord Mullendore? What news?" Mullendore exhaled. "The Braavosi bankers remain cordial for now, but in the last letter they hinted they might withhold further loans if we cannot guarantee certain monthly payments, larger sums than we'd first agreed. They fear we'll never repay at the current rate, especially given the realm's fragile state." Marjorie lifted a silver chalice of watered wine but did not drink. "We can't afford to funnel all coin to Braavos when the city needs reconstruction and winter preparations. If the bankers press too hard." Jon pressed a hand to the table's edge. "We'll invite the Braavosi representatives to a formal audience in 2 days. Impress upon them that if the realm collapses in chaos, they'll receive no coin at all. Lord Mullendore, prepare to show them we are stabilizing a new line of trade with the Reach, better tax collection, and a more consistent flow of goods. They must see that a strong monarchy is in their interest." Mullendore inclined his head. "I'll gather the ledgers, Your Grace. It's a delicate dance, too stern a position might anger them, too feeble a stance, and we'll be bled dry." "Then strike the balance," Jon replied, seeking a note of finality. "We'll try diplomacy first. If they threaten to back other claimants, remind them that no one else in Westeros is better poised to maintain peace. A war with Daenerys Targaryen, if it comes, will be ruinous for everyone." Mullendore's mouth pinched. "Yes, Your Grace. I'll see it done." He took his leave, a scribe following at his heels. Jon turned to Marjorie. She looked as if she had not slept more than a few hours, the faint circles under her eyes betraying long nights of negotiations and crowd management in his absence. He poured her a little wine from a carafe and she smiled gratefully. "Thank you," she murmured, taking a sip. "We are fortunate the city has not erupted. Jaime has done a passable job reorganizing the watch. The breadlines remain calm and the river gate is kept under close watch for smugglers. But there is an undercurrent. Rumors abound of the exiled Lannisters returning. And many speak of Daenerys Targaryen, though no one truly knows if she approaches." Jon leaned forward. "Then we must confirm it. Has any ship reported sightings?" Marjorie shook her head. "Nothing conclusive. A few merchant galleys off Dorne claimed to have seen foreign sails. But it could be pirates or traders from Essos. Still, the talk is enough that many fear a new war." A quiet footstep signaled the Blackfish entering, his weathered face set in determination. He offered a terse bow. "Your Grace, my lady. Good news or ill, today we have a raven from Sunspear." Jon's pulse quickened. "Dorne?" Brynden Tully nodded. "Prince Doran Martell writes that he has heard these same rumors more robustly. He says a fleet is massing near Slaver's Bay, Daenerys Targaryen and her forces, or so the whispers go. They might sail soon, or perhaps they already have. He does not know. He asks F. or clarity. How will we respond if she lands in Dorne?" Marjorie's lips parted. "If the Martells invited her in, we'd face a new Targaryen alliance in the south, possibly fracturing the realm again. Yet, if we insult Prince Doran by forbidding him from hosting her, he might side with her out of spite," Jon finished, feeling the weight of it. "Prince Doran is shrewd. He knows the cost of war better than most. Perhaps we can quell his fears. We have no desire to punish him if Daenerys steps ashore. The question is, does Daenerys see me as an impostor to her house?" The Blackfish shrugged. "We cannot be sure. Even if she acknowledges your Targaryen blood, that might not soften her stance. She could see herself as the rightful queen. Full stop." Jon felt a twinge of frustration. "Then we must attempt diplomacy. Send Prince Doran a message. Tell him that if Daenerys Targaryen arrives, we ask only that she meet with an envoy from us. We do not want to provoke a war. Let him know we still hope to hold a grand council. If Daenerys believes she has a claim, let her present it peacefully." Marjorie reached for a quill and parchment on the table. "I'll draft the letter at once. Will we also encourage Doran to gather his banners in case she arrives hostile?" Jon hesitated. He had no wish to spark a new conflagration by openly rallying men against Daenerys. "We can't push too far. Merely request that Doran maintain vigilance. Remind him we face the White Walkers in the north. Another civil war would only help the dead. If Daenerys wants to claim the throne, Let her do so by negotiation, not by incinerating half the realm. But we do need some precaution. The Blackfish inclined his head. We'll keep an eye on the Stormlands, too. If her fleet bypasses Dorne, they might land near Storm's End. That castle's loyalty remains unclear since Stannis' departure. Some garrison is there, but they might not stand firm if faced with dragons. Jon's brows drew tight. Dragons. If the rumors are true, that changes everything. A conventional siege would be one thing, but dragons in the sky. We have no defense except maybe scorpions on the walls, and that didn't help much against Aegon the Conqueror. A hush settled, heavy with unspoken fears. Then Marjorie took a breath, gaze flicking between Jon and Brynden. We must not let rumor paralyze us. Let's focus on strengthening the realm as we planned. We've the North, the Riverlands, and the Reach. The Vale remains aloof, but they might stir if real dragons appear. The Westerlands are in disarray, with Tywin's death and Cersei's exile. Jaime does not command them as Tywin once did. For now, we hold the Crownlands by a thread. If Daenerys arrives peacefully, we talk. If not, we fight, Brynden finished grimly. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. They parted to handle the day's business. Jon accompanied Marjorie to the rookery to finalize the letters. Then he met with the Great Jon. Back from the Dreadfort after crushing Bolton loyalists and gleaned the good news that the Bolton remnants had been driven into the cold. Rumors suggested Roose Bolton himself might be dead from old wounds, or vanished. No one could confirm it, but the North at least was calmer. If Roose had died or fled, that was one less threat. Though the Dreadfort remains half-ruined, the Great Jon reported, scratching at his wild beard. We found dungeons stuffed with bodies, Bolton's final atrocities. The men we captured told us Ramsay Snow was never found. Might be he's fled beyond the borders or was killed by the chaos after Robb's death. Hard to say, but at least the North stands behind you now. Jon frowned. Ramsay not confirmed dead is worrisome, but perhaps he's rotting in a ditch. If he resurfaces, we'll deal with him. The Great Jon shrugged. He'd be a fool to show his face. Once that was settled, Jaime Lannister arrived wearing his newly minted insignia as commander of the City Watch. We've uncovered a half-dozen Lannister men holed up in a stable near the Lion Gate, he informed Jon. They had a cache of arms, likely planning to strike if the city grew restless. We disarmed them. They're in the black cells now. Jon thanked him curtly. Jaime's presence still unsettled many, yet the man had thus far followed through on his vow to keep the peace. Have them questioned gently and see if they have ties to Joffrey or Cersei. If they do, perhaps we can glean their location. Jaime nodded, face neutral. As you wish. He turned to go, then paused, a flicker of discomfort crossing his features. There's one more matter, personal. My sister. I hear scattered rumors that she's in Essos with some Lannister gold. If she's funneling coin to Daenerys Targaryen, no evidence of that, but if it's so, well, be wary. Cersei's hatred for House Stark runs deep. Jon's stomach tightened. Thank you for the warning. We'll keep watch. If you learn more, bring it to me. That done, the days stretched into a routine of partial stability, bread distribution, debt negotiations, and the deployment of small squads to ferret out trouble. The city's mood improved fractionally, with a few streets beginning to bustle. Tailors reopened shops, blacksmiths hammered steel for legitimate trades rather than war machines. A sense of normal life began to creep in, tentative, fragile. Jon recognized the seeds of hope. If they could just avoid another catastrophic war, perhaps the capital might bloom once more. 2 weeks after his return from the north, he woke to find the courtyard abuzz. A visitor had arrived from Pentos, bringing what might finally be solid news about Daenerys Targaryen. Jon hurried to the throne room, where a handful of guards flanked a lean man with olive skin and hair tied back in a silver clasp. He wore traveling leathers with an embroidered vest and a peculiar symbol, a stylized dragon's head, adorned one sleeve. At the foot of the dais, the man bowed deeply. I am Quaro, once of Pentos, now a loyal retainer to Daenerys Stormborn, mother of dragons, he announced in a voice accented but fluent. I come with greetings and a request for parley. The great hall fell silent. Marjorie stood to one side, Jaime to another, the Great Jon towering near the base of the dais. All eyes riveted on this foreign envoy. Jon, seated on the Iron Throne, composed himself, his heart pounding. Welcome to King's Landing, he said, voice carrying through the hush. We have heard many rumors of Daenerys Targaryen. You say you serve her? Quaro inclined his head. I do. She sails westward with her armies, unsullied, Dothraki, freed slaves from Meereen, and yes, with dragons. She has freed countless thousands in Essos. Now she comes to claim what she views as her rightful inheritance, the Iron Throne. Yet she is not blind to the complexities. I am sent to discover if you, Jon Targaryen, will surrender your claim or prove an enemy. A ripple of reaction coursed through the watchers. The great Jon bristled, knuckles whitening on the hilt of his sword. Margaery kept her composure, though Jon sensed her tension. He forced his voice steady. We do not seek war with Daenerys Targaryen. She is my aunt or half-aunt by blood. I am as much Targaryen as Stark. If she wishes a peaceful accord, let her come. Let us unite instead of tearing the realm apart. Quaro's expression remained politely impassive. Her grace wonders if you will renounce the crown in favor of hers, acknowledging her as the sole monarch. She is, after all, the last living child of King Aerys, save for the rumored infant who died during Robert's rebellion. That rumor, I see, gave rise to you. Some might doubt your parentage. Jon's hands gripped the Iron Throne's metal arms, the cold edges pressing into his palms. I am not a rumor. Lord Eddard Stark's letter and other proofs show I am the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. I hold the throne now not merely by that blood, but by the will of the realm's lords who chose me over Joffrey Baratheon. And more recently by the North's acceptance. Daenerys and I need not be enemies. We face a greater threat from beyond the wall. If she truly commands dragons, we could use them to stop the White Walkers. Let us talk as family. A faint tilt of Quaro's head signaled he was not entirely unreceptive. She might be open to negotiation if you acknowledge her superior claim. If not, she is ready to test that claim by force. The choice rests with you. A hush lingered. The Greyjoy's face stormed with anger at the envoy's bluntness, but Margaery stepped forward, voice smooth. Does your queen propose a meeting, or does she intend simply to land an army and see who bends the knee first? Quaro gave a slight smile. She is not unwise. She would prefer a swift transition without needless bloodshed, for she knows the realm still bleeds. She invites King Jon to meet with her in neutral territory. Dragonstone, perhaps, if he will come unarmed. Otherwise, she will land her forces in Dorne or the Stormlands and force the issue. Jon's mind raced. Dragonstone, once the seat of House Targaryen when they first conquered Westeros. A fitting place for such a parley, but also a potential trap. Daenerys might have a fleet, might have the advantage if negotiations failed. Yet refusing might spark a war anyway. Tell me, Quaro, he said slowly. Does your queen know of the threat beyond the wall? Quaro frowned. She has heard rumors of undead. But such tales are easy to dismiss. She has concerns more immediate. Your reign, the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms, the possibility of Lannister remnants. She does not see the White Walkers as pressing. Jon swallowed frustration. Then let me clarify to you so you may return the message faithfully. The White Walkers are real, and if we do not prepare, every man, woman, and child could perish. The dragons might be our best hope of victory. Instead of warring over the throne, we should forge an alliance. I will meet with her if it will prevent another war. But I will not simply yield my crown without ensuring the realm's survival. Quaro glanced around, absorbing the hush. I will carry your words back to her grace. She will weigh them and decide whether a parley is worth her time. But if she meets you, she will expect a sign of respect. Concessions, if you will. Jon steeled himself. I respect Daenerys as my father's kin, a rightful Targaryen. But we shall see what we can concede. Return to her. Tell her I stand ready to parley at Dragonstone, or at King's Landing, or wherever we might hold a summit that ensures no ambush from either side. The city is battered. No one here yearns for more blood. Quaro bowed deeply. As you command, King Jon. The emphasis on the word king was neutral, neither mocking nor reverent. I will depart within the day if you permit. You have leave to go in peace, Jon said. We will not hinder you. The envoy withdrew, escorted by Jaime Lannister's men. As soon as he was gone, the hush broke into murmurs. Lords muttered about Daenerys's arrogance, others about the possibility of real dragons. Margaery, looking faintly shaken, joined Jon on the dais steps. She demands you yield, she said softly, ignoring the stares of lesser lords. We expected that, but hearing it so plainly. If you do, you risk everything we've built, everything you promised the North. Jon exhaled. I won't simply abdicate the throne. Not if that means the realm falls under her sole control, ignoring the White Walkers. But if there's a way to share power, to unify under a single banner without another war, I must try. The realm can't survive more bloodshed, and we need her dragons for the war to come. The great Jon stomped up, face red. 7 hells, you can't let her bully you. You're as much Targaryen as she is, more so if you count how the North has accepted you. The men won't stand for a queen from Essos stealing the seat. Marjorie placed a hand on the great Jon's arm. We all want to avoid a war. Let's see if the envoy truly conveys Jon's words faithfully. Then perhaps Daenerys will answer with an offer of a real parley. If not, we'll prepare defenses. The great hall gradually emptied, the watchers dispersing to whisper about the mother of dragons. Rinden Tully approached, his expression grim but measured. We'd best be ready to defend the city. Even if you go to parley, we can't leave ourselves open. If she attacks while you're away. Jon nodded. We'll strengthen the walls, gather scorpions, any weapon that might deter dragons. Quietly, without inciting panic. Marjorie sighed. We must also reaffirm alliances. Send fresh letters to the Vale, the Westerlands Dorne, reminding them a threat from Essos is imminent. If we stand united, Daenerys might be forced to negotiate. But Jon wasn't entirely sure the realm would unite behind him if Daenerys came with 3 living dragons. Many might decide to bend the knee to the might of old Valyria rather than risk devastation. He recalled the stories of Aegon's conquest, how lords surrendered to dragonfire rather than see their men burned alive. Still, the next days brought no immediate word from Daenerys. The foreign envoy Quarro departed by ship. Life in King's Landing trudged on. Jon oversaw new fortifications near the Lion Gate, placing scorpion-like ballistae on the walls. Marjorie smoothed relations with uneasy lords, hosting small feasts in the keep's lesser halls, just enough to maintain morale. The great Jon supervised a fresh wave of northern soldiers who had trickled in, men who had marched south at the rumor of Daenerys' invasion. Every morning, ravens arrived bearing trifling updates or dire possibilities. Around the second week after Quarro's departure, the tension in the city peaked. One bright afternoon, the watchman on the walls reported sails in the distance, approaching Blackwater Bay. Jon hurried to the ramparts with Marjorie, Jaime, and the great Jon. Gazing out, he saw a cluster of ships, perhaps a dozen large vessels, flying no Lannister or Tyrell banner, but a green and gold device he couldn't immediately place. The Myrish? Jaime guessed, squinting. Or Lys? Hard to say from here. A messenger arrived breathless, stammering that the ships might be Lyseni merchants. Moments later, more riders brought contrary news, an envoy from Bravos or Pentos. Confusion reigned. Jon ordered a cautious welcome, sending a handful of galleys to intercept and discover the visitor's identity. He steeled himself for the possibility that Daenerys had arrived. But by dusk, word came back, it was not Daenerys. The ships hailed from the narrow sea city of Qarth, carrying goods for trade, spices, textiles, nothing that threatened an invasion. They professed no knowledge of the mother of dragons. The city breathed a collective sigh of relief, though the tension refused to vanish. The watchers on the walls kept scanning the horizon, anticipating sails with dragons or black pennants at any moment. In the nights that followed, Jon's dreams grew darker. He dreamed of a massive winged shape blotting out the sun, flames roaring along King's Landing's rooftops while an army of the dead crept from the north behind them. He woke bathed in sweat, half expecting to find the city in ashes. Each morning, he rose to see the city still standing, still anxious. At last, nearly a month after Quarro's visit, another ship arrived at King's Landing. This time, the vessel bore a flag of Parley, a white field with a red 3-headed dragon at its center. Word spread through the city like wildfire, but quietly, no formal fanfare. By daybreak, the new envoy rode through the gates under heavy guard. Jon received a rushed message that the stranger insisted on an immediate audience. In the throne room, torches burned bright in the early morning gloom. Marjorie stood beside Jon, her posture poised. The great Jon lingered below the dais with half a dozen Northmen, and Jaime Lannister watched from the shadows with a handful of gold cloaks. In the hush, the envoy stepped forward. She was a tall, lithe woman, her hair braided with silver thread, dressed in red and black leathers. A single silver ring graced her hand. She knelt before the throne. "I am Irena of the Red Dunes, sworn to House Targaryen," she said in a melodious accent. "My queen, Daenerys Storeborn, bids me deliver her reply." Jon's heart thudded. At last. He forced a calm tone. "Speak it freely." Irena rose gracefully, her eyes scanning the hall. "Her grace acknowledges your message. She proposes a parley at Dragonstone in 2 fortnights' time. She will arrive with a small retinue including her most trusted knights and her dragons which she will not leave behind. She invites you, Jon Targaryen, to come likewise with a modest escort. No more than 2 ships each. No ambush, no deception. A chance to speak, to see reason, and decide the realm's future. A swirl of reaction passed over the watchers. Dragons at Dragonstone, Jon swallowed at the mental image. But this was what he'd asked for. We accept, he said steadily. Tell Daenerys I will come to Dragonstone in 2 fortnights' time with no more than 2 ships. We desire a peaceful resolution. Irina nodded, relief flickering across her features. Then I return with your acceptance. May the Seven bless this meeting. She turned to leave, but Jon called after her, wait, tell me. Are the rumors true about her army? Does she truly bring Dothraki and Unsullied across the sea? Irina paused, a faint smile on her lips. She has freed many. They follow her willingly. And yes, they are formidable, yet she does not seek unnecessary slaughter. If she sees you as a friend, you will have nothing to fear. If not, well, you have read the histories of old Valyria. Fire and blood, they say. With that ominous statement, she departed. Jon glanced at Margaery, who grasped his arm in quiet concern. The great Jon let out a deep breath. Jaime's posture at the edge of the hall looked tense as a drawn bowstring. So it begins, the Blackfish remarked, entering from a side arch. We have 2 fortnights to prepare. Either for a peaceful solution or for the next war. Jon nodded. I'll gather an escort. The city must remain secure in my absence. I'll ask you, Uncle, and you, Margaery, to keep everything calm. The great Jon might come with me or remain here if you prefer. We should weigh how large a force we risk taking to sea. The great Jon puffed his chest. I'd feel better at your side, but if you need me here, say the word. My men obey me best. Margaery looked torn. I want to accompany you, but if there's a threat of ambush, perhaps we'd do better to hold the realm from the capital. If something goes wrong, we need stable leadership here to keep us from descending into chaos. Jon's lips thinned. Then you remain, Margaery, with the Blackfish. The great Jon will come with me. I'll also bring a small retinue of knights. 2 ships is our limit, so let's keep it minimal. Enough to protect ourselves if it's a trap, not so many that we appear aggressive. Jaime stepped forward. Your Grace, I'd ask permission to join you. I know Dragonstone's approaches well from serving under Stannis once. I can advise on potential dangers. Besides, if treachery occurs, you might need every capable sword. A hush. The great Jon wrinkled his nose. A Lannister with us? But Margaery nodded thoughtfully. Jaime's presence might help. He's proven loyal to the crown's peace so far. And if, 7 forbid, Daenerys turns violent, Jaime is a skilled knight. Jon deliberated. Very well. Jaime, you may come, provided you swear to do nothing that provokes her. Our goal is peace. Jaime's face betrayed no emotion beyond acceptance. I'll keep the peace if she does. And so the next 2 weeks passed in a fervor of preparation. Word spread quietly that King Jon would sail to Dragonstone to meet Daenerys Targaryen. The Smaugh heard rumors of dragons perched upon basalt towers. Anxiety rippled through the capital. Margaery spent hours meeting with lesser houses to soothe their fears, while the Blackfish strategized how to respond if King Jon never returned. The Grey Jon assembled a small force of Northmen, carefully selected men who had proven their loyalty in battle. Jaime mustered a few gold cloaks he trusted, along with a handful of knights skilled at sea. Jon insisted on secrecy, letting only the core allies know the exact date of departure to avoid sabotage from hidden foes. At last, the day arrived. 2 ships lay ready at the royal docks, one a stout war galley with scorpions mounted, the other a lighter caravel for supplies and additional men. The morning sky was clear, the sea calm. A small crowd of watchers gathered along the quay as Jon descended from the Red Keep, accompanied by Jaime, the Great Jon, and about 50 men total. Brynden Tully, Margaery, and Lady Alice Karstark waited to see them off. Jon embraced Margaery briefly, feeling the tension in her shoulders. If we don't return within a fortnight after the parley, assume the worst, he said in a near whisper. She gripped his hands, her voice low enough that none but he could hear. I pray it won't come to that. If Daenerys is anything like the stories say, driven to free slaves, proud but not wholly merciless, perhaps you can find a middle path. He tried to muster a faint smile. We'll see. Keep the city safe for me. She nodded, stepping back. The Grey Jon roared a farewell, exchanging a massive hug with Lady Alice. Jaime Lannister offered the Blackfish a curt nod. No love lost there, but a grudging respect had formed in recent months. Then Jon boarded the war galley. He stood at the prow, raising a hand in farewell, and the ship pushed off from the dock, sails catching a gentle breeze. The second ship followed close behind. The journey to Dragonstone took a day and a half in fair weather, the coastlines of the Crownlands slipping by. Soldiers kept a watchful eye for any sign of an ambush at sea, but all seemed quiet. Jon spent much of the voyage on the foredeck, mind churning with possibilities. The great Jon tried to lighten the mood with stories of old northern kings, but even he fell silent whenever the conversation turned to dragons. Jaime, standing by the rail, occasionally pointed out navigational markers or recounted a memory of Stannis Baratheon's muster at Dragonstone. Jon listened quietly, gleaning tidbits about the fortress, ancient walls, a winding approach, enough vantage points to spot a fleet from miles away. If Daenerys had truly arrived first, she would hold all the cards. As dusk approached on the second day, the watch cried out that the black outline of Dragonstone loomed ahead. A tall, forbidding shape rising from the sea. Smoke from volcanic vents curled around the basalt towers, giving the island an ominous haze. The war galley struck sails, letting a smaller mast set guide them closer to the rocky harbor. Jon's pulse thundered. They saw no signs of ships at first, but as they navigated around the island's craggy edge, a cluster of foreign vessels came into view in the cove, sleek hulls reminiscent of Esso's design and at least 3 times the number he'd brought. The great Jon cursed under his breath. They have more than 2 ships by my count. They might consider them anchored for the duration, Jaime said, voice grim. Or they might have arrived earlier. Let's see if they keep their word to let us land peacefully. A trumpet sounded from the fortress walls, echoing over the water. Figures in black and red garb moved along the battlements. One raised a banner with a 3-headed dragon. Jon tightened his jaw. This was it. Raise the white flag of Parley, he ordered. They did so. A moment later, a smaller skiff rowed out from the fortress docks, carrying a group of armed men. Jon waited at his galley's railing as they approached. One of the men called out, "Who commands these ships?" Jon stepped forward. "I am King Jon Targaryen," he said, voice carrying over the waves. "We come at Daenerys Targaryen's invitation for a peaceful parley." The skiff's crew exchanged glances, then the lead man, gray-bearded, wearing black leather studded with silver, nodded. "Lower your gangplank and disembark. You'll be escorted to the fortress. Bring no more than your promised retinue. The rest remain on the ships." Jon looked to the great Jon and Jaime, each giving him a swift nod. Turning back, he replied, "We'll comply." Within minutes, they prepared to disembark. Jon selected a dozen men, including Jaime, the great Jon, and a few chosen knights. The others stayed aboard with instructions to sail away if the party was seized. Jon slid a hand over the pommel of his sword, then decided to remove it. Coming armed might be seen as provocative. But he couldn't be entirely unarmed, so he allowed only a dagger at his belt, plainly visible. Jaime and the great Jon did likewise. The tension was palpable as they boarded the skiff that ferried them to the docks, leaving the war galley behind. Dragonstone's docks were carved from black volcanic rock, merging into the base of the fortress walls. A row of unsullied soldiers stood at attention, eunuchs with spears and polished helms, faces expressionless. The sight made Jon's breath catch. He'd heard tales of the Unsullied's prowess, how they felt no fear or pain. The great Jon muttered something about never seeing the like. Leading the Unsullied was a slender man with a shaved head wearing a short sword at his hip. He bowed curtly. "I am Grey Worm, commander of the Unsullied. The Queen of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men awaits you in the Great Hall. Come with me." No one missed that he called Daenerys the Queen by right. Still, Jon answered with forced calm, "We follow." They climbed a winding path up from the docks. The swirling air carried a faint sulfuric odor, a reminder that Dragonstone was born of fire and earth. High above, the fortress rose in jagged spires shaped like dragons' heads. Targaryen banners draped the ramparts. The wind bit at Jon's cloak, and he was acutely aware that overhead, a silhouette could appear at any moment. A living dragon. Grey Worm led them through heavy stone gates manned by more Unsullied. Past a courtyard lined with strange gargoyles, they entered the great hall of Dragonstone, a cavernous space with walls carved in scaly patterns, lit by long rows of torches. In the center stood a raised platform, and on it a large seat of carved stone shaped like twisting dragons. Daenerys Targaryen sat there, flanked by half a dozen figures. A tall, dark-skinned woman with regal bearing, perhaps her advisor. A wiry man with a dagger at his hip. Another stout man with a salt and pepper beard. Around them, Dothraki guards loomed, clad in leather and painted vests. At the foot of the platform perched a trio of creatures that stole Jon's breath. Dragons, albeit smaller than he expected. Long-necked, scaled beasts. each the size of a small horse. They stirred restlessly, eyes gleaming with reptilian intelligence. One hissed, smoke curling from its nostrils. The great Jon took an involuntary step back, and Jaime's hand hovered near his dagger. Daenerys herself was younger than Jon imagined, perhaps in her early 20s, with pale silver-gold hair braided behind her head. She wore a form-fitting gown of black and crimson, a small chain across her shoulders. Her posture was regal, but her face carried a certain sorrow beneath the authority, as if she'd seen horrors that gave her no rest. She watched Jon approach with keen interest. Jon let out a slow breath, then inclined his head. Daenerys Targaryen. Her voice, when it came, was surprisingly soft but laced with steel. Jon Targaryen, or shall I call you Snow? My emissaries say you claim the Iron Throne. Jon stood tall, ignoring the swirl of tension around them. I do, by blood of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, and by the realm's acceptance after Joffrey's tyranny. I've heard of you, how you freed slaves in Essos, broke the chains of many. I hoped we might find common ground. She studied him, her violet eyes flicking to the great Jon, Jaime, and the knights behind him. I have crossed the sea to reclaim my birthright. I, too, am by blood of King Aerys and the line of old Valyria. I have with me the Dothraki, the Unsullied, and my children, my dragons. I could sweep the realm in fire if I chose. But I learned that conquest without justice means little. Jon's gaze drifted to the dragons. One, the largest, fixed him with a stare that felt unervingly like it measured his worth. Then you do not come merely to burn the world? Her lips twitched in a wry half-smile. No, but I will not stand aside while someone else sits my family's throne. The question is, are you truly my family, or a pretender who uses the name Targaryen to rally the realm? Jaime bristled at the remark, but Jon raised a hand to keep him still. I was raised as Jon Snow in the north. Only after my father, Eddard Stark, died did the truth emerge. I do not claim to be the rightful heir before you, but the realm accepted me to end the wars. We face a danger greater than any monarchy dispute. If the White Walkers invade, dragons might be our only chance. That is why I asked to meet. Let us unite. I have no interest in fighting you. Murmurs broke out among Daenerys' entourage. The dark-skinned woman at her side, evidently Missandei of Noth, leaned over to whisper in Daenerys' ear. A spindly man near her, possibly a former slave or a mercenary, eyed Jon warily. At last, Daenerys lifted a hand for silence. You speak of an ancient legend. Ice demons from the north. My father also spoke of dire prophecies, but madness devoured him. Why should I believe you? A flicker of anger stirred in Jon, but he held it in check. Because I have fought them. The Night's Watch, the free folk, many have witnessed the dead rising. Ask anyone from beyond the wall. We cannot afford to bicker for the throne while an army of the dead gathers. I've called upon the realm to muster. If you bring dragons, perhaps we can burn the White Walkers before they consume everything. She eyed him, tapping her fingers on the stone armrest. And if I do help with these White Walkers, what then? Do I watch you remain on the throne that was my father's, my brother's by right? Jon let the question hang a moment. The great Jon stiffened, but Jaime said nothing, letting Jon speak. This throne was never meant to be a personal toy. We hold it to govern for the good of the realm. If you prove willing to help, and if it must be you who leads, I will not stand in your way, provided you do not subjugate my people or cast aside their traditions. We've had enough tyrants. If you truly want the good of Westeros, then let us find a compromise. The realm could accept 2 Targaryens, or accept you if you show them you'll do better than Aerys or Joffrey. But that is something we must decide together. A heavy silence. Then Daenerys rose, her dragons rustling anxiously. She descended the platform steps until she stood a pace away from Jon. A hush fell among the watchers. Jon could see faint scars across her collarbone, hints of past battles or hardships. She looked him up and down, lips set. You propose a shared rule or a conversation about it? Why should I share it all? Jon met her gaze, refusing to be cowed. Because the realm is not a single pile of coins to hoard. Because the White Walkers threaten to slaughter us all if we do not stand together. Because warfare between us only weakens the realm further, letting the dead triumph. If we destroy each other, we leave nothing for the living. She studied him for a long moment. One of the dragons behind her gave a shrill cry, spitting a short jet of flame that licked across the stone floor. Jon's men shifted nervously. The Grachan's hand twitched near his dagger. But Daenerys lifted her own hand, a subtle gesture, and the dragon calmed. The display of control was impressive, though tension still coiled in every line of the hall. Finally, Daenerys spoke, her tone measured. I will not yield what I've sought my entire life, but I am not blind to reason. Let us do this. I will see proof of these White Walkers, or at least enough evidence to convince me they are real. You say you fought them, show me a white or the remains of one, something to prove they exist. If I believe the threat, I will ally with you. If you lie, or if you cannot convince me, then you must kneel and yield the crown. Is that fair? Jon blinked, surprised. A white or remains. That's not easy to bring, nor safe. Daenerys's expression hardened. Yet that is my condition. You can't expect me to march north, risking my army and my dragons, on the word of men I've only just met. If the threat is genuine, we will join forces. If not, we settle the question of the throne. He glanced at the great Jon, who looked uncertain. Jaime's face was unreadable. At last, Jon nodded. We can attempt it. We can send a small band beyond the wall to capture a white. Bring it south. But that means time. The White Walkers could advance while we orchestrate such a mission. Daenerys lowered her voice. Time is the currency we must spend, if we are to avoid another war. In the meantime, my forces will remain at Dragonstone or in Dorne. I will not march on King's Landing if you keep your men from attacking me. A truce, until we see this proof. Jon exchanged a quick glance with the great Jon, who shrugged as if to say, this is better than war. Then Jon faced Daenerys again. Agreed. A truce. No attacks from either side until we confirm the existence of the White Walkers. If it is real, you help us fight. If not, we decide the throne. And if we succeed in defeating the Walkers, we can talk more about the shape of the realm. Daenerys inclined her head. Yes, let us do that. But remember, if you break faith, I have dragons enough to reduce King's Landing to ash. Jon's voice turned firm. I will not break faith. I only hope we're not too late. They fell into discussions for another hour, hammering out details. Tyrion Lannister's name arose. Apparently he was Daenerys's hand but had gone missing since the fiasco with Joffrey, rumored to be heading her way. Daenerys was guarded about it, offering no details of whether he might rejoin her soon. She insisted that if she was to remain in Westeros with her armies, she needed assurance that no southern lords would attempt sabotage. Jon agreed to send ravens urging the realm to hold peace until the threat could be verified. The great Jon grumbled about that but relented. Through it all, the presence of dragons weighed on them like a living threat. At one point, the largest dragon extended its neck near Jon, sniffing at him. He stood very still, breath-catching. The reptile's hot breath wafted across his face. Daenerys watched with narrowed eyes as though assessing how he'd respond. The Greyjohn's hand drifted to his dagger again, but Jaime calmly placed a hand on the Northman's wrist, preventing any foolish action. At length, the dragon withdrew, seemingly indifferent. By the time negotiations ended, the sky outside had darkened. Daenerys stepped away to speak with her advisors in hushed tones, leaving Jon and his men to wait by the hall's entrance. The hush echoed with the swirl of torchlight on black stone. Jaime muttered, "We're lucky. This could have gone worse." Jon nodded. "We have a fragile truce, nothing more. But it's a start. We must keep our word or we risk fire and blood. Now we must find a way to retrieve a white from beyond the wall, show it to Daenerys." Madness. The great Jon shrugged. "We fought worse odds. We'll gather a group of the bravest, slip north, and bring back a rotting corpse." "That is if the White Walkers let us," Jon murmured, dread gnawing at him. "But we have no choice." When Daenerys returned, she confirmed the arrangement. Her forces would remain on Dragonstone and in certain ports of Dorne, not advancing northward or on King's Landing. She demanded a sign of good faith from Jon. "You will permit me to send observers to King's Landing, yes? They will watch for treachery." Jon hesitated but recognized the necessity. "All right, I'll do the same, send a few men here if you allow them." She agreed. With that, the parley concluded. No official parchment was signed, just a verbal vow. The tension remained thick as Daenerys's retinue escorted Jon's party back to their rowboats. Grey Worm said nothing, though his eyes flicked warily over each man. The dragons, perched on the fortress walls, roared once as if bidding a fierce farewell. Once safely aboard their own ships, the great Jon let out a massive sigh of relief. Gods be good, I thought we'd burn. Or she'd try to feed us to those beasts. She's intense. Jaime, standing near the railing, exhaled. Better than an outright war. A small miracle. Let's see if we can keep it. Jon leaned on the rail, gazing at the basalt walls of Dragonstone receding into darkness. The reflection of flames from the torches on the water's surface made it look like the sea burned around the fortress. We have to keep it, he said quietly. If we fail to prove the White Walkers are real, we'll tear each other apart and the dead will sweep in. Neither man had a reply for that. Their ships navigated away, sails unfurled under a moonlit sky. Jon remained on the deck, lost in thought. The realm had taken a precarious step. A truce with Daenerys Targaryen contingent on capturing a piece of death itself. And time slipped away. The White Walkers would not pause for diplomacy. They returned to King's Landing to guarded relief. Marjorie and the Blackfish greeted them in the Red Keep's courtyard, anxious for news. The Great Jon bellowed the basics, no war yet, but we've got to fetch a bloody white for proof. The Watchers stared in disbelief, some fearful, some scoffing at the notion of traveling beyond the wall to bring back a living corpse. That evening, Jon convened a hasty war council in the Keep's smaller hall. Marjorie, the Blackfish, Lady Alice Karstark, Jaime Lannister, and the Great Jon attended, along with a few northern lords newly arrived. Jon recounted Daenerys's terms and their fragile agreement. Many wore expressions of shock or cynicism. How do we even begin such a mission? Asked Lady Alice, her face drawn. The White Walkers roam beyond the wall in unknown numbers. We have a handful of watchers with the Night's Watch, perhaps Tormund Giant Spain's wildlings, but still, capturing a white? Jon paced. We go north with a small, fast party. The Night's Watch can guide us to a spot where whites roam. We ambush one, bind it, and drag it south. It's mad, but there's no alternative if Daenerys demands proof. And truly, the realm needs that same proof. No one in the south fully believes me. Jaime folded his arms. I'm no coward, but that mission is near suicidal. Many might volunteer to see a dragon up close, but the dead. The Great Jon growled. I'll go if you'll have me, though I'm not the quietest man for stealth. Jon shook his head. I need you here to keep the northern men from panicking and to help hold the capital if Daenerys wavers. Besides, you're too recognizable. We want a smaller group, maybe a dozen, no more, so we can slip in and out. The Blackfish coughed. I'll volunteer, but my arrow wound still aches in the cold. Perhaps a younger man would do better. Lady A. Liz frowned. I might send a Karstark or two. But who leads them? The mission's success depends on cunning, on knowledge of the far north. Jon paused, recalling his experiences at the wall. I should lead, he said quietly. I know the terrain. I know how to fight whites. And if I'm asking others to risk their lives, it's only fair I face the danger as well. A ripple of protest. Marjorie stepped forward, voice taut with concern. You can't. You're the king. If you die, the realm might collapse. He turned to her, meeting her gaze. If we don't get this proof, Daenerys could bring her dragons to King's Landing. Tens of thousands might die. The realm might collapse anyway. I must do this. Let's pick a small party, some skilled rangers, maybe a wildling or two, a few Northmen, whoever else we trust. We ride for Eastwatch by the sea. That might be our best route to slip beyond the wall by ship, avoiding the main gates at Castle Black. Jaime cleared his throat. I won't let you go alone. If you'll accept me, I'll join. My sword arm might not be what it was with 2 hands, but I can still fight. Better I risk my life up there than remain behind twiddling my thumbs. The Great Jon scowled. I'd prefer you stay, Lannister, but if that's your choice, so be it. Let's not pretend you're not deadly with one hand. Marjorie's protest flared again, but Jon placed a reassuring hand on hers. I'll do everything to return safely. The White Walkers must be convinced we're truly mad. But if we succeed, we might save the realm, convince Daenerys and the Southern Lords that the threat is real. Then perhaps we unite. We must trust each other to keep order in my absence. Reluctant acceptance filled the room. They hammered out the details. The mission would sail from King's Landing to Eastwatch within a week, gather supplies, then venture beyond the wall with a carefully chosen band of volunteer warriors. Meanwhile, Marjorie, the Blackfish, and the Great Jon would maintain the capital, keep Daenerys informed of progress, and ensure no new rebellions flared. If Jon did not return within a certain window, the city might prepare for the worst. Late that night, Jon stood on a balcony overlooking the dark sprawl of King's Landing. Torchlit streets gave the impression of a million tiny stars scattered across the ground. The sea breeze carried the taste of salt, far gentler than the biting chill of the north. He folded his arms, wrestling with doubt. Could they truly trap a white? Even if they did, would Daenerys be swayed? So many ifs, and winter crept closer each day. Footsteps came up behind him, Marjorie wearing a heavy cloak. She joined him at the balustrade. For a while, neither spoke. Then she took a slow breath. When you left for Dragonstone, I feared you'd never return. Now you propose something even more dangerous. He glanced at her. I know. But if we lose time, we might lose the realm. I can't let the living tear each other apart when the real enemy gathers in the snow. She stared at the distant flickers of light below. I never dreamed I'd be queen in a time so fraught with threats, dragons, White Walkers, exiled monsters like Joffrey, hidden traitors. I used to imagine the queen's role was about courtly games, managing alliances. Now it's about sheer survival. Jon gently placed a hand over hers. We will survive. The realm has endured Targaryen madness, Baratheon rebellions, the War of Five Kings. Perhaps the gods test us, but we'll endure. She turned, meeting his gaze, something unspoken passing between them. The betrothal forged out of necessity might have deepened into a genuine bond or the beginnings of one. The tension of so many battles, so many nights spent side by side in council had entwined them more than any formal ceremony could. At length, Marjorie exhaled, withdrawing her hand. Do what you must, but promise me, come back alive. If you fall, the realm might not recover from the chaos. I promise, he said quietly, though he wondered if any mortal could guarantee such a thing. In the week that followed, preparations accelerated. Jaime selected a handful of knights he trusted, men who could handle extreme cold and fight skillfully. Lady Alice provided 2 Karstark scouts who knew the lands near the Shivering Sea. From the north, news arrived that Tormund Giantsbane had camped near Eastwatch, expecting trouble. Jon sent a raven to him, requesting his aid. Supplies of dragonglass were limited, but they gathered what shards they had into a trunk, hoping it might help if they confronted whites. The day of departure came cold and gray. Once more, a pair of ships were loaded at the docks. This time, fewer men watched. Jon did not want to provoke rumor or panic. Marjorie and the great Jon came to bid them farewell, along with the Blackfish and Lady Alice. Jon embraced Marjorie in a briefer farewell than before, though the worry in her eyes pressed heavily on him. Good luck, she whispered. We'll keep the truce here, and we'll wait for your return. The great Jon clasped Jon's forearm. You come back, lad. If you die, I'll march into the afterlife just to whip your ghost. Jon almost smiled. I'll keep that in mind. Jaime, clad in fur-lined armor, boarded the war galley behind Jon. A gloom lay over the men, each aware that this mission was like crossing into a legend's darkness. I never thought I'd sail north to catch a corpse, Jaime muttered, shaking his head. A year ago, I was fighting for Cersei in King's Landing. War changes everything, Jon replied. Try not to lose hope. They set sail, leaving the city behind. The journey north along the coast was a mirror of Jon's earlier trip, but this time the mood was heavier with the knowledge that at journey's end lay a frozen frontier teeming with the dead. The seas grew rougher as they passed Cracklaw Point, the winds biting. Jaime proved stoic, though he occasionally gripped the ship's rail with his golden hand to steady himself. The Karstark scouts kept to themselves, sharpening weapons and murmuring about old northern legends. A pair of the knights seemed ill at ease, muttering prayers to the Seven. Jon paced the deck, mind focused on what lay ahead. At last, after nearly 2 weeks, they neared Eastwatch by the Sea, a fortress of the Night's Watch perched on the eastern end of the wall, overlooking the Shivering Sea. Snow flurries blew across the deck, and the temperature plummeted. The watchmen at Eastwatch had been alerted by Raven to expect them, so the gates opened without delay. Tormund Giantsbane greeted Jon with a hearty slap on the shoulder that nearly sent him stumbling. Crotern King, Tormund said, grinning through his bushy beard. We hear you want a rotting white. Why not pick some random corpse from the graveyards? Jon mustered a weary half-smile. It has to be animated by the walkers, or Daenerys won't believe. The living dead, Tormund. We need one. Tormund's grin faded. Madness, but I owe you. If not for you, half my people would be dead. We'll help, but don't expect it to be easy. The dead roam in packs, guided by White Walkers. If they see us, we might face an army. Jaime eyed Tormund with polite wariness. So we sneak in, corner one white, and retreat? Tormund nodded. Maybe. We've scouted a place called the Ice Rivers near the frozen shore. Whites wander there in small numbers. If we're lucky, we grab one and flee. If we're unlucky, he trailed off, letting the silence speak for itself. Jon set his jaw. We can't risk a large party, or we'll draw attention. We'll take a dozen men at most, myself, Tormund, Jaime, the 2 Karstarks, a few volunteers. The rest remain at Eastwatch to guard our retreat. It was settled by nightfall. The Eastwatch maester pleaded with them to reconsider, but Jon's mind was made up. They prepared furs, dragonglass weapons, ropes, and a stout cage for transporting the white if they managed to capture one. At dawn, a bleak sky overhead, the chosen band set out on foot beyond the wall. The gate in Eastwatch's rear opened to a tundra of ice and wind. The cold bit fiercely, a far cry from King's Landing's mild chill. The group trudged north, Tormund leading. Jaime muttered curses under his breath, half lost in the swirling snow. The Karstarks trudged silently, scanning for threats. Another man, a free folk hunter named Garrick, acted as a scout. Jon clutched a dragonglass-tipped spear, remembering how even the living dead could be slowed by that stone. Each day they pressed deeper, the night spent huddled behind icy outcroppings, building small fires only when absolutely necessary. The wind howled, the land seeming to resent their presence. On the third day out, Garrick spotted tracks, shambling footprints that circled a frozen lake. Cautiously, they followed. The footprints led to a cluster of broken ice. Jaime grimaced. Looks like something emerged from the water. Or sank into it. Tormund spat on the ground. Could be one of the dead fell through the ice. Might still be prowling the area. They advanced slowly. Snow whipped around them in flurries. Jon's ears rang with the silent tension. At last, the Karstarks motioned them to take cover behind a low ridge. From that vantage, they glimpsed a ghastly figure stumbling across the ice some distance away, gray flesh, tattered furs, a face half-eaten by rot. A white. Alone, it seemed. The group exchanged grim nods. If they could corner it fast enough, they might succeed. Jon gestured them forward in a wide arc, trying to approach from multiple angles. The wind threatened to reveal their presence, but the white was not known for keen senses. As they drew nearer, they heard its guttural hiss, saw it sniffing the air with no nose. Jaime's face twisted in revulsion. The great Jon would have cursed colorfully, but he wasn't here. Instead, Tormund readied a net. One of the Karstarks uncoiled a rope. They moved in. The white suddenly jerked its head around, empty eye sockets gazing in their direction. A moan escaped its withered lips and it began a lurching run. Now! Jon shouted. They rushed it, brandishing net and rope. Tormund swung the net overhead, but the white leaped with unnatural strength, clawing at one of the knights. Jaime stepped in, parried with his sword. Steel did little, but it batted the white aside. The Karstarks flanked it, roping its torso. Jon jabbed with his dragonglass spear. The creature shrieked, one bony hand grasping for Jaime's throat. Jaime's golden hand blocked the blow, though the white's nails scraped across the metal, leaving hideous screech marks. Tormund and a knight pinned the thing. Jon forced the spear, but into its chest, not to kill but to subdue. The white writhed, snapping its teeth, black ichor oozing from old wounds. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. Garrick quickly slapped a rag across its mouth, binding it in place with leather cords. A dreadful stench rose from the thrashing remains. It took nearly all of them to wrestle it into the wooden rope cage they'd brought. Once inside, the white flailed, rattling the enclosure, but seemed trapped for now. Panting, they stepped back. Jaime wiped sweat from his brow. "Seven preserve us, that was vile." Jon's heart thundered. "We have it. Let's hurry out of here before more come." Tormund nodded. "Agreed. The others might sense our presence. Let's run." They hoisted the cage between two carrying poles, half dragging it over the ice. The whites' muffled shrieks echoed, occasionally spurring them to double their pace. Even with the limited daylight, they pressed on, not pausing until well after dusk when they found a hollow beneath a rocky overhang. There, they built a small fire to thaw out their frozen hands. The caged white twitched and growled, occasionally rattling the cage, but the rope knots held. Jaime stared at it by firelight. "If this doesn't convince Daenerys, nothing will. Or the rest of the realm," Jon said wearily. "Let's hope it stays trapped. If it breaks free on the way, we'll lose men." They kept moving at first light, hearts pounding with every distant sound. Twice they thought they glimpsed more whites among the twisted pines, but no attack came. The haunted silence only spurred them to greater haste. Eventually, they drew close to the wall again, the massive white barrier looming in the midday sun. Relief poured through Jon as they hurried to Eastwatch's gates. The watchmen gasped at the caged undead monstrosity, some recoiling in horror. Quickly, they loaded the white cage onto a sled, then onto the small ship anchored by the fortress. With minimal rest, they set sail south again, the cage secured in the hold. The crew shuddered at every rasping moan from below decks. Jaime and Tormund took turns standing guard, ensuring no one opened the cage. Some men insisted on salted charms or old superstitions to ward off evil. The journey back to King's Landing seemed agonizingly slow, though the winds were in their favor this time. After nearly 2 weeks at sea, they sighted the capital's walls. Jon's stomach churned with both dread and relief. He prayed that Daenerys had not attacked in his absence, that Margaery and the great Jon had maintained order, and that the city would still stand. As they neared the harbor, the silhouette of the city came into focus, still intact, no visible dragon fire. A good sign. They docked quietly well after dusk. Jon left Jaime to oversee the Whites' transfer from the hold while Tormund joined him in scouting the harbor for potential sabotage. The Great Jon and Margaery soon arrived with torches, astonished to see the battered group returned, a white moaning in its wooden prison. A wave of shock rippled through the watchers. "I never believed you'd succeed," Margaery whispered, eyes wide at the sight of the thrashing, rotting creature. "But here it is." The Great Jon spat on the ground. "Gods, it stinks worse than a privy. But if it convinces Daenerys, that's a stench well endured." They rushed the cage into a secluded warehouse near the docks, posting heavy guard. Jon noticed the fear in many men's eyes as the White reached through the slats, clawing at nothing. "Keep it secured," he ordered, "and alert no one beyond our trusted circle. We'll summon Daenerys to a neutral location to see it. If she's wise, she'll come." Jaime exhaled, leaning on a crate. "We left word at Dragonstone that we'd bring the White soon as proof. Let's see if she responds. Or do we haul the thing to her?" Jon thought of the wide city streets, the reaction if a rotting corpse was paraded around. Better to do this in a controlled place. Perhaps the Dragonette on the Hill of Rhaenys, a large, open area, enclosed, away from the public. We can show her safely if any of this can be called safe. Margaery arched a brow. The Dragapit has been in ruins for ages. But it's a walled space. No small folk to witness, fewer eyes for panic. That might work. We'll send Daenerys a message, invite her to see the White. Let her bring whomever she trusts. We bring only a small entourage. If she chooses to show up with dragons, so be it." Jon nodded, exhaustion heavy in his bones. "Yes. Let's do that." They parted to make arrangements. Margaery would dispatch a raven at once to Dragonstone, detailing the plan. Jon insisted they set the meeting soon, before the White deteriorated further or, Seven forbid, escaped. The Great Jon took charge of stationing guards. Tormund, uneasy in the city's confines, swore he would watch the White personally in shifts to ensure no one tampered with it. Over the next few days, a hush of anticipation gripped King's Landing. Word leaked that Jon had returned with The Walking Dead, but most dismissed it as a rumor. Yet the presence of Tormund's wildlings in the city stoked curiosity. Margaery did her best to quell hysteria. Meanwhile, the White remained in the sealed warehouse, occasionally rattling the cage at night, a reminder of the horror lurking beyond the wall. Jon spent hours consulting with the Blackfish, Jaime, and Margaery about security. The Dragonette on the Hill of Rhaenys was a ruin once used to house Targaryen dragons generations ago. Now it was half collapsed, but enough of the outer walls remained to form a courtyard. Perfect for a demonstration. The biggest concern was if Daenerys arrived with dragons in the sky or if hidden Lannister loyalists tried to sabotage the gathering. They placed small squads to secure the perimeter, double-checked scorpions on nearby ramparts in case of betrayal from either side. At last, Daenerys's reply arrived by raven. She would come to the Dragonette at midday in 3 days, accompanied by a minimal retinue. She made no mention of whether the dragons would attend, but Jon suspected they would not be far. All was prepared. The entire city seemed to hold its breath. The fateful day dawned. Clear, crisp air, a slight breeze from the sea. The dragon pit's ancient walls cast long shadows across the hillside. Jon arrived with Margaery, the Great Jon, Jaime, Tormund, and a handful of knights. They dragged the caged White by cart covered with a tarp. The Blackfish and Lady Alice waited outside with additional guards, ensuring no infiltration from suspicious corners. They arranged the cart in a central clearing within the ruined dome. Marble pillars lay in heaps, battered by time. Birds fluttered overhead, startled by the presence of so many armed men. A hush fell as Daenerys Targaryen appeared at the main archway, flanked by Missandei, Grey Worm, and a few others, Ser Jorah Mormont among them, an older knight with haunted eyes. No sign of the dragons in immediate view, though for all Jon knew, they circled above the clouds. Daenerys approached. She wore a long black coat with red trimming, her silver hair in intricate braids. Her expression was guarded as she surveyed the setting, the ring of watchers. Jon stood near the cart, Tormund at his side, hand on the tarp. Daenerys halted a dozen paces away. "You claim to have brought the dead to me," she said, voice echoing in the ruined space. "Let's see if this is some trick or if you speak true." Jon nodded to Tormund, who pulled the tarp away. The cage rattled, revealing the White within, its milky eyes glaring, jaws snapping at the bars. Daenerys's entourage recoiled in shock, Missandei gasped, Grey Worm tensed, Ser Jorah's hand went to his sword. Even Daenerys, for all her composure, took a step back, her face paling. The White let out a muffled snarl, reaching a skeletal arm between the bars. Tormund wrapped the bars with an iron rod, making the creature lurch back momentarily. The Watchers smelled the foul stench of decaying flesh. Jaime stood to one side, expression grimly satisfied. There was no faking that horror. After a long, silent moment, Daenerys approached cautiously. It lives, but it's dead? Jon nodded. Reanimated by the White Walkers. If you kill it, the Walkers' power dissipates, but until then, it is their puppet. They have thousands like this, maybe tens of thousands. Enough to drown the realm in death. She stared, revulsion warring with awe. Then she turned to Missandei as if seeking some anchor. Missandei shook her head at a loss. Grey Worm looked to Daenerys with concern, but Daenerys inhaled slowly, regaining her composure. Then the threat is real. The White Walkers truly gather an army of these abominations. Yes, Jon said firmly. I will lead an alliance north to fight them. But we cannot do it alone. We need your dragons, your armies. Please, Daenerys. Help us. Then, if we survive, we can discuss the throne. Silence. The White rattled in the cage, letting out a low hiss. The men around them shifted uneasily. Daenerys locked eyes with Jon. A swirl of conflicting emotions passed over her face. Horror, pity, determination. Then her expression steeled. Very well. You have your proof. I will not stand by while the dead march. My dragons can burn them. My Unsullied and Dothraki can fight. We will help you push back this darkness. A ripple of relief broke across Jon's features. He almost sagged with it. Thank you. Let us form a plan, march north soon. The longer we wait, the stronger they grow. We must gather every house, every soldier to the cause. Daenerys nodded, her tone decisive. Then so be it. I will recall my fleets from Dorne. We sail for the north. Let the realm watch us unite. And if the White Walkers come, they will face fire and blood, but in defense of the living. A faint cheer came from Tormund and a few others who understood the gravity of this. Margaery let out a breath she'd been holding, pressing a hand to her heart. Even the great Jon raised his fists in triumph. Jaime stood silent, a complicated expression on his face. Relief, perhaps, but also the realization that this meant a war beyond anything Westeros had seen. Daenerys gestured to the White. Destroy it now. I will not have such a thing roaming free. Jon nodded, motioning for Tormund to brandish a torch. At the approach of fire, the White shrieked, thrashing in its cage. Tormund doused it in oil, then touched the torch to the bars. Flames whooshed up, engulfing the White. It writhed, letting out an inhuman cry that echoed off the stone walls. Daenerys's eyes hardened. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. Then the White collapsed into ash and smoke, leaving only twisted bones and black sludge. Tormund kicked away the remains, stamping out stray flames. The acrid smell burned everyone's throats. Daenerys coughed, stepping back. That is our enemy, Jon said quietly. Not each other. Daenerys's face remained set. Agreed. Summon your banners. I'll muster mine. We march or sail north as soon as possible. Missandei will coordinate with your stewards. We'll decide where to land, White Harbor or Eastwatch, depending on which is safer. He nodded, gratitude flooding him. Yes, thank you. She glanced at Jaime, the Great Jon, and the others. Spread the word. Tell every lord that Daenerys Targaryen stands with King Jon. Let them follow or stand aside. Once we end this threat, we can shape the realm anew. With that, the meeting concluded. The hush that followed was one of astonishment. They had done it, united Targaryen forces and the crown of Westeros to face the dead. A hush of relief mingled with fear, for the war would be like none before. Daenerys departed with her retinue, presumably to return to Dragonstone, then rally her armies. She left behind only a handful of advisors to liaise with Jon's council. Standing in the ruined dragon pit, Jon turned to Margaery. She offered him a trembling smile, tears glistening in her eyes. We have hope now. Perhaps we can truly save the realm. He placed a hand on her shoulder. The rotted stench of the White still hung in the air. Yes, he said, voice hushed. But the true battle lies ahead in the biting cold of the north. May the gods help us. The great Jon clapped Jon's back. Then let's ready the men, lad. We'll give those icy devils a fight they'll never forget. Jaime exhaled, glancing at the smoldering remnants. This is bigger than any Lannister feud or Targaryen claim. The living must stand together. Together, they left the Dragonette, emerging into the bright afternoon sun, hearts still pounding. In the streets below, life went on unknowing, but soon all of Westeros would learn that a new alliance had formed, bridging old hatred in the face of a greater enemy. Jon felt both triumph and dread swirling in his chest. Daenerys Targaryen had joined them, forging a chance to confront the White Walkers with dragons. Could that truly be enough? The dead were many, ancient, relentless. As they descended the hill, the city spread before them, winding roads and countless lives. Jon pictured Winterfell's courtyard, the Godwood, the ruined ramparts. A future war host camped in the snow, dragons roaring overhead, men and wildlings standing shoulder to shoulder. He clenched his fists, praying silently that this unholy alliance would suffice to hold back the darkness. If not, the realm would perish, crowned by a night of ice that no living queen or king could ever break. Yet for this moment he allowed himself to hope. One step at a time, they had a real chance. Two Targaryens had reunited in purpose, if not in fealty, and the realm might just stand a chance against its doom. He whispered a final thanks to Ned Stark's memory and pressed onward. War would come soon enough in the snowy north, but maybe, just maybe, the dawn would follow. The sky over King's Landing had shifted into a tranquil gradient of pink and orange when Jon emerged from the Dragonette, and for a moment he paused to take in the hush that had fallen on the gathering. The reek of the charred white still lingered in the air, mingling with the dusty scent of ancient stone. Even in ruination, the Dragonpit bore a stark majesty, as though reminding them all of the old Targaryen might, and now of the terrifying new threat that had just been laid bare. He had feared this meeting might end in dragonfire or betrayal, but it had resulted instead in a fragile alliance. Daenerys Targaryen would bring her armies north to confront the White Walkers. And though she had not formally conceded anything about the Iron Throne, the present danger dwarfed claims of royal inheritance. In the face of an enemy who commanded legions of the dead, even the proud scions of old Valyria had to bend to reality. Around Jon, the Watchers, Margaery, the Great Jon, Tormund, Jaime, and others moved in subdued relief, all too aware that one skirmish had been averted, but an immeasurably greater war lay ahead. No time for celebration. They needed to plan. Jon exchanged a brief look with Margaery, whose eyes brimmed with questions. The Great Jon exhaled as if he had held his breath the entire time, flexing his massive hands. Near them, Jaime Lannister glanced skyward with a faint frown, as though expecting to see a dragon silhouette at any moment. The group made its way through the dust-laden ruins and out into the open lanes of the Hill of Rainies, flanked by a select escort of Northmen and Tyrell knights. City folk, glimpsing them from afar, must have wondered what business the king and his retinue had in the old Targaryen lair, but no gossip could be half so extraordinary as the truth. "Your Grace," said Margaery quietly, once they were beyond earshot of strangers. Daenerys's final words were plain enough. "We gather our forces and march north as soon as she's prepared to sail. But that might be mere weeks away. The city could be left vulnerable, eh?" "It could," Jon answered, matching her hushed tone. "But we can't leave the north to face the dead alone. If the White Walkers overrun Winterfell, the realm is doomed regardless. King's Landing might starve or fall from within soon enough. The priority is to muster every sword, from the Trident to the Reach to Dorne, if we can manage it, and send them north. Half at least. Some garrison must remain to keep the peace here." Margaery accepted that with a solemn nod. "We also must ensure we have grain to feed an army in the snows. The Tyrell caravans can carry extra, but I must direct them carefully, one per harvest, and we risk famine. Still, we'll do whatever it takes." Jon appreciated that unwavering practicality. "Coordinate with Daenerys's envoys. If she sails her forces to White Harbor, or maybe Eastwatch, they'll need provisions as soon as they land. We'll dispatch ravens to lords across the realm. This is no time for hesitation." The Great Jon gave a low rumble of agreement. "Aye, but we'd best do it swiftly. The snows might come in earnest by the time we reach the neck. We've just glimpsed an early autumn dusting thus far, but the real cold is near. I can feel it in my bones." They returned to the Red Keep in the hush of twilight. The city's torches began to sparkle along the main avenues, and rumors of the meeting at the Dragon Pit already coursed among the tavern corners and alleyways. By the time Jon reached the keep's inner courtyard, his mind swam with tasks, mobilizing the lords, sending fresh supply orders, finalizing the chain of command in King's Landing while he and much of the court marched away. So many decisions, each with the potential to unravel if made hastily. But time was short. He convened a swift council that very evening. Margaery attended, along with the Blackfish, Jaime, Lady Alice Karstark, Tormund Giantsbane, and a smattering of lesser lords from both the north and the Crownlands. Ser Loras Tyrell was absent, still healing from old wounds, but he had offered to lead a portion of the Tyrell forces north once they were ready. Jon stood at the head of a long table in a lesser hall lit by a row of guttering torches. Maps spread across the wood, corners weighed down by inkpots. The flickering light played over faces marked by worry. Even Tormund, who usually bore a boisterous grin, stared grimly at the contours that indicated the north. The far side of the map depicted the territory beyond the wall, a blank space to many, but alive with horrors they had seen firsthand. Daenerys will gather her fleets in Dragonstone, muster her armies from Dorne, possibly from other southern ports, Jon began, hands braced on the table's edge. She has Dothraki cavalry, unsullied infantry, and more importantly, dragons. They could prove the difference against the White Walkers. But it's all worthless if we can't bring them north in time. The Blackfish nodded, arms folded. We have a few Royal Fleet ships left and we can add some Tyrell galleys. Enough to escort them if pirates or Ironborn make trouble. But that number's limited. Jaime frowned, his golden hand resting on the table. We've heard no fresh word from the Iron Islands. It seems Euron Greyjoy might be skulking near the western coasts. We can't be certain. If he decides to raid shipping lanes, the crossing from Dragonstone to White Harbor might be threatened. Then we remain vigilant, Jon said firmly. We'll station watchers along the eastern shores, coordinate with Daenerys' warships to guard the route. Marjorie, I'll need you to keep channels open with the Tyrell lords. Their ships are crucial. The city's own arsenal is too small to confront a real Ironborn threat. Marjorie inclined her head. I'll see to it. We'll also request the Red Wine fleet from the Arbor if we can. They historically served House Tyrell. Their admiral might be persuaded now that they've severed ties with the Lannisters. Lady Alice Karstark cleared her throat, eyes flicking around the circle. And if the Ironborn strike from behind once we're gone? Or if some other threat arises? We'll leave the city vulnerable, half the realm's men march north. The great Jon let out a short grunt. We can only do so much. If we fail to stop the White Walkers, the rest is moot. No city can survive an endless winter of whites. Our best bet is to strike with overwhelming force. Jon's gaze slid to Tormund. What of the free folk in the gift? Will they join? Tormund shrugged. They're already halfway there. They know what's coming better than these southern lords. They'll fight because the alternative is to be turned. I've been sending words since we parted. They'll gather near Castle Black or Eastwatch. Jon nodded gratefully. Good. Then we'll count them as well. He paused, surveying the group. We must decide who remains behind to govern King's Landing. I can't leave it leaderless. Marjorie, the realm needs your skill in forging alliances, but you might also be vital in ensuring lords don't flee from the war. A king has to lead in person or men might doubt the seriousness. But a queen's presence in the capital or in the southern courts could do wonders for unity. Which do we prioritize? A pensive hush fell. Marjorie lowered her lashes. I promise to stand by your side, she said softly, but it's true that if we both go, the capital might descend into chaos. The merchant guilds, the Iron Bank, the lesser lords, they all rely on a steady hand to keep them from fracturing. If I remain, I can ensure coin and supplies flow north, manage the city's watch, and calm any unrest. At the same time, if the threat is truly dire, the realm may want to see the queen stand with her people. The Blackfish cleared his throat. I'd advise you to keep her here, your grace, at least until the lines of supply are firmly established. If the war drags on, she can travel north to Winterfell or wherever the main camp is established. Meanwhile, we'll have a stable seat of power in King's Landing. She's proven adept at quelling riots and dealing with bankers. The city's less likely to revolt if she remains. Jon thought of Robb's mistakes, how he had lost vital alliances by slighting certain lords in the pursuit of war. Marjorie had become indispensable in bridging divides. Very well, he said at last. You remain for now, my lady, at least until the campaign is underway. Once things are settled here, if the roads are passable, you can join us. By then, the watchers on the walls might be in dire need of reinforcements, or we might see more men on the roads behind us. Marjorie's brow furrowed, but she accepted it with a faint, determined smile. We'll ensure the capital endures. And if the gods are good, we'll see each other again before the worst of winter hits. They spent another hour going over logistics. The Karstarks in the city would depart with Jon, as would the great Jon and half the northern soldiers present. Jaime Lannister, after a thoughtful pause, announced he, too, would ride north. He had pledged to see the fight through. The Blackfish said he would remain behind to coordinate musters from the Riverlands, promising to rejoin them once enough men had gathered. Tormund insisted on traveling with Jon at once to unify the free folk. Each piece of the plan clicked into place, though every piece felt delicate as glass. By midnight, the council dispersed. Jon stood in the corridor outside, bone-tired, but with no time to rest. Marjorie lingered beside him, the corridor's lantern-light painting shadows on her face. She reached for his hand, looking pained. "I know this must be done," she said quietly, "but you will be careful, yes?" Jon squeezed her fingers gently. "I will. The realm needs you here, and the north needs me. I promise I'll return if the dead allow it." He tried a small, weary smile at that grim jest. She bowed her head, hair brushing her cheek. "If we do not see each other before the last snows, remember that I trust you, that you have changed more than just the shape of the war for me." Her voice trembled with an unspoken admission, but she did not say the words plainly. The moment was too fraught, the hallway too crowded with tension. Jon felt a warmth in his chest, an ache, as though parted from something precious. He dipped his head, pressing a brief kiss to her brow. "We'll see each other again. I'll do everything to ensure it." She gave him a fragile nod and stepped back, departing for her chambers. Jon watched her go, a swirl of conflicting emotions tearing at him, but he shoved them aside. Duty first and foremost. There would be time for gentler matters only if they survived. In the days that followed, the exodus began. The musters within King's Landing readied themselves to march. The great Jon took command of organizing the bulk of the northern spears, around 1,000 men who had come south after the Dreadfort's downfall. Jaime Lannister assembled a smaller contingent of Crownland's knights who were loyal enough to ride for the realm's cause. Tormund recruited a ragtag group of free folk volunteers who had followed him south to see the White demonstration. They would return north to rejoin the rest of their people. Meanwhile, Marjorie sorted through every last store of grain, every newly arrived wagon from the Reach, pressing them into a supply chain that would keep pace with the army as it traveled. The plan was to march in segments, meeting up with more forces from the Riverlands and the Vale if they could coax Lisa Arryn out of her seclusion. Word was that Peter Baelish might have some influence in the Vale, but trusting him was another matter entirely. Amid the hustle, ravens fluttered ceaselessly from the rookery, carrying the official proclamation: "The living must unite." King Jon Targaryen and Daenerys Stormborn had formed an alliance to confront the White Walkers in the north. Stark, Targaryen, Tyrell, Martell, and other great houses were called upon to heed the threat, gather arms, and hurry to Winterfell or the Wall. No one knew how many men would heed the call, but the prospect of dragons alone stirred awe. Whispers soared across the realm that 2 Targaryens, one half-wolf, one mother of flame, would stand side by side. Some lords hailed it as a grand omen. Others quaked at the memory of Aegon's conquest. The day of departure came under pale, overcast skies. Outside the city's gates, a sprawling camp prepared to move. Lines of men, horses, and wagons stretched along the Rose Road. The great Jon could be heard shouting curses and commands a quarter-mile off, forging a semblance of order in the chaos. Tormund herded free folk near the vanguard, while Jaime's knights took up a flank. Jon oversaw final checks near the gatehouse, ensuring every wagon bore the right markings to identify it for supply. Marjorie rode down from the Red Keep with a small entourage. She halted near Jon's position, scanning the mass of men with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "How many in all?" she asked him. "Roughly 4,000, Jon answered. "More will join on the road or catch up behind us. Daenerys might bring thrice that number by sea, if not more. Not counting the Dothraki. And that's still a fraction of what might be needed if the White Walkers truly muster an entire legion." Marjorie glanced at the looming sky, her features lined with concern. "Then let us hope this fraction is enough. And that more answer the call. You must press on quickly. Winter storms can turn the roads to mud and ice." He nodded. "I will. I'm told House Glover and House Manderley are preparing to send further levies south to meet us. If we move swiftly, we can reach Winterfell before the worst of the snows. Daenerys intends to land at White Harbor within a moon's turn. If we time it well, we'll unite as one force at Winterfell." She reached across and squeezed his hand lightly. "May the gods watch over you, Jon." Before he could reply, a clamor from the lines, the great Jon bellowing for the forward columns to move. A wave of motion rippled through the camp. Jon reined in his horse, meeting Marjorie's gaze one last time. "Farewell," he said, voice taut. Then, with a tug on the reins, he guided his mount to the front, leading the first rank of men out of King's Landing. The city's gates yawned open, revealing the rolling fields beyond. Citizens lined the roadside, some silent, others cheering half-heartedly, uncertain whether to hail them as protectors or grieve that so many swords were leaving. Jon rode with the great Jon at his side, Tormund just behind them, forging an unlikely vanguard. Jaime followed with his knights, stoic in Crownland's livery. The host spilled forth, wagon wheels creaking, banners fluttering in the fitful breeze. The banner that flew beside Jon was an uneasy fusion of the dire wolf and the dragon, signifying the new union of House Stark and House Targaryen. Many men eyed it with conflicting feelings, but it was the reality they marched under now. So began the long march north. Once again, Jon found himself on the King's Road, though it felt different from the time he had hurried to meet Robb or the time he had ventured to parley with Walder Frey. The land itself bore the scars of old battles and villagers still rebuilt. Where once the War of the Five Kings raged, now a hush of apprehension lingered, as though the earth itself recognized a greater threat loomed. Progress was slow, an army does not travel at a gallop. Each day they covered enough ground to reach a suitable campsite by dusk, the supply wagons lumbering behind. Scouts roamed ahead, scanning for bandits or potential trouble. Tormund complained ceaselessly about the caged feeling of marching with so many men, but he recognized the necessity. Jaime offered advice on dealing with certain lords along the route, though the countryside was largely cooperative. The great Jon found himself unexpectedly playing diplomat when local peasants approached, demanding to know how soon they'd see an end to the iron grip of winter taxes. Jon's mind kept drifting to Daenerys. He wondered how she fared as she readied her own forces. Perhaps she was at Dragonstone this very moment, scanning the horizon for Euron Greyjoy's sails. Or maybe she had already embarked, her dragons shrieking overhead. The idea of a dragon winging across the cold skies of the north felt both reassuring and terrifying. If they unleashed dragonfire on the White Walkers, how would the others respond? Each evening, Jon held small councils in his tent, going over the next day's route. Tormund often joined, voicing the free folks' perspective. "We can handle deep snow, but your fancy knights might break ankles. Keep to the main roads until we reach the neck." The great Jon hammered home the need for discipline among the men. No looting, no terrorizing the peasants. "We're supposed to be saving them," he growled. Jaime contributed from a different angle, mindful of Crownland's politics. The makeshift council functioned well enough, though friction flared on occasion. Wildlings and southern knights rarely saw eye to eye. After 2 weeks of steady trudging, they reached the inn at the crossroads, a familiar landmark in the Riverlands. There they found a contingent from House Mallister and House Blackwood awaiting them, riverlords who had answered the summons. The men carried battered banners, evidence of the region's earlier devastation, but they seemed resolute. Their leaders declared they would ride for the king in the north to fight the real threat. This bolstered morale. Each day, the host grew. Whispers spread that Lord Edmure Tully might be free of the Freys at last, though no one had laid eyes on him. The Freys themselves were quiet. Walder Frey's realm had shriveled after the tragedies that struck them during the war and Bolton's betrayal. They pressed on. Autumn rains lashed the road, turning it to muddy tracks that slowed their wagons. More men fell ill with fevers or twisted ankles or horse injuries. Jon insisted on halting for a day to let the worst cases recover, mindful that pressing forward with too many sick men would only sow deeper problems. The great Jon worried about lost time, but Tormund said, "Better to lose a day now than 100 men at once." Jaime found that statement surprisingly wise for a wildling, and the two briefly swapped barbed jokes about what constituted civilized medicine. At last, they entered the Neck, the marshy region that separated the north from the rest of Westeros. The crannogmen allied to House Reed emerged from hidden watchposts, greeting them with wary courtesy. Jon explained their mission, and the crannogmen pledged to let them pass unmolested. They even guided the army along safer causeways to avoid the worst bogs. A hush seemed to settle over the host. Everyone sensed they were crossing into the North's domain, where the air carried a sharper chill and the wind hinted at coming snows. Tormund sniffed the breeze and declared that winter was indeed growling, an expression that earned him a side eye from Jaime. The first real flakes of snow drifted down on a morning that found them nearly at Moat Cailin. Those ancient, ruined towers stood sentinel over the causeway, battered by centuries of war. Once Ironborn had held them, But now the site was deserted except for a few crannogmen who kept watch for bandits. The great Jon rumbled an old northern prayer under his breath, while Tormund spat, unimpressed by the architecture. Jaime admitted he found the place unnerving, as though haunted by old ghosts of the first men. Jon said little, focusing on the next phase. Once beyond Moat Cailin, the roads would become rougher, the cold sharper. Many of the southern soldiers dreaded the rumored severity of a true northern winter. They pressed on. Each day's march became more laborious as ice-crusted puddles and flurries of snow slicked the road. Horses stumbled, wagons stuck in ruts. More men fell behind or succumbed to coughs. Jon mandated short rest stops to keep morale from collapsing. He walked among the ranks often, speaking to both northern bannermen and the newly joined Riverlanders, reminding them of the threat and the necessity of unity. The presence of Tormund's wildlings drew stares, but the free folk bristled less than before. They recognized these kneelers as potential allies now, not foes, so long as none tried to subjugate them. At last they came within sight of Winterfell's high, rebuilt walls. Jon's heart twisted at the memory of the castle in ashes. Yet from a distance, he saw new scaffolding and partial repairs, courtesy of House Manderly and others who had worked tirelessly. Smoke rose from chimneys, suggesting activity within. The broken towers were less broken now, though evidence of Ramsay's burning lingered. The land around was dusted white, turning the fields and stands of trees into a silent tableau of winter creeping in. A hush fell across the columns of marching men as they beheld the storied seat of House Stark. For many, it was a symbol that the North had endured the wars. For others, it was a fresh start under a new king. Tormund squinted, unimpressed by so many stone walls. Jaime studied the battlements with a soldier's eye, murmuring about lines of defense. The great Jon took in the sight with a broad grin, though sadness flickered in his gaze at the memory of Robb's last stand far away. Jon urged his horse forward. He had not visited Winterfell since that hurried stop earlier when he'd parted to retrieve a white. Now he was returning with an army at his back, forging a final stand. Snow drifted lightly, swirling in the pale sky. He wondered whether Daenerys might soon land in White Harbor with her dragons. If so, she could march here to unify their forces before continuing to the wall. As they approached the gates, a horn sounded from the ramparts. From atop the walls, northern soldiers peered down, then hurriedly signaled for the gates to open. They recognized their own, the Karstark banners, the Stark sigil, and of course the presence of the great Jon, easily spotted by his towering frame and booming curses at a recalcitrant donkey. The heavy wooden gates creaked wide, revealing a courtyard bustling with builders, stable hands, and Manderly knights who had apparently arrived some days before. Jon led the vanguard inside. The courtyard bore thick slush underfoot, churned by the traffic of wagons. A tall man with a thick beard, Lord Wyman Manderly himself, emerged from a half-reconstructed archway flanked by a retinue of White Harbor men. He offered Jon a florid bow. "Your Grace," he said in a hearty voice. "Winterfell welcomes you. We've done our best to patch the halls, though it's not near what it once was. Still, it stands so long as we keep it warm." Jon dismounted, handing the reins to a stable boy who looked starstruck. "Thank you, Lord Manderly. We're grateful for all you've done. Our host needs lodging and supplies. Many will camp outside the walls, but some nights might turn harsh." Of course, Manderly replied, then gave Tormund a side-eye. "And the wildlings too, I see. We've come a long way since the old days, haven't we?" Tormund snorted. "Aye, we're all in bed together now. So long as you don't mind I snore." That drew a wry chuckle from Manderly. The tension diffused slightly, replaced by a sense of urgency about the tasks at hand. Men fanned out across the courtyard, stable hands took horses, soldiers began setting up tents where feasible. The great Jon began barking orders for which columns to camp within the outer bailey and which to spread out on the approach fields. Jaime, removing his gauntlets, surveyed the half-rebuilt keep with quiet interest. Despite the biting cold, the place teemed with life, as if the battered fortress was determined to rise again. Jon turned to Manderly. "Any word of Daenerys Targaryen? Or from White Harbor?" The plan was for her to land there. A flicker of excitement brightened the older lord's face. "We had a raven not 2 days past from White Harbor's dockmaster. He reports the first group of Targaryen scouts arriving, possibly unsullied. The main fleet's expected soon. They say her dragons soared overhead, so it's true, actual dragons in the north, if you can believe it. She's likely en route, might arrive here within the week or two if the roads are foul. They may risk flight by dragon for shorter visits, but a whole army must march. Jon's pulse quickened. Then it's happening. We have no time to lose. They'll need provisions, no doubt, said Manderley. My city can supply some, but it can't feed dragons. We do have fish from the bite, at least, if that suits them. Jon nodded. Thank you, my lord. We'll coordinate soon. For now, let's settle in, see to the men. We'll hold councils every evening until we have a clear plan to face the White Walkers. That plan, as it turned out, was no simple matter. In the days that followed, Winterfell grew more crowded by the hour. The courtyard filled with small folk refugees from outlying villages seeking the castle's protection. More knights from the Riverlands trickled in, having marched behind Jon's main force. A smaller contingent from the Vale arrived unexpectedly, apparently dispatched by Lysa Arryn at the urging of certain lords who recognized the danger. They claimed no large force would come, but at least they brought a token presence. House Serwyn, House Glover, House Mormont, and other northern houses arrived with new levies as well. Soon the entire region felt like it was bracing for a siege. They had the partial advantage of Winterfell's famous hot springs, which kept certain areas warm, but this was no guarantee of comfort for thousands. Amid the swirling chaos, Jon strove to keep order. He restored a portion of the Great Hall for daily councils, the fire in the hearth blazing to fight off the chill. The Great Jon served as a kind of commander for the northern forces, while Tormund spoke for the free folk. Jaime lingered, offering strategic suggestions about cavalry deployment. Lord Manderley lent his experience with logistics, though he was no warrior. Lady Alice Karstark oversaw the new arrivals from her house. They debated how best to guard the multiple approaches to the castle if White Walkers advanced. They discussed whether to man the wall in greater strength or prepare for a fallback line at Winterfell. No one had definitive answers, all they had was the knowledge that the others might strike anywhere along the wall's vast length. The watch at Castle Black sent ravens daily reporting sightings of white activity near the Frost Fangs, but no full assault yet. Tension mounted as the days stretched. In the early mornings, the sky glimmered with thin sunlight on drifts of snow, and men drilled in the courtyard with swords and spears, their breaths steaming in the freezing air. Tormund's wildlings joined in sparring, to the alarm of some southern knights who found their methods savage. The Great Jon roared encouragement, calling them all lazy curs if they flagged. Jaime, wearing heavier furs than he'd ever worn in his life, practiced with a few men, showing them how to parry with skill even if their swords froze to their scabbards. The entire castle felt on edge, as though bracing for the horns of war to blow at any moment. Then, late one afternoon, a horn did blow from the watchtowers, strident, echoing. Jon rushed to the battlements, followed by the Great Jon and Tormund. From atop the walls, they saw a swarm of dark shapes approaching across the white plain. Not wights, men and horses, flying banners. At the head soared a banner with the three-headed dragon of Targaryen on a field of black. At their flank was a more startling sight. In the sky, a silhouette circled, huge leathery wings flapping. A dragon. Jon felt his heart hammer. Daenerys had come. Shouts from the courtyard rose in excitement and some in fear. Word spread like wildfire through Winterfell's corridors. The Dragon Queen's host was at the gates. Thousands of Dothraki riders, unsullied columns, and in the sky overhead, one of her dragons, dark-bodied with a crest of horns. Some watchers cowered. Others stared in awe. The Great Jon breathed a hush of a curse, shaking his head. Tormund gave a short laugh, as though half disbelieving he would see a real dragon in the North's winter skies. They rushed to the gates, giving orders to open them wide. Outside, Daenerys' vanguard waited in neat ranks. Unsullied spears bristled, Dothraki riders perched on their horses, scanning the castle with bold curiosity. The air smelled of churned snow and sweaty mounts. Daenerys herself approached at the forefront, cloaked in heavy black fur, flanked by her advisors, Missandei, Grey Worm, Ser Jorah Mormont, and others. She guided her white mare up to the open gateway, though the horse snorted nervously at the swirl of cold wind. Jon stepped out with a knot of his own men, meaning to greet her personally. He saw how her gaze traveled along the ramparts, taking in the half-rebuilt walls. She looked wind-chilled but unbowed, pale hair braided tight. Behind her, the dragon soared overhead, circling once with a roar that made the ground quiver. Men on the walls clutched their spears in alarm. Daenerys looked at Jon, her expression studiously calm, though her violet eyes gleamed with curiosity. Perhaps it was her first time in the North's heartland. "We have arrived, Jon Targaryen," she announced, voice carrying. "Is Winterfell prepared to house a few thousand more souls?" He managed a small grin despite the tension. "We'll make do. Welcome to your ancestral seat. Or at least, the seat of House Stark, your father's sister's home. It's an honor to have your help, my lady. Or should I call you my queen?" She arched an eyebrow. "For now, let my lady suffice. Or Daenerys. The war we face matters more than titles." She glanced around as the wind whipped her cloak. "This is a Stark land indeed. I felt the cold from above, but seeing it on the ground is another matter. My men are not used to such chill, but they will endure." Jon stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. The Great Jon and Tormund joined them, with Jaime trailing behind. The watchers on the battlements parted, some eyeing the Dothraki with open alarm, leather-clad warriors with curved rocks, a savage reputation preceding them. The Unsullied's disciplined march drew hushed admiration. And over it all, the dragon sword eventually alighting on a rocky outcrop near the castle's perimeter, smoke curling from its nostrils. A wave of primal irradiated through the ranks of northern soldiers who had never seen such a beast. Within minutes, the courtyard of Winterfell filled to near capacity. Daenerys's men dismounted, their breath fogging in the cold air. Unsullied officers barked instructions to pitch tents outside the walls. Some of the Dothraki seemed perplexed by the concept of winter. Men brushed at the snow as if unsure what to make of it. Ser Jorah Mormont, a Northman by birth, guided them gently, remembering the land of his ancestors. Daenerys herself waited calmly, letting Missandei handle many details. Jon approached her once more. "We've made ready as best we can, though space is limited. We can house you, your advisors, and some of your officers in the keep. The rest will camp outside or in the village nearby. I hope you'll find it adequate, Lady Daenerys." She offered a faint, appreciative smile. "I understand. My thanks. Your men have displayed courtesy, especially given we are so many. And the White Walkers? Has there been any sign?" "Not beyond rumor. The Night's Watch scours the far north. We think the others are gathering, but we haven't seen a massed assault on the wall yet. We can't assume they won't strike soon, though. We should finalize a plan to deploy as many men as possible to the wall or to intercept if the wall is breached. The weather could hamper us if we wait too long." Daenerys's expression turned grim. "Then let us consult at once. My officers, your officers. The sooner we know how best to wield my dragons against this threat, the better. Drogon is restless already." She glanced skyward as if expecting the shadow of massive wings. Jon nodded in agreement. "This way. The Great Hall is partially restored and warm." She dismounted, handing her mare's reins to a stable boy who gawked at her exotic attire and silver hair. Missandei and Ser Jorah joined them. The Great Jon hustled the other lords to follow, and they made a slow procession through Winterfell's courtyard. Soldiers paused to watch, some bowing, some simply staring at the improbable sight. The king in the north walking side by side with the Dragon Queen. In the hush of falling snow, it felt like a tapestry come to life. A final forging of alliances in a realm on the brink. Inside the great hall, fires blazed in twin hearths, offering a modicum of warmth. The long tables had been rearranged to allow for a wide space near the dais, where maps of the north and the lands beyond the wall sprawled. Torches guttered in wall sconces. Daenerys paused, glancing about with curiosity at the Stark seat of power. Jon recalled how this hall once rang with laughter in his youth, or with the bark of Robb's commands during war councils. Now it brimmed with an altogether different company. They gathered around the maps. Jon, Daenerys, Tormund, Jaime, the Great Jon, Ser Jorah, Missandei, Grey Worm, Lady Alis Karstark, and a handful of other key officers. Lord Wyman Manderly also joined, panting slightly from climbing the steps. The swirl of accents, Northern, Essosi, Dothraki, Crownlander, made for a strange symphony in the ancient hall. Outside, the wind rattled shutters, reminding them that winter was fast descending. "Here is the wall," said Jon, pointing to the inked line cutting across the map's top. "Castle Black, Eastwatch, the Shadow Tower, each undermanned. We have ravens telling us the White Walkers may be gathering in the far northwest. Tormund can speak to that better." Tormund scratched his beard. "My people used to roam those parts. If the dead come in force, they might test Eastwatch or find another route. Hard to say. The free folk who survived last winter say the others move in the dark, picking off villages. But a big push might come any day. We need watchers spaced along the wall. Doesn't help that the wall's too damn long. Daenerys studied the outline. We have dragons. We can fly scouting runs along the frontier. If the others mass, we could attempt to burn them from the sky. But you said they're strongest in darkness, in storms. Jon nodded. Yes, they bring the cold wit. Them, or so it seems. If you attempt a flight in a blizzard, your dragons might be at risk. We do need scouting, but carefully. Also, the White Walkers can sometimes hurl spears of ice. I'm not certain if they could bring down a dragon, but we can't discount it. A hush followed, each absorbing that grim possibility. Ser Jorah cleared his throat. We must not be reckless. Dragons are our greatest advantage. If the others slay even one, that advantage wanes. Yes, Daenerys agreed, frowning at the map. Then we use the dragons strategically, at the decisive moment perhaps. Let the armies hold the line, draw the dead into a concentrated front. The dragons strike from behind, incinerating as many whites as possible. And if we spot a White Walker, we focus on that one, since destroying a walker also destroys the whites it turned. Jon tapped the far side of the map. Still, we need to lure them into open battle. The others might try cunning. They know how to hide in the storms. We can't predict where they'll cross. That's why garrisoning the wall is crucial. But our numbers are limited. The question is, do we fortify Castle Black primarily, or spread out along the entire wall? A concentrated defense is stronger but might allow them to pass in a weaker sector. Grey Worm spoke up, voice level. The Unsullied are disciplined in defense. If you wish, we can hold one main fortress at the wall, Castle Black, perhaps. A smaller force could guard Eastwatch. If the others test a remote spot, we rely on dragons for quick response. Tormund's jaw tightened. And if the others appear in multiple places, we'll be stretched too thin. This is no ordinary foe. A resigned murmur followed. Daenerys closed her eyes briefly, then looked to Jon. We can only do our best with the men we have. Let's place the largest force at Castle Black, the next at Eastwatch. If they strike the Shadow Tower, we'll send riders or dragons to reinforce. Meanwhile, we keep Winterfell as a fallback. If the wall is breached, we gather here for a final stand. Jon slowly nodded. It's a risk, but any plan we make is riddled with uncertainty. I'll send ravens to the watch at once, telling them to expect heavy reinforcements from us soon. We'll begin moving men up the King's Road in segments, so as not to choke the supply lines. Daenerys, you can station your dragons near Eastwatch or perhaps near Castle Black. That's your call, depending on your sense of the terrain. She agreed. I'd like to see the wall myself, gauge the environment for my dragons. Perhaps tomorrow or the next day we can fly north for a short reconnaissance. The weather looks clear for now, though that could change swiftly. Tormund scratched his chin. Aye, swiftly indeed. Keep an eye on the sky. If the wind shifts, you land. They continued for hours, finalizing details. Where each segment of the combined army would march, how supply wagons would roll up from White Harbor or from the local farms, how to manage wounded if the roads froze. The Great Jon, Manderly, and Lady Alice hammered out an arrangement for storing grain in Winterfell's vaults. Jaime quietly volunteered to command a battalion of Crownlanders at Castle Black, reaffirming that he meant to see this war through. The Dothraki, fierce horsemen, posed a question mark in snow-laden terrain, but Daenerys insisted they could adapt. They crossed the Red Waste with me, she said. They'll endure the cold if well-fed and if they can find open ground to fight. The meeting ended with the sense of a monumental undertaking about to unfold. One misstep and they might face annihilation. Yet there was also a faint current of hope. Dragons soared among them, and the realm's greatest houses now recognized the threat. If their might could not stop the White Walkers, nothing could. After the council, men drifted to their assigned quarters, the great hall gradually emptying. Only Jon and Daenerys lingered near the glowing hearth, its crackling flames warming the stone floor. For a moment, They regarded each other in the flickering firelight. Two Targaryens, albeit from different arcs of fate. She wore a thoughtful expression, her gloved hands clasped. He was reminded how young she was to command such an empire of freed slaves and savage horse lords. Yet her bearing was that of a queen tested by adversity. "So," Daenerys said softly, "here we stand, in the seat of House Stark, discussing how to save the world from an ancient evil. Not what either of us might have imagined in childhood." Jon gave a half-smile. "No, but the world is seldom as we imagine. I never thought I'd be recognized as a Targaryen at all." She tilted her head. "I can see the Stark in you, as well as traces of my brother Rhaegar if I look closely. But you have a northern plainness that is not our house tradition. Perhaps that's a strength, not a flaw." He sighed, glancing at the embers. "I only hope it's enough. If we survive this, we'll have to decide what the realm looks like. You and I never truly settled that question. But I suppose we can't until the war is won or lost." She nodded solemnly. "We will cross that bridge later. For now, let us fight side by side. The throne can wait if there's no kingdom left to rule." They parted then, each retreating to rooms prepared for them in Winterfell's partially rebuilt towers. Outside, the night swallowed the courtyard, the swirling snow picking up in faint gusts. Torches glimmered along the walls, watchmen patrolled with hands pressed under their cloaks for warmth, and somewhere in the distance, a dragon's roar split the darkness. In the morning, Jon woke to a castle abuzz with Daenerys' presence. Dothraki prowled the yard in curious exploration. Unsullied formed crisp ranks for drills, and the Northmen tried not to stare too openly at these foreign warriors. The gloom overhead suggested more snow was imminent, spurring everyone to hurry. Daenerys had decided to attempt a short flight to Castle Black with one dragon, Drogon, presumably to assess the terrain. Jon insisted on coming if she'd allow it. After some debate, she agreed, stating, "We'll see if my boy tolerates an extra passenger." So it was that Jon found himself standing in a wide clearing beyond Winterfell's walls, where Drogon perched on a ridge of snow. Men and women gathered at a safe distance, the great Jon among them looking on with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Daenerys approached the beast calmly. Drogon lowered his massive head, exhaling hot breath that melted the nearest patches of frost. She stroked his neck, murmuring soothing words in a language Jon didn't recognize. Then she glanced back, beckoning Jon forward. He approached warily. He recalled how one white arrow or spear might kill a dragon, but such vulnerability did not make Drogon any less terrifying in the flesh. The beast's scales shimmered black in the pale morning light, ridged with bony spines. Its eyes glowed gold. A low rumble vibrated from its throat. Jon lifted a hand slowly, letting the creature's hot breath wash over his palm. Drogon snorted, flaring his nostrils, then turned its head as if bored. Daenerys climbed up first, gripping the dragon's harness. She settled in an improvised saddle near the base of its neck. Then she offered a hand to Jon. His heart pounded. Few men had ever even touched a dragon, let alone mounted one with its rider. He took her hand, hoisting himself up carefully behind her. The dragon's scales were rough, hot to the touch, and the harness straps bit into his gloves as he tried to anchor himself. Below, men gasped. The Greyjohn's voice boomed in mild panic. Tormund shouted a half-laugh, half-curse. Jaime looked on with silent astonishment. Daenerys said something in High Valyrian, and Drogon spread his enormous wings. The downbeat of air struck Jon like a hammer, and suddenly the ground fell away beneath them. He gripped the harness, arms wrapped around Daenerys' waist for stability, his cloak flapping violently in the icy wind. They soared upward, Winterfell shrinking rapidly below. The shock of flight stole Jon's breath. The wind tore at his hair, and an electrifying mix of terror and exhilaration rushed through him. Drogon roared, expelling a plume of flame into the open sky as if to declare dominion over the North's frigid realm. Snow-laden clouds loomed around them, but Daenerys guided the dragon skillfully, angling to avoid the thickest gloom. Beneath them, the white landscape spread out, forests like dark carpets, rivers shining cold, the vast stretch of open ground leading to the wall. Jon had stood atop the wall before, gazing downward, but now he glimpsed the world from an even higher vantage. If not for the numbing cold tearing at his face, he might have marveled more. Daenerys turned her head slightly, raising her voice to cut through the wind. "Hold tight. We'll pass Winterfell's outskirts, then head north. If the sky remains clear, we can reach Castle Black by midday, circle once, and return. That's enough for an initial look." Jon just nodded, struggling to find words. He'd hunted dire wolves, fought in the frozen wastes, faced whites, but nothing had prepared him for flight on dragonback. The land rushed beneath them at a speed that made him dizzy. Dawn's pale sunlight refracted off the fields of snow. He wondered what the free folk or the Night's Watch would think if they saw a dragon overhead. They might quake as if the old tales of Valyria had come to life. They flew for what felt like an hour, crossing empty miles of whitened ground. Occasionally, Daenerys circled lower, scanning for villages or signs of movement. Jon glimpsed a few small hamlets, snowbound, or lonely watchtowers. Smoke from chimneys indicated life persisted here, though how many truly grasped the oncoming danger was uncertain. Eventually, the massive shape of the wall loomed in the distance, stretching from horizon to horizon. Even from the air, it was an imposing barrier of ice. If the White Walkers found a way past it, Jon tried not to dwell on the notion, but it lurked in his mind. They swooped closer to Castle Black. Its wooden ramparts and towers looked minuscule from above. Jon spotted black shapes on the courtyard, watchmen scurrying about, presumably in alarm at the sight of a dragon. Daenerys guided Drogon in a wide arc around the fortress, letting them see the well-worn gates, the stables, the farmland to the south. The monstrous scythe mechanism along the wall's face glittered in the weak sun. Jon glimpsed the old elevator that led to the top of the wall where more black shapes pointed upward. He half expected a flight of arrows, but apparently the Watch recognized they were no threat or dared not provoke a dragon. Drogon roared a challenge that echoed off the ice, sending a shudder through the ramparts. He flapped once, stirring a flurry of snow from the top. Then Daenerys pulled the reins, urging Drogon northward along the wall's length. For a few tense minutes, they flew above the uncharted terrain beyond, scanning for any sign of a vast undead horde. The deep wilderness looked still, a patchwork of pine forests and frozen lakes. Nothing moved in the open. Yet Jon couldn't shake the feeling that the White Walkers might hide among the trees. The vantage from above was marvelous, but the swirling weather might cloak entire armies. Daenerys seemed to reach the same conclusion, guiding the dragon into a rising turn to avoid heavier clouds. "That's enough for now," she shouted over the wind. "We can't see much more without risking a sudden squall. Let's go back." Jon nodded, inwardly relieved. The cold had seeped through his layers of fur, and his face felt numb. The exhilarating terror of flight had not entirely faded, but practical concerns took over. They banked south, Drogon's wings laboring against a building breeze. Snow stung Jon's cheeks, and for a moment he worried about losing feeling in his fingers. Daenerys kept one hand on the harness, the other guiding Drogon's head with gentle tugs, as though to keep him from drifting too low. The flight back was faster with a tailwind, but no less harrowing. The wall receded behind them, replaced once more by the patchwork of fields and forests leading to Winterfell. By the time the castle's towers came into view, Jon's muscles ached from gripping the harness, and he was fairly certain his nose was near frozen. Daenerys guided Drogon into a controlled descent, circling the castle's outskirts. Men below gawked, pointing. Some covered their heads as if expecting a blast of fire. At last, they found the same rocky outcrop near the outer gate, and the dragon touched down with a thump that rattled Jon's bones. Daenerys slid off lightly as though used to such landings. Jon dismounted more clumsily, half falling into the snow. A small welcoming party stood at a safe distance, the great Jon, Tormund, Jaime, and a handful of Northmen. They relaxed as they recognized the riders. Tormund hollered a greeting. Drogon folded his wings, letting out a guttural snort. Daenerys stroked the dragon's neck, speaking gentle Valyrian words of thanks, and then motioned for the onlookers to remain back as the beast took flight again, presumably to find some roost or circle overhead. Jon braced his hands on his knees, panting in the cold, equal parts enthralled and relieved to be on solid ground. The great Jon strode over. "You looked like a rag doll up there, lad," he boomed, but there was admiration in his grin. "You sure it's wise to go gallivanting in the sky with that beast?" Jon gave a shaky laugh. "We saw the wall. No sign of an army, but the conditions up there are brutal. It could change any day." Daenerys joined them, smoothing stray strands of hair from her face. "We'll keep this flight approach in mind as a possible scouting measure. But I see no advantage in daily forays too dangerous in a storm. Let us focus on reinforcing the wall with ground forces." She looked at Tormund. "Your free folk might know the best places to watch for hidden passes. We should talk tonight." Tormund nodded. "I will talk, though you'll find us a blunt lot. If there's a pass or a valley, the others can slip through. But we'll do what we can to watch them." Jaime stood back, having witnessed the landing with quiet fascination. At length he said, "We'll muster as many as we can in the next few days. Then we march north in force." So they proceeded. Over the following days, columns of men peeled away from Winterfell in staggered intervals to man Castle Black or Eastwatch. The roads grew icier, and some wagons lost wheels or required extra horses to haul them. Whispers of more undead sightings trickled in from free folk scouts, though no confirmed massing. Daenerys spent part of each day with Jon or Tormund or the Great Jon, strategizing how to handle multiple infiltration points if the others attempted them. Jaime and Ser Jorah hammered out finer details regarding cavalry usage in snowy terrain. Meanwhile, the Dothraki adapted as best they could, layering furs atop their usual attire, cursing the cold in their own tongue. The Unsullied stoically endured, though a few lost toes to frostbite. As the third week at Winterfell ended, a sense of calm before the storm settled over the fortress. Everyone understood that the largest single grouping of forces, House Stark, House Targaryen, House Manderly, the Wildlings, and Crownlanders, would soon depart for Castle Black, effectively creating the main line of defense. Daenerys's 3 dragons circled periodically, a sight that awed and unsettled the men. Some nights, the roars echoed across the sky, and villagers miles away quaked in wonder. Finally, the day came for the main force to set forth. Thousands strong, it would dwarf any host the North had seen in living memory, with men from half the realm plus savage Dothraki, disciplined Unsullied, determined free folk, and the Watchers of House Stark. Daenerys and Jon agreed they would both ride in that vanguard. Daenerys might rely on her dragons to scout overhead at intervals, but she would also maintain a ground presence to keep her armies organized. The morning of departure arrived under a somber gray sky. Fresh snow had fallen overnight, blanketing the courtyard in white. Soldiers bustled about, harnessing horses, strapping on armor. The calls of sergeants echoed, forming ranks. At the castle gates, lines of Dothraki horses waited, snorting puffs of steam. Unsullied stood in tight blocks, spears upright. The Great Jon, in full fur-trimmed armor, paced near the front, shouting instructions. Jaime Lannister, wearing heavier northern furs than ever, adjusted his single gauntlet. Tormund oversaw the free folk, many of whom carried bows or axes. Daenerys, atop a pale mare, conferred quietly with Missandei and Grey Worm. Her dragons soared somewhere overhead, out of sight for the moment. Jon stood in the center of it all, absorbing the gravity of the moment. Winterfell's battered towers cast long shadows across the snow. He thought of how these stones had seen Ned Stark's rule, Robb's kinghood, the horrors of Ramsay Bolton, and now this extraordinary alliance. Every nerve hummed with tension. If their combined might fell to the White Walkers, all would end. If they won, the realm might reshape itself around this new Targaryen-Stark partnership, forging a different future. But that was a question for later. Survival came first. He glanced around, looking for Daenerys. She was astride her mare, scanning the columns. Meeting his eye, she urged her horse closer. "Our men are ready?" she asked quietly. "As ready as they'll ever be," Jon replied. "The roads north will be harsh. We can't tarry. If the others muster, we want to be in position at the wall first." She nodded, gazing at the ranks forming behind them. "Then let's not wait longer." She raised her voice, calling to Grey Worm and a few Dothraki calls. They relayed commands. Trumpets sounded, the bray of horns echoing across the courtyard. Men stiffened to attention, banners shifting in the chilly breeze. The combined host stirred. Winterfell's gates swung wide. Jon nudged his horse forward, Daenerys at his side. Tormund and the Great Jon took up positions near them. Jaime flanked Daenerys, while Ser Jorah led a contingent of Mormont men on the far side. Step by step, the mass of soldiers began to flow from the castle out onto the snowy plain. Overhead, a dragon's roar shook the air, as if marking the beginning of a new campaign. In the distance, watchers from the battlements, Manderly men, Karstark men, and more, waved or saluted. Thus began the final march. The plan was to converge at Castle Black, reinforcing the Night's Watch and free folk who guarded the passes. If they found no sign of the White Walkers, they might spread further along the wall or remain in readiness until the enemy appeared. Daenerys would keep her dragons in the sky, patrolling for any ominous movement. Tormund suggested forging small forward camps beyond the wall for intel, though the risk was great. They would adapt as they saw conditions on the ground. Snow crunched underfoot. The columns stretched back for half a mile, men leading spare mounts or driving wagons loaded with salted meat, arrow fletchings, spare weapons, and tents. Dothraki riders scouted ahead, disdaining the slow pace of infantry. Unsullied marched in disciplined ranks, cloaks snapping in the wind. Northern lords on horseback exchanged uneasy greetings with free folk carrying crude spears, all too aware that a short time ago they had been mortal foes. Now necessity bound them. The ephemeral hush of falling snow accompanied them as if the land itself watched. Jon and Daenerys remained near the forefront, occasionally consult in low voices about the route or the possibility of drifts blocking the roads. Jaime chimed in with reminders about supply lines. The great Jon barked at men to keep a sensible pace. Tormund teased a Dothraki rider about never having seen real snow before. The war host advanced into the distance, leaving Winterfell behind, a lonely fortress bracing for the unknown. Evening approached and the temperature plummeted. They made camp in a wide clearing near a frozen stream, the men piling together for warmth, erecting tents in neat rows. Daenerys' presence drew constant stares from those who had never laid eyes on a Valyrian ruler, let alone one with living dragons. In the twilight, the largest dragon, Drogon, descended to land in a guarded perimeter, spooking horses. The beast's breath steamed in the frigid air. Daenerys spent time calming him, feeding him morsels from a slaughtered goat or two. The men watched from a safe distance, transfixed. So the days passed, each one a step deeper into the north's wilderness. Snow fell more heavily, the wind keened across open plains. Frozen lakes glinted under a wan sun that rose late and set early. Still, morale held, buoyed by the sense of unstoppable might, 2 Targaryens leading a massed force, dragons circling overhead, the unflinching Unsullied, the savage Dothraki, the cunning freefolk, and the resolute Northmen. If a mortal army could hold back death itself, perhaps this was it. Yet Jon woke each morning with a gnawing sense of dread. He'd glimpsed the White Walker's power. He feared that all their planning might crumble when faced with an enemy that needed no rest, felt no fear. The memory of Harrenhal, the rising of the dead, still haunted him. He confided some of these worries to Daenerys during an evening watch by the campfires. She listened, her face lit by the fire's glow, snowflakes settling in her hair. "I too doubt," she admitted quietly. "I overcame so much in Essos, slavers, warlocks, powerful men, yet none of them had an army of the dead. My dragons are the only thing I cling to, but I know that even they are not invulnerable. We must rely on our men's bravery as well." Jon nodded, gaze flicking to where Drogon slept curled near the outskirts of camp, plumes of steam rising from his nostrils. One well-placed spear of ice might bring him down. "We saw how the whites can swarm anything if they catch it on the ground." She shivered, not just from the cold. "All the more reason we stand together. Let's hope the realm's combined strength is enough." They parted to catch what sleep they could, hearts heavy with the magnitude of what lay ahead. Finally, on the 10th day of marching from Winterfell, they neared Castle Black's environs. The land here was grimly familiar to Jon, sparse, wind-scoured, dotted with patches of stunted pine. A gloom seemed to hang over the horizon. Scouts reported no sign of White Walkers in the immediate vicinity, though certain faint tracks might suggest whites had passed by. The day was bitterly cold, the wind howling from the north as if carrying the voice of the others. Tormund spat curses about crows and whites alike. They formed camp just a mile shy of the wall's shadow. Castle Black's topmost ramparts could be seen in the distance, though swirling snow sometimes obscured them. Jon decided that at first light, the entire host would approach the fortress, officially relieving the night's watch or, more accurately, reinforcing them in the face of the impending cataclysm. A hush of anticipation settled through the men that evening. Daenerys had her dragons roost further away, so as not to terrify the garrison prematurely. The Great Jon circulated among the campfires, boosting morale with loud jokes about the White Walkers trembling before their combined might. Jaime oversaw final checks of supply wagons. Tormund checked in with free folk scouts, gleaning any new rumors of movement in the deep wilderness. Everyone braced for a confrontation. Would the others show themselves now that the armies converged? Night fell black and cold. The watchfires burned bright, men huddling around them. Jon remained in his tent with Daenerys and a few close advisors, quietly reconfirming tomorrow's plan. Grey Worm and Yora reported that unsullied squads would fan out near the eastern approach, while Dothraki riders scouted west. Tormund wanted to personally lead a foray beyond the wall once they had established the main camp at Castle Black. The Great Jon insisted a large portion of Northmen remain behind the fortress as a reserve. Daenerys intended to keep her dragons in the rear initially, unleashing them only if a mass threat appeared. All these details hammered out, they parted for the night. Jon lay on a simple cot in his tent, exhaustion weighing on him like a leaden cloak. Images danced behind his closed eyes. The rotting face of a white Drogon's teeth, the swirling snow, Daenerys's pale hair in the firelight. He drifted into a fitful sleep, uncertain how many hours passed. Suddenly, a horn blast shattered the silence. Then another 3 blasts, echoing across the frozen camp. Jon jolted upright, heart pounding. 3 blasts signaled White Walkers. Could it be? He stumbled from his bedroll, grabbing his cloak and sword. Outside, men rushed about in confusion, torches flaring, horses neighing in panic. The Grachan's voice bellowed for calm. A swirl of chaos took shape as soldiers tumbled from tents, half-dressed, weapons in hand. Another horn blast, faint but urgent. Jon recognized the direction. It came from the Watchers near Castle Black. He turned, heart pounding. If the Watchers were sounding 3 blasts, it could only mean the others had been sighted. The storm was upon them, earlier than expected or cunningly hidden. Fear and adrenaline surged through the camp. Within moments, Daenerys emerged from her own tent, cloaked in black fur, eyes blazing with alarm. Grey Worm and Yora hurried at her flank. Tormund dashed up, breath steaming in the air. Jaime, half-armored, pressed forward with a handful of Crownlander knights. "What do we do?" Daenerys demanded over the clamor. Jon tightened his grip on his sword's hilt. "We form ranks. We move toward Castle Black at once. If the White Walkers are there, we fight. Daenerys, can you rouse your dragons? We might need them." She nodded grimly. "They'll take flight from the ridge. Grey Worm, rally the Unsullied. Yora, fetch my mount if necessary. Jon, we mustn't charge blindly. We should approach in formation, scouts ahead. If the others are near, they might try to ambush us." The Greyjon stomped up, carrying a massive warhammer. "Ambush or not, we can't stand idle. Our men are panicking. We need to move or they'll break from fear." Daenerys's face hardened. "Then let's do it. Tormund, lead the free folk in the vanguard. This is your land, your fight. The Unsullied follow. Jon, your Northmen take the left flank, Jaime's Crownlanders the right. The Dothraki wait in reserve or circle wide, searching for flanking whites. The dragons will be overhead." Orders barked out. The swirl of men began to coalesce around their banners, though confusion reigned in the dark. Torches bobbed, horses neighed, and the cold wind bit every exposed face. A wave of primal fear lanced through them all. The others had come. Or at least some portion of them. Jon felt dread claw at his gut but forced it down. He had faced the White Walkers before. They were unstoppable only if men surrendered to terror. As the ragged columns formed, a keening wind carried distant sounds, screams, perhaps, or the eerie moan of whites. Overhead, a dragon roar answered, and in the flicker of starlight, Jon glimpsed the silhouette of Drogon ascending, Daenerys presumably in the saddle. The other dragons, Rhaegal and Viserion, followed, though from the ground it was hard to tell them apart in the gloom. Their shapes soared across the night sky, dark against the faint stars. Then, from the far edge of camp near the path to Castle Black, came the first flash of pale movement, a cluster of whites surging out of the darkness, half-rotted forms lunging at the outer watch pickets. Shouts erupted, steel clanged. Jon's blood went cold. The others had indeed advanced this far south in secret. Tormund roared, brandishing an axe, and he led the free folk in a furious charge. The Greyjon hollered for the Northmen to join. The air split with cries of alarm as men and whites collided in a chaotic swirl. Jon drew Longclaw, ignoring the raw panic thrumming in his veins. He urged the men around him forward, forming a wedge. The whites attacked relentlessly, their eyes glowing an unnatural blue. Some wore scraps of watch cloaks, suggesting they had once been men of the Night's Watch. Others were lumps of decaying flesh, unrecognizable. They moved with frenzied speed, heedless of pain. The first wave slammed into Tormund's free folk and a portion of the Unsullied who rushed to support. "Dragon glass!" Jon shouted. "Use your dragon glass blades." Men fumbled for the black stone daggers or spear tips. Those who had steel alone found it less effective. The whites kept coming, severed limbs twitching. Screams filled the air as several soldiers went down under a flurry of clawing hands. Tormund hacked through a pair of whites with an axe laced in obsidian. The creatures shrieked, collapsing into icy shards. Grey Worm led a knot of Unsullied, disciplined thrusts with spears tipped in dragonglass that dispatched half a dozen more. But for each one destroyed, another lunged from the shadows. The battle threatened to sprawl across the entire camp perimeter. Amid it all, Jon fought with cold precision. Longclaw's Valyrian steel bit into a White's torso, but the creature flailed even as its chest was split. Only the dragonglass dagger in Jon's offhand finished it, shattering the reanimated corpse. The stench of decay clung to his nostrils. He glimpsed Jaime somewhere to the right, parrying a White with single-handed skill. The Greyjohn's hammer smashed a rotting skull, sending splinters flying. Cries of pain mingled with the unholy shrieks of the dead. A roar overhead signaled a dragon swoop. In a rush of wind, Drogon descended, unleashing a jet of flame that incinerated a knot of Whites near the tree-line. The fire blazed hot, lighting the night in a burst of orange. But the Whites still came from multiple directions. Men scrambled to avoid friendly fire. Daenerys pulled Drogon up, searching for another cluster to target, mindful not to roast her own soldiers. Rhaegal soared by, disgorging flame into a corner of the battlefield where Whites had overwhelmed a group of watchmen. The conflagration consumed Whites and some men unlucky enough not to retreat. Such was the horror of fighting a foe that required dragon flame to quell in large numbers. Jon realized the Whites seemed endless. This might be only a fraction of the White Walkers' host. Where were the Walkers themselves? Possibly lurking behind the lines, controlling their dead minions. If they could kill or drive off one White Walker, a swath of Whites might collapse. But the night was a tumult of swirling bodies, dark shapes, and frantic torchlight. No tall figure in pale armor was visible. He pressed deeper into the fray, the great Jon at his side. Tormund's roars guided them. They found the wildling chief wounded in the leg, fending off 3 Whites. The great Jon battered one aside, while Jon dispatched another with a dragonglass thrust to its spine. Tormund wheezed in relief, nodding thanks. Blood soaked his furs, but he refused to fall back. A shrill cry from overhead made Jon glance up. Another wave of Whites poured in from the north side of camp, threatening to encircle them. Men reeled in panic. Then, with a deafening shriek, Drogon soared overhead, Daenerys unleashing a second wave of flame. This time, her aim was more precise, scorching the ring of undead. The entire swath went up in an inferno, lighting the night. Screams, both human and inhuman, rang out. The Watchers reeled back, half-blinded by the sudden blaze. Grey Worm's voice cut through, unsullied form ranks. The disciplined eunuchs closed in a shield wall, spears leveled with dragonglass tips, pushing methodically across the field. The Whites battered against them, only to be spitted by the black stone. Some collapsed into shards. Others scampered around the flanks, but the Dothraki slammed into them with curved rocks, chanting war cries in a language foreign to the north. The combined force began to carve out a perimeter. Gradually, the wave of Whites thinned. The roars of dragons overhead continued, but no second or third wave of undead appeared from the gloom. Men advanced, stamping out the last twitching corpses. Tormund wrenched an axe from a final White skull, panting. Jaime, battered and breathless, limped over to Jon, eyes wide with the shock of near death. The great Jon spat blood, glaring at the darkness as if daring more enemies to come. Daenerys brought Drogon to land on a small rise, scanning the field for surviving threats. It ended as abruptly as it began. The White Walkers had tested them with a surprise force of Whites, or perhaps an advanced scouting group. The cost was steep, dozens of men lay dead or mortally wounded, the snow stained red. Fires burned in patches where dragon flame had consumed undead and living alike. The stench of charred flesh choked the wind. But they had held, and the main body of the undead horde had not materialized. Not yet. Jon, chest heaving, wiped sweat and blood from his brow. Daenerys dismounted Drogon, rushing across the scorched terrain to meet him. Her face showed relief to find him alive, yet horror at the carnage. "They tested us," she said, voice trembling with anger. "Just a fraction of their numbers. If they come in full, we must be better prepared." Jon could only nod. The Watchers around them gathered, counting losses. Grey Worm reported at least 50 unsullied dead or incapacitated. The Free Folk had lost more. Many lay moaning, missing limbs or gouged by white claws. The great Jon bellowed for medics. Jaime stared at the ground, lips tight, before rallying some Crownlanders to help collect the bodies. Tormund slumped against a broken cart, cursing the dead in every colorful phrase he knew. Word came that the path to Castle Black was open, no further Whites blocked it. The White Walkers had either retreated or had never been personally present. The men looked to Jon and Daenerys for guidance. Should they chase the fleeing undead? Risk an ambush in the darkness? No, Jon decided. We hold position, treat the wounded, and at first light we move together to Castle Black. We can't risk scattering ourselves in the dark. The Walkers want to pick us off. We won't oblige them. Daenerys agreed, wiping soot from her cheek. Yes, we remain vigilant. The dragons can circle overhead, ensuring no second wave hits us unawares. Then we press on at dawn. We must link with the Night's Watch soon. This land is compromised. So they spent the rest of that freezing night in a somber hush, collecting the wounded in central tents, stoking fires, forming watch rotations. The death toll weighed heavily, but they had survived. Jon prayed the entire war would not be a series of such brutal skirmishes, wearing them down while the main threat lurked behind the veil of winter storms. If so, the living might be undone by attrition. When dawn broke, pale and cold, the battered host limped toward Castle Black. Horns from the fortress greeted them. The gates creaked open, revealing anxious watchers. Bowmen lined the ramparts, eyes wide at the sight of unsullied Dothraki, wildlings, and northern knights. Daenerys's dragons soared overhead, shrieking. Some watchmen cowered, others stood transfixed. In the courtyard, Jon dismounted, stepping forward to greet the acting Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Bowen Marsh, looking older, stooped by the burden of impossible fear. Nearby, Alliser Thorne scowled, but said nothing. The Watch's ranks parted for Tormund, who locked eyes with a few black brothers he'd once fought. No one raised a blade. The reality of a shared enemy overshadowed old vendettas. Bowen Marsh bowed stiffly to Jon and Daenerys. "Welcome, Your Grace. We heard you battled whites in the night. Our horns sounded, but we did not realize a fight was so close." Jon nodded grimly. "We lost men, but we destroyed that wave. The White Walkers are near, though. This place must be readied for a major assault. Our forces are at your disposal." Daenerys stepped forward, voice clear. "We bring dragons. If the others approach, we can strike from the sky. But we need to coordinate. Set watchers along the wall, establish signals to the rest of our forces. The time is short." Marsh nodded. "We'll do all we can. The wall is yours to command, for the watch is too few now. Only 300 remain, scattered across the fortresses. We can't hold the entire line, but maybe with your men we stand a chance." Thus, the alliance took its final shape. Castle Black became the forward headquarters for the greatest host Westeros had ever assembled in one place. The Watchers posted men along the ramparts, ballista with dragonglass-laced bolts, massed archers, and squads of Unsullied near the gates. The free folk scouted beyond the wall, risking their lives in the icy wilderness. Daenerys established a vantage for her dragons near the fortress, each beast perched on the outer crags. Tormund roamed the courtyard, organizing the free folk. The Great Jon set up a command post for the northern lords, ensuring lines of supply. Jaime took charge of a southwestern approach, ensuring the White Walkers could not outflank them from the mountains. All of it under the overshadowing presence of the massive ice wall, a final sentinel against the tide of darkness. And so they waited. Day after day, men patrolled in the biting cold. Snowstorms battered them, occasionally forcing the dragons to ground. Whites might appear in small packs, testing the edges, but the main horde did not materialize. Ravens fluttered in from Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower, sometimes reporting glimpses of movement but no grand assault. Tension mounted with each sunrise. The men grew hollow-eyed from partial sleep, always listening for horns. Nights felt endless. Even Daenerys's stoic composure seemed stretched, though she kept her men resolute with stirring talks of freeing the entire realm from death's clutches. Jon found himself in a swirl of responsibilities, coordinating daily scouting missions, ensuring the injured were tended, rallying men who wavered in the cold. He shared the leadership mantle with Daenerys, who circled above on Drogon as often as weather allowed. All the while, the memory of that initial white attack near the camp stood as a harbinger. The others were close, cunning, biding their time. Another week passed. With each day of calm, dread only grew. The men whispered that the real storm was yet to come. Late one afternoon, as the light waned, Daenerys landed Drogon in the courtyard after a fruitless scouting flight. She dismounted, frustration in her eyes, and joined Jon near the gate. "Nothing," she reported. "No masked whites, no White Walkers. Just a few stragglers we burned. They're out there, but hidden." Jon sighed. They might wait for the darkest night, or a vicious storm, to strike when we're most vulnerable. She nodded, scanning the swirling snow that drifted from the sky. That day could be tomorrow or next week. Our men can't remain on edge forever. Morale will crack. Jon considered. We hold as long as needed. If we lower our guard, even for a moment, they'll exploit it. The best we can do is RO. Take the men carefully, keep them warm, keep them fed. She pressed her lips together. We do that. Meanwhile, we pray the realm's other lords are fortifying their own lines. If the others outflank us. She didn't finish. Jon grimaced. The entire realm might be in peril if the others decided to circumvent Castle Black. But with the Watchers at Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower plus dragons overhead, it was unlikely the White Walkers would slip by undetected. Still, their cunning knew no bounds. Night fell again, the Watchers posted along the parapets with torches. The howling wind threatened to blot out any lesser noise. Men hunkered behind walls, cursing the cold. In the great hall inside Castle Black, Daenerys and Jon conferred with Tormund, the Great Jon, Jaime, and others around a blazing fireplace. Tension bled through every conversation. It seemed they had done all they could, prepared every defense, yet the final confrontation remained out of reach. Shortly before midnight, a haunting horn blast rent the air. 1, then 2, then 3. The dreaded triple call. Men sprang up in alarm, snatching weapons, dragging on cloaks. Outside, the wind roared, snow whipped violently. Another horn blast. Something massive overshadowed the moonlight. Jon rushed from the hall, Daenerys at his side. The Great Jon bellowed orders, Tormund sprinted after them. The courtyard erupted in chaos as men readied arms. Above the wall, a strange glow flickered, blue, cold, unnatural. Jaime stumbled out, sword in hand, shouting for archers. Grey Worm tried to form unsullied lines in the swirling drifts. Then the outer gates shook with a thunderous impact that reverberated through the fortress. The entire structure seemed to groan. Screams rose along the ramparts. A watchman stumbled in, eyes wild. They've come. The others are at the gate, an army of whites. They have some giant whites too, monstrous shadows. The White Walkers. He never finished. Another crash shook the gates, and a crack of splintering wood echoed. Men rushed to brace the interior, but a bony, colossal hand slammed through the timbers, sending shards flying. A single undead giant, eyes glowing icy blue, roared in unholy fury. The defenders reeled. Archers loosed arrows, some laced with dragoglass. The giant howled as a few projectiles struck home, but more whites swarmed around its legs, pushing into the gap. The gates would not hold. Form a line. Jon shouted, brandishing Longclaw. Protect the courtyard. Daenerys seized his arm. I must get Drogon, she said, voice urgent. We need fire. He nodded, heart hammering. Go. We'll hold here until you can burn them. She raced off into the swirling storm, flanked by Grey Worm and a handful of Unsullied. The Great Jon led a wave of Northmen trying to close ranks behind an improvised barricade. Tormund lunged at a cluster of whites that slithered in through the shattered gate timbers, hacking them down with dragonglass-laced axes. Jaime and Crownlanders pressed forward, stepping over fallen watchmen. All around, the men roared in defiance. The undead giant smashed at the gate again, tearing free more planks. Its head loomed through the opening, a decaying visage with half the flesh stripped from its skull, lips peeled back in a perpetual snarl. Dragonglass arrows peppered its chest, each making it shudder, but it did not collapse. A line of whites poured in behind the giant, shrieking. The courtyard erupted in frantic melee, torches guttering in the wind, men slipping on ice and blood. Tormund roared, hold them, as whites clawed at his arms. The Great Jon smashed two aside with a warhammer blow. Jaime impaled another with a dragonglass spear. Yet the tide grew. All the while, from the wall's parapets above, watchers cried out that more whites scaled ladders, swarming from multiple angles. The fortress might be overrun. Jon fought like a man possessed. Longclaw cut through whites, but he relied on a dragonglass dagger for the killing blow, jamming it into undead spines or skulls. Each time the creature collapsed into shards, the stench of rotted flesh surrounded him. His arms ached, breath ragged. A swirl of snow flung into his eyes, half blinding him. He glimpsed men dying, whites biting into throats, the giant's clawed hand sweeping a cluster of defenders aside with horrifying ease. Another wave hammered the barricade, pushing men back. Suddenly, a roar overhead. Through the storm, Drogon descended, Daenerys on his back, unleashing a pillar of flame at the giant. The undead behemoth screeched as dragon fire engulfed its upper body. The monstrous form crumbled, collapsing in a thunderous heap that crushed whites and men alike near the gate. The flood of whites hesitated an instant at the fiery eruption. Then they surged anew as if a hidden commander had whipped them forward. Drogon blasted another torrent of flame at the cluster of undead. Some disintegrated, others scattered. But the courtyard was tight, men interspersed with whites. Daenerys struggled to find a safe angle to burn the undead without torching her own allies. Rhaegal swooped in, breathing jets of flame along the wall, incinerating whites that tried scaling ladders. The Viserion soared near the ramparts, scorching more. The screams of the dying, both living and dead, echoed in the madness. An unearthly shriek cut through the tempest. From the darkness at the perimeter stepped a tall figure in pale armor, eyes glowing icy blue. A White Walker. It raised a spear, carved of some crystalline ice, and hurled it with inhuman strength at Rhaegal. The spear whistled through the snow-laden air. Daenerys' second dragon twisted, but not fast enough. The spear struck Rhaegal's flank in a burst of fracturing ice. Rhaegal roared in agony, lurching in midair, wings flailing. Blood spattered the courtyard. Men cried out in horror. The great beast crashed into the far side of the fortress, toppling masonry and sending watchmen tumbling. Daenerys shouted something in grief or rage while Drogon soared upward, trying to avoid the same fate. Jon's heart twisted. They had known the walkers were capable of such a thing, but seeing it happen was a nightmare. The spears of ice were no myth. Rhaegal lay thrashing, pinned by the wall's rubble, screeching in pain. The White Walker advanced, flanked by more whites, apparently aiming to slay the dragon. Grey Worm and a squad of Unsullied, seeing the danger, rushed to intercept. The White Walker brandished a crystalline sword, slashing with fluid, unnatural speed. Half a dozen Unsullied fell, their bodies freezing from the blade's touch. The whites pressed in behind. Jon plowed through the melee, stepping over corpses. He recognized that only a blade of dragoglass or Valyrian steel could harm a walker. Longclaw was Valyrian steel. He might be the only chance to stop that one. Shouting for Tormund and the Great Jon to cover him, he forced his way closer, striking down whites that lunged from the flanks. The White Walker, tall and eerily silent, fixed him with a chilling gaze. For a heartbeat, Jon remembered Harrenhal, the walker's power, the ease with which it killed men. Fear threatened to root him, but he pressed on. They clashed. The walker's frosty blade met Longclaw in a shower of sparks and ice crystals. A terrifying chill radiated from the creature, biting deeper than the winter wind. Jon gritted his teeth, parrying a savage strike that nearly knocked him off balance. The walker moved with uncanny grace, each blow resonating with frigid force. Jon's limbs felt numb as he tried to keep pace. He ducked a slash aimed at his neck, circled to the side, and hammered a counterstrike. Longclaw bit into the walker's sword edge, cracking it slightly. The creature hissed in fury, thrusting forward. Jon sidestepped, slicing at the walker's ribs. The Valyrian steel parted the unnatural armor. A shriek, high and keening, ripped the air. The walker stumbled, swirling frost wafting from the wound. Seizing the opening, Jon drove Longclaw deeper. The White Walker let out an unearthly wail, its pale flesh crumbling into shards of ice. The entire figure collapsed in a swirl of freezing mist, leaving only broken bits of glimmering crystal. A hush of shock spread among the whites nearest them. Many of those whites abruptly collapsed as well, their link to that specific walker severed. Bodies dropped, swirling with blackening ice. But the battle raged on elsewhere, the others might have multiple walkers commanding different swathes of undead. Still, that small victory gave the defenders a gasp of hope. Tormund roared in triumph. The Great Jon smashed a reeling white. Jaime saw it with the second half. The rest continued as is.